Chapter 7: Religious and Spiritual Exchanges. In the hour before dawn, when the first pale light touches the towering face of the cliff at Bamiyan, the great Buddha carved into living rock seems to breathe with the awakening day. 55 meters of stone shaped into divine form, weathered by centuries of wind and sun, yet radiating the serene compassion that has drawn pilgrims across impossible distances. The colossal figure watches over a valley that has become one of the holiest places in the Buddhist world. Below its gentle gaze, the monastery courtyard fills with the soft rustle of movement as over 1,000 monks from across Asia gather for morning prayers. Among them stands Xuanzang, the Chinese pilgrim whose 16-year journey in search of Buddhist wisdom has brought him through desert wastes and mountain passes to this sacred valley in the heart of what would one day be called Afghanistan. His travel-worn robes, patched with fabric from a dozen different kingdoms, mark him as one who has walked the great roads that connect the civilized world. Yet this morning, as he raises his eyes to the towering Buddha whose gold leaf still glitters in places where the morning sun strikes carved stone, he experiences something that no amount of travel could have prepared him for. The monks surrounding him represent the entire scope of the Buddhist world. Saffron robes from the monasteries of India flutter beside the dark brown wool of Tibetan practitioners who have crossed the high passes of the Himalayas. Chinese monks in gray silk stand shoulder to shoulder with Central Asian Sogdians, whose monasteries serve the merchant caravans that carry both goods and wisdom along the ancient routes. Korean pilgrims who have journeyed thousands of miles to walk in the footsteps of the Buddha share this sacred space with local Bactrian monks whose families have tended these shrines for generations. The sound of their combined prayers rises like incense in the crystalline mountain air. Sanskrit syllables learned in the monasteries of Nalanda, blending with Chinese intonations adapted to Buddhist concepts. Sogdian translations that preserve the meaning while serving the practical needs of international commerce, and local Bactrian words that carry the flavor of ancient traditions transformed by encounter with the Dharma. This symphony of devotion speaks to something unprecedented in human history, a religion that has learned to cross every boundary of language, culture, and custom, while maintaining the essential unity of its spiritual message. Xuanzang scholar's eye notes the extraordinary fusion of artistic traditions that surrounds him. The Buddha statue itself represents the Gandharan synthesis that has transformed Buddhist art throughout Central Asia, its facial features reflecting the Greek sculptural tradition brought by Alexander's armies, its spiritual expression drawing from Indian contemplative traditions, its massive scale adapted to the Persian architectural vision that seeks to overwhelm the human observer with divine magnitude. The caves that honeycomb the cliff face around the great figure contain frescoes, where Chinese landscape techniques frame Indian religious narratives, where Persian decorative patterns provide backgrounds for Buddhist philosophical concepts, where local artistic traditions contribute their own understanding of how divine truth can be made visible to human eyes. As the morning prayers conclude and the international gathering begins to disperse for the day's activities, Xuanzang realizes that he has witnessed something that extends far beyond religious observance. In this valley where traders rest, their caravans, and pilgrims renew their spiritual strength, where scholars from distant universities gather to debate philosophical questions, and craftsmen from various traditions collaborate in creating objects of beauty and devotion, the ancient dream of human unity has found concrete expression. The Silk Road has become more than a network of commercial routes. It has evolved into humanity's first experiment in creating genuine international community based on shared spiritual vision rather than political conquest. The incense that burns in bronze braziers throughout the monastery complex carries scents that tell their own story of connection across vast distances. Sandalwood from the forests of India mingles with juniper gathered from the mountains that surround this valley. Frankincense that has traveled from the shores of Arabia blends with camphor from the tropical islands of Southeast Asia, while the subtle fragrance of Chinese aloes wood speaks of devotion that has crossed the breadth of the known world. Each aromatic offering represents not merely the material substance itself, but the faith of communities separated by months of difficult travel, yet united in their recognition that some truths transcend all boundaries. The monastery's library, where Xuanzang will spend precious weeks copying texts that exist nowhere else in the world, contains palm leaf manuscripts from Ceylon, written in scripts that preserve the Buddha's teachings in their oldest recorded forms. Chinese translations that demonstrate how Buddhist concepts have been adapted to Confucian and Taoist ways of thinking. Sanskrit commentaries produced by Indian scholars who have spent lifetimes in contemplation of philosophical subtleties, and new compositions created right here in this international center by monks who speak multiple languages and understand how the same spiritual insight can be expressed through different cultural frameworks. As Xuanzang settles into his temporary cell, its window offering a view of the great Buddha's face partially illuminated by the rising sun, he understands that his journey has brought him to more than a destination. Bamiyan represents the culmination of a process that began centuries earlier, when the first Buddhist merchants carried their faith along with their trade goods, when the first monasteries were established to serve the spiritual needs of travelers far from home, when the first translations were attempted by scholars who believed that wisdom belonged to all humanity rather than to any single people. In this valley where cultures meet and traditions blend without losing their essential character, the true spirit of the Silk Road reveals itself as something far more profound than commercial exchange, a testament to humanity's ancient recognition that the most precious goods are those that can be shared without diminishment, that the greatest treasures are those that grow more valuable the more widely they are distributed. The sacred journeys begin. Long before Xuanzang stood beneath the great Buddha at Bamiyan, feeling the weight of centuries in the carved stone face that gazed serenely across the valley, other pilgrims and merchants had already begun shaping the spiritual roads that would transform how humanity understood the sacred. In the bustling bazaars of Bactria and Sogdiana, where the scent of cardamom mingles with the dust raised by camel caravans and the sound of haggling echoes in a dozen different languages, Buddhist traders from the kingdoms beyond the Hindu Kush began the patient work of carrying their faith into the heart of Central Asia. These early Buddhist merchants represented something unprecedented in the ancient world, adherents of a religion that actively sought to transcend the boundaries of ethnicity, language, and cultural tradition. Unlike the faith systems that had previously dominated the ancient world, where religious participation typically coincided with tribal membership and gods were seen as the exclusive property of particular peoples, Buddhism proclaimed a message that it considered universally applicable to human suffering and spiritual development. The Four Noble Truths that the Buddha had articulated under the Bodhi tree in distant India, the recognition that earthly existence involves suffering, but that this suffering could be transcended through proper understanding and ethical conduct, offered hope that required no particular ancestry or cultural preparation. The Kushan Empire, which emerged from the complex political upheavals following Alexander's conquests, provided the political framework that enabled this spiritual revolution to unfold. King Kanishka, whose reign in the early 2nd century CE marked the height of Kushan power, made a decision that would transform Central Asia's spiritual landscape for centuries. Rather than imposing any single faith tradition, he chose to patronize Buddhism as a unifying force that could provide spiritual coherence without threatening cultural identity. The coins from his reign tell this story beautifully. Images of the Buddha appearing alongside Greek deities and Iranian symbols, creating a visual language that honored multiple traditions while promoting Buddhist values as a common ethical framework. In workshops attached to major monasteries, where oil lamps flickered late into the night over Sanskrit manuscripts, sculptors whose training spanned multiple artistic traditions created Buddha images that spoke to diverse cultural audiences. These Gandharan sculptures achieved something beyond mere artistic fusion. They created visual forms that enabled people from different backgrounds to recognize the same spiritual reality, while approaching it through their own aesthetic heritage. The economic foundation that supported these religious developments demonstrates how commercial prosperity and spiritual growth could reinforce each other in positive cycles. Buddhist merchants who established trading relationships throughout Central Asia often endowed monasteries in the cities where they conducted regular business, creating institutions that served both their own spiritual needs and those of the local populations who encountered Buddhism through these merchant communities. The monasteries, in turn, provided valuable services to the commercial networks that funded them: secure accommodation for traveling traders, banking services that enabled the transfer of funds across vast distances, and educational facilities that produced the linguistically skilled personnel necessary for international commerce. The translation movement that began during this period represents one of humanity's earliest systematic attempts to make religious and philosophical texts accessible across linguistic boundaries. The scholars who undertook this demanding work, often monks who had spent years mastering multiple languages and religious traditions, faced challenges that went far beyond simple linguistic conversion. Buddhist technical terms for meditative states and philosophical concepts often had no equivalent in the target languages, requiring translators to create new vocabulary or adapt existing terms in ways that preserved essential meanings while making them comprehensible to new audiences. The Lotus Sutra, one of the most influential texts in Mahayana Buddhism, provides an excellent example of how this translation process could transform both the text and the receiving culture. When rendered into Central Asian languages, the sutra's emphasis on the universal potential for Buddhahood resonated with local shamanic traditions that recognized the possibility of spiritual transformation through proper practice. While its sophisticated philosophical discussions of reality and appearance appealed to communities influenced by Greek philosophical thinking, the text thus became a bridge between different ways of understanding the relationship between the material and spiritual dimensions of existence. The missionary activities that accompanied these commercial and scholarly exchanges demonstrate how Buddhism adapted its evangelistic methods to the cultural requirements of different populations. Unlike some later religious movements that would demand the complete abandonment of previous traditions, early Buddhist missionaries typically sought to identify elements within existing belief systems that could serve as foundations for Buddhist understanding. Local deities were often reinterpreted as protective figures within the Buddhist cosmology. Traditional festivals were given Buddhist meanings, and existing pilgrimage sites were incorporated into Buddhist sacred geography. The role of women in these early Buddhist communities reflects both the religion's innovative approaches to gender and the practical requirements of supporting international religious networks. Buddhist monasteries typically included separate facilities for nuns, who often served as teachers for women from merchant families and as maintainers of religious traditions within communities where men might be absent for extended periods due to trading activities. The biographical literature of early Central Asian Buddhism includes numerous accounts of women who played crucial roles in supporting translation projects, endowing religious institutions, and maintaining doctrinal purity during periods of political upheaval. The impact of these early Buddhist expansions extended far beyond the establishment of religious institutions to influence art, literature, philosophy, and daily life throughout Central Asia. Local literary traditions began incorporating Buddhist themes and narrative techniques, while legal systems adapted Buddhist ethical principles to supplement traditional approaches to conflict resolution. Medical practices combined traditional healing methods with Buddhist understandings of the relationship between physical and spiritual well-being, and educational systems began including Buddhist philosophical training alongside practical instruction in commerce and crafts. The infrastructure of pilgrimage that developed during this period created the first systematic networks for long-distance religious travel in human history. Pilgrimage routes that connected major Buddhist sites in India with emerging centers in Central Asia required extensive planning and coordination, establishment of rest stops and supply depots, development of guide services and security arrangements, creation of financial instruments that could support travel lasting months or years, and diplomatic negotiations that enabled pilgrims to cross political boundaries safely. By the time Buddhism began its systematic penetration into China during the 1st and 2nd centuries CE, the religion had already been transformed through its Central Asian experiences into something significantly different from its original Indian form. The emphasis on universal compassion had been strengthened through encounter with diverse populations. The philosophical sophistication had been enhanced through dialogue with Greek and Iranian intellectual traditions, and the practical organization had been adapted to serve the needs of international communities rather than local populations alone. This transformed Buddhism, enriched by centuries of cross-cultural encounter, would prove far more successful in Chinese soil than the original Indian version might have been. The Great Pilgrimages. The morning when Xuanzang stepped beyond the last Chinese frontier post at Yumen, where the Great Wall makes its final gesture toward controlling the vastness beyond, marked more than the beginning of an individual journey toward spiritual fulfillment. His solitary figure disappearing into the Taklamakan desert, carrying little more than determination and faith to sustain him across thousands of miles of dangerous terrain, represented the culmination of Buddhist pilgrimage that had been building for over 2 centuries. Behind him lay the relative security of Tang China, where Buddhism had found imperial patronage and scholarly recognition. Ahead lay the unknown expanses of Central Asia and the distant goal of India, where the historical Buddha had walked and taught, where the original texts preserved the authentic teachings that Chinese translations had sometimes rendered imperfectly or incompletely. The tradition that inspired Xuanzang's extraordinary journey had been established 2 centuries earlier by Faxian, whose own pilgrimage between 399 and 414 CE created the template for subsequent Buddhist travel to India. Faxian's account of his experiences, preserved in his Record of Buddhistic Kingdoms, reveals both the immense difficulties faced by early pilgrims and the profound spiritual transformation that such journeys could produce. Traveling at a time when political instability made the Silk Road routes even more dangerous than usual, When bandits controlled many of the oasis cities and local rulers changed allegiances with bewildering frequency. Faxian demonstrated that individual determination could overcome obstacles that would have stopped less motivated travelers. The challenges that confronted these early Buddhist pilgrims extended far beyond the physical hardships of desert crossing and mountain passage. Each major cultural boundary they crossed required adaptation to different languages, different customs, different political systems, and different forms of Buddhist practice. The Buddhism they encountered in Central Asian oasis cities had been transformed through centuries of cultural synthesis, while the Buddhism they would find in India retained characteristics that had been modified or lost during transmission to China. These pilgrims served as bridges between different branches of their faith, carrying innovations and insights in both directions while developing synthetic understanding through exposure to the religion's full diversity. Faxian's first major stop outside China, in the oasis kingdom of Shanshan, provided him with an early glimpse of how Buddhism could flourish in multicultural environments. The monastery where he received hospitality housed monks from at least 6 different countries, each maintaining their particular traditions of monastic discipline while participating in shared religious activities. The morning prayers combined Sanskrit chants learned from Indian teachers with Sogdian translations that served the practical needs of international commerce, and Chinese adaptations that reflected Confucian concepts of social harmony. This linguistic symphony demonstrated how Buddhist practice could preserve essential unity while accommodating enormous diversity in expression. The library attached to the Shanshan monastery contained texts that revealed the complex pathways by which Buddhist literature had spread throughout Central Asia. Palm leaf manuscripts from Ceylon preserved some of the oldest recorded versions of the Buddha's discourses. Chinese translations showed how Buddhist concepts had been adapted to East Asian philosophical frameworks. Sogdian versions demonstrated how the religion had been made accessible to Central Asian merchant communities, and Sanskrit commentaries revealed the ongoing development of Buddhist philosophy in the Indian centers, where the tradition continued to evolve. For a scholar like Faxian, whose pilgrimage was motivated partly by concerns about textual accuracy, this diversity posed both opportunities and challenges. The route that carried Faxian from Shanshan toward India, following caravan tracks that skirted the northern edge of the Taklamakan Desert before turning south through the Karakoram passes, brought him into contact with Buddhist communities that had developed their own distinctive approaches to religious practice. In Kucha, where the great translator Kumarajiva had been born and educated, Faxian encountered a form of Buddhism that emphasized the Sarvastivada school's systematic approach to philosophical analysis. The debates he witnessed in Kucha's monasteries, conducted in a mixture of Sanskrit and local languages with translations provided for visitors from distant regions, demonstrated the intellectual sophistication that Buddhism could achieve when supported by stable political conditions and adequate economic resources. The artistic traditions that Faxian encountered in these Central Asian Buddhist centers reflected the same synthetic approach that characterized their textual and philosophical developments. The monastery walls in Kucha displayed frescoes that combined Indian iconographic conventions with Persian decorative techniques and local artistic sensibilities, creating visual narratives that could communicate Buddhist teachings to audiences regardless of their linguistic backgrounds. The Buddha images carved in local stone employed Greek sculptural techniques learned from artistic traditions that traced back to Alexander's conquests, while their spiritual expressions drew from Indian contemplative traditions that emphasized inner transformation over external appearance. The economic arrangements that supported these Central Asian Buddhist communities revealed sophisticated understanding of how religious institutions could serve commercial networks while maintaining their spiritual integrity. Monasteries located at strategic points along major trade routes provided essential services to traveling merchants, secure accommodation, reliable information about route conditions, and banking services that enabled the transfer of funds across vast distances. In return, these merchant communities provided the economic foundation that enabled monasteries to support large populations of monks, maintain extensive libraries, and sponsor the translation projects that kept Buddhist learning alive and growing. The seasonal rhythms that governed life in these oasis communities influenced the patterns of Buddhist practice and scholarly activity. During the winter months, when mountain passes became impassable and caravan traffic slowed to a trickle, monasteries became centers of intensive study and translation work. Scholars who had gathered from across the Buddhist world during the traveling season could devote themselves to collaborative projects without the interruptions that characterized busier periods. The great translation workshops that produced some of the most influential versions of Buddhist texts typically operated during these quiet months, when international teams of linguists and philosophers could work together without distraction. The approach to Bamiyan, where Faxian encountered the colossal Buddha statues that would later inspire Xuanzang's detailed descriptions, provided both pilgrims with their most powerful experience of how Buddhist vision could transform physical landscapes. The decision to carve monumental figures directly into the cliff face, rather than constructing separate buildings that might be destroyed by military conflict or natural disasters, reflected sophisticated understanding of how religious art could achieve permanence in politically unstable regions. The surrounding caves that housed monks and stored texts demonstrated similar adaptation to local conditions, while maintaining the essential functions that Buddhist monastic life required. The scholarly activities that Faxian and later Xuanzang pursued at Nalanda University in India represented the culmination of their pilgrimage experiences. This institution, which by the 7th century housed over 10,000 scholars and students from across the Buddhist world, provided the closest approximation to a modern university that existed anywhere in the medieval world. The curriculum combined rigorous study of Buddhist texts and philosophy with training in languages, logic, medicine, and other practical subjects necessary for educated participation in international scholarly communities. Xuanzang's years at Nalanda, where he studied under Silabhadra and other masters who were recognized as the most accomplished Buddhist scholars of their generation, provided him with far more than academic credentials. The debates he participated in, the texts he helped translate, and the friendships he formed with scholars from across Asia created networks of intellectual exchange that would influence Buddhist development for centuries after his return to China. His systematic copying of Sanskrit texts and his detailed notes on philosophical questions that had never been adequately addressed in Chinese Buddhist literature transformed him from a pilgrim seeking personal enlightenment into a scholar whose work would shape his tradition's future development. The return journeys of these great pilgrims, carrying precious texts and memories of transformative experiences back to their home communities, completed circuits of exchange that enriched Buddhist understanding throughout the regions they touched. The translations that Xuanzang produced during the remainder of his life after returning to China, working with teams of scholars who helped render Sanskrit concepts into sophisticated Chinese philosophical vocabulary, established new standards for accuracy and completeness that influenced all subsequent Chinese Buddhist literature. The travel accounts that both Foxian and Xuanzang wrote provided practical information for future pilgrims, while preserving detailed records of Buddhist communities that would later disappear during periods of political upheaval. The influence of these pilgrimage traditions extended far beyond the Buddhist community to affect literature, geography, and international relations throughout Asia. The detailed descriptions that pilgrims provided of foreign lands and customs became source material for poets, historians, and political advisors. The diplomatic relationships that pilgrims established, carrying greetings between rulers separated by vast distances, and serving as informal ambassadors for their home regions, contributed to the maintenance of peaceful relationships that benefited commercial as well as religious exchange. The geographic knowledge that accumulated through centuries of pilgrimage travel provided foundations for the map-making and route-finding expertise that supported the expansion of trade networks throughout the Silk Road world. The legendary transformations of these historical pilgrimages, particularly the evolution of Xuanzang's journey into the fantastical narrative of Journey to the West, demonstrate how religious travel could capture popular imagination while preserving essential spiritual insights through entertaining stories. The Monkey King and Pig Companion who accompany the fictional version of Xuanzang, along with the various demons and obstacles they encounter, represent psychological and spiritual challenges that any serious religious practitioner must face, while the ultimate success of their mission affirms the possibility of spiritual achievement through persistence and proper guidance. The Light from the West. On a spring morning in the 9th year of Emperor Taizong's reign, when the air in Chang'an carried the sweet scent of blooming cherry trees and the sound of market bells announcing another day of prosperity in the greatest city on earth, a small procession approached the western gates of the imperial palace. At its head walked a figure whose appearance immediately marked him as a traveler from distant lands, his beard trimmed in the Persian fashion, his robes cut in the Syrian style, his complexion bearing the bronze of desert crossings, and his eyes holding the depth that comes from having seen horizons that stretch beyond the edges of familiar maps. This was Alopen, whose Syriac name meant teacher, and whose presence in the Tong capital represented the culmination of a journey that had carried him across the breadth of the civilized world. Behind him walked a small group of companions whose diverse origins told the story of Christianity's eastward expansion, Persian priests whose ancestors had preserved the faith through centuries of Sasanian rule, Sogdian merchants whose commercial networks had carried religious ideas along with trade goods, and Syrian monks whose monastery scriptoriums had produced the texts that now traveled in carefully wrapped bundles carried by the pack animals that brought up the rear of this modest caravan. The Emperor Taizong, who received Alopen's embassy that day, in a throne room whose silk hangings displayed patterns that spoke of cultural connections reaching to the farthest corners of his empire, was himself the embodiment of the cosmopolitan spirit that characterized the Tang dynasty at its height. His court included advisors from Korea and Japan, administrators whose families had migrated from Central Asia, military commanders whose service had earned them Chinese citizenship regardless of their ethnic origins, and scholars whose knowledge encompassed the intellectual traditions of multiple civilizations. In this environment, a delegation representing yet another foreign wisdom tradition would be received with the curiosity and respect that the Tang accorded to all forms of genuine learning. The texts that Alopen presented to the emperor, carefully translated into Chinese by scholarly teams that had worked for months to render Christian concepts into language that would be comprehensible to Chinese philosophical thought, represented more than simple religious propaganda. These early Christian writings, adapted to Chinese cultural context, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how spiritual truth could be expressed through different cultural frameworks while maintaining its essential character. The opening passages of what would later be called the Jesus Sutras, describing Christ's teachings in language that echoed both Buddhist and Confucian terminology, created bridges between Christian insight and existing Chinese wisdom traditions. The decision that Emperor Taizong announced after studying these texts and hearing Alopen's explanations, proclaiming that, quote, "This teaching is helpful to all creatures and beneficial to mankind. Let it be preached freely in our empire," reflected the pragmatic tolerance that had enabled the Tang dynasty to govern successfully the most diverse population ever unified under single political authority. Rather than viewing Christianity as a threat to Chinese cultural integrity, the emperor recognized it as another source of ethical guidance that could contribute to the moral foundation necessary for good government. The monastery that was subsequently built for Alopen and his companions in Chang'an's foreign quarter, with imperial funds and according to architectural plans that blended Syrian ecclesiastical design with Chinese building techniques, became the first in a network of Christian institutions that would eventually extend throughout the Tang Empire. The Nestorian stele, erected in 781 to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Christianity's official recognition in China, provides detailed information about the expansion of this network and the adaptation of Christian practice to Chinese cultural requirements. The inscription on the stele, composed by the priest Adam, whose Chinese name was Jing Jing, and executed by court calligrapher Lu Shuyan, represents one of the most sophisticated examples of cross-cultural religious communication in human history. Written in both Chinese and Syriac scripts, the text demonstrates how Christian theology could be expressed through Chinese philosophical concepts while maintaining doctrinal authenticity. The description of the Trinity using Taoist terminology for the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity. The explanation of Christ's salvific mission through Buddhist concepts of compassion and skillful means, and the adaptation of Christian ethical teachings to Confucian principles of social harmony, all demonstrate remarkable theological creativity, guided by genuine respect for both traditions. The Christian communities that developed throughout Tang China during the 7th and 8th centuries represented unprecedented experiments in religious enculturation. Unlike the Christian expansion in the Mediterranean world, which had occurred primarily within Greco-Roman cultural framework, or the later European missionary activities that often demanded complete cultural transformation from their converts, Nestorian Christianity in China developed forms of practice and belief that preserved essential Christian insights while allowing converts to maintain their Chinese cultural identity. The artistic traditions that emerged from these Chinese Christian communities reflect the same synthetic approach that characterized their theological developments. The silk paintings and bronze artifacts that have been discovered in archaeological excavations, particularly those found at Dunhuang, display Christian iconography executed according to Chinese artistic conventions. Images of Christ and the Apostles rendered in the style of Chinese court portraiture, angels depicted with the flowing robes and graceful gestures characteristic of Tang dynasty art, and biblical narratives illustrated using landscape techniques derived from Chinese painting traditions, all demonstrate how Christian visual culture could adapt to local aesthetic preferences while maintaining religious authenticity. The translation projects that occupied Christian scholars throughout this period, working to render Syriac liturgical texts and theological treatises into Chinese, while adapting biblical narratives to Chinese literary conventions, created new forms of religious literature that influenced both communities. Chinese Christian texts employed poetic techniques derived from Tang literary tradition to express theological concepts, while Chinese Buddhist and Confucian writers began incorporating elements from Christian thought that enriched their own philosophical vocabularies. The cross-fertilization that resulted from these translation activities demonstrates how religious encounter could enhance rather than threaten existing wisdom traditions. The economic foundation that supported these Christian communities reveals the sophisticated commercial networks that connected Nestorian Christians across the breadth of Asia. Syrian merchants who had established trading relationships with Chinese partners often endowed churches and monasteries as expressions of gratitude for commercial success, while providing spiritual centers for Christian traders, who might spend months or years away from their home communities. The banking services that these religious institutions provided, enabling the transfer of funds between distant cities through letters of credit guaranteed by church authorities, created economic relationships that transcended political boundaries. The role of women in these Chinese Christian communities reflects both Nestorian theological emphasis on gender equality and adaptation to Chinese social expectations. Christian women often served as teachers and community leaders while maintaining the social roles that Chinese culture expected of respectable women. The biographical literature that survives from this period includes accounts of Christian women who played crucial roles in supporting translation projects, managing community finances, and maintaining religious traditions during periods when male clergy might be absent due to missionary travel or political upheaval. The seasonal festivals that Chinese Christians developed demonstrate how religious celebration could blend Christian liturgical requirements with Chinese cultural traditions. Christmas celebrations incorporated elements from Chinese New Year festivities. Easter observances adapted techniques from Chinese spring festivals that celebrated renewal and rebirth. And saints' days were coordinated with the Chinese calendar system that governed agricultural and commercial activities. These hybrid celebrations enabled Chinese Christians to participate fully in their society's cultural life, while maintaining their distinctive religious identity. The educational institutions that Christian communities established throughout Tang China provided services that extended far beyond religious instruction. Christian schools often served as centers for language education, where Chinese students could learn Syriac and Persian, while foreign residents acquired Chinese literacy. The medical knowledge that Christian monasteries preserved, combining Syrian healing traditions with Chinese pharmaceutical expertise, made these institutions valuable resources for their surrounding communities regardless of religious affiliation. The diplomatic role that Chinese Christians occasionally played, serving as intermediaries between the Tang court and foreign rulers who shared their religious affiliation, demonstrates how religious networks could facilitate political relationships. Christian merchants and clergy who traveled regularly between China and the Middle East often carried diplomatic messages and commercial information that benefited political as well as religious cooperation. The account of the Nestorian monk Rabban Bar Sama's journey from Beijing to Europe in the late 13th century, where he served as an unofficial ambassador while conducting his religious pilgrimage, illustrates how individual Christians could serve as bridges between distant political systems. The artistic innovations that characterized Chinese Christian communities influenced broader artistic development throughout East Asia. Christian techniques for depicting spiritual concepts visually, particularly methods for representing divine authority and spiritual transformation, were adapted by Buddhist and Taoist artists who found these approaches useful for their own religious purposes. The architectural elements that Chinese Christians developed for their places of worship, combining Syrian ecclesiastical requirements with Chinese building techniques and aesthetic preferences, influenced the design of religious buildings throughout the region. The decline of Chinese Christianity during the late Tang period, culminating in the persecution of foreign religions during the 840s, reflects changing political circumstances rather than inherent problems with Christian adaptation to Chinese culture. The anti-Buddhist edicts that Emperor Wuzong issued during his campaign to restore what he considered authentic Chinese values affected Christian communities, primarily because they were classified with Buddhism as foreign religions, rather than because of specifically anti-Christian sentiment. The burial of the Nestorian stele during this period, probably to protect it from destruction, demonstrates how Chinese Christians sought to preserve their heritage while adapting to changing political conditions. The legacy of this early Chinese Christian experiment extends far beyond its immediate historical significance, to demonstrate possibilities for cross-cultural religious encounter that remain relevant for contemporary global civilization. The theological creativity that enabled Nestorian Christians to express their faith through Chinese philosophical concepts, the artistic synthesis that produced new forms of religious expression, and the social integration that allowed foreign religious communities to contribute to Chinese cultural life, all provide models for how religious diversity can enrich rather than threaten civilizational development. The eternal flames. In the pre-dawn darkness that settles over the high plateau of Takhti Suleiman, where the ruins of ancient Adur Gushnasp rise from an extinct volcanic crater like the memory of divine fire made manifest in stone, the eternal flame that once burned at the heart of the Sasanian Empire continues its vigil in the imagination of those who understand that some lights can never truly be extinguished. Here, 2,000 meters above sea level in the mountains of Azerbaijan, where thermal springs bubble with water heated by the Earth's core, and calcified deposits create landscapes that seem touched by otherworldly forces. The most sacred of Zoroastrianism's three great fires once drew pilgrims from across the Persian Empire and beyond. The morning when Khosrow II made his pilgrimage to this sacred site, traveling from his capital at Ctesiphon with a retinue that included courtiers from across the known world, and bearing gifts that represented the wealth of nations, marked more than a simple royal religious observance. His procession, winding up the mountain paths, past mineral springs whose vapors seemed to carry the breath of Ahura Mazda himself, represented the culmination of a religious tradition that had provided spiritual foundation for the greatest empires of the ancient Middle East for over a millennium. Behind him rode nobles whose families had served Zoroastrian kings since the time of Cyrus the Great, administrators whose bureaucratic systems had been shaped by Zoroastrian concepts of truth and righteousness, and priests whose knowledge preserved rituals that connected their generation with the first followers of Zoroaster's revolutionary teachings. The fire temple that awaited the royal party at the summit, its domed chamber housing flames that had burned continuously for centuries without ever being allowed to die, represented architectural and spiritual achievements that had influenced religious building throughout the ancient world, the careful engineering required to maintain perpetual combustion, the sophisticated ventilation systems that provided oxygen while protecting the sacred fire from wind and weather, and the symbolic arrangement that placed the flame at the center of carefully calculated proportions, all demonstrated how Zoroastrian understanding of cosmic order could be expressed through physical design that served both practical and spiritual purposes. The Adir-Gushnasp fire itself, one of the three flames that Zoroastrian tradition claimed had been kindled directly by Ahura Mazda at the beginning of time, represented more than religious symbolism to the worshippers who gathered in its presence. For Persian nobles who would soon ride into battle against Roman legions, the fire embodied the divine force that would guide their efforts and ensure victory for the righteous. For merchants whose trade networks extended from China to Constantinople, the flame symbolized the cosmic principles of truth and justice that governed honest commerce and fair dealing. For farmers whose irrigation systems channeled precious water across arid landscapes, the fire represented the light that makes all growth possible, and the warmth that sustains life through winter's darkness. The rituals that surrounded the maintenance of these sacred fires reveal the sophisticated theological understanding that Zoroastrianism had developed during its centuries of growth and refinement. The daily offerings of sandalwood and frankincense, materials whose procurement required commercial networks spanning continents, connected local religious observance with the global economy that Persian political power had helped create and protect. The prayers recited by specially trained priests, whose education included not only religious instruction but also training in astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy, combined spiritual devotion with intellectual sophistication that rivaled the achievements of any contemporary civilization. The 16 different types of fire that were combined to create each great fire, gathered from sources that included royal hearths, shepherds' fires, metalworkers' forges, and bakers' ovens, represented Zoroastrian recognition that divine force manifests itself through all legitimate human activities. The elaborate process required to combine these fires into the single sacred flame that would burn in the temple's central altar, involving months of careful collection, purification, and ceremonial combination, created a focus that literally embodied the unity of the entire Zoroastrian community. Each flame contributed to the great fire, carried with it the prayers and devotion of the people whose daily work had kindled it, while the resulting sacred fire became a symbol of how individual efforts could be unified into something greater than the sum of their parts. The influence of Zoroastrian fire temples extended far beyond the borders of the Persian Empire to shape religious architecture and practice throughout the regions touched by Persian cultural expansion. In the oasis cities of Central Asia, where Sogdian merchants maintained trading posts that served the commerce flowing between East and West, Zoroastrian temples provided both spiritual centers for Persian communities and examples of religious architecture that influenced local building traditions. The distinctive domed chambers that housed sacred fires, with their sophisticated ventilation systems and symbolic proportions, inspired temple designs that served other religious traditions while adapting Persian architectural innovations to local materials and climate conditions. The Zoroastrian communities that established themselves in the Great Silk Road cities created networks of religious and commercial cooperation that stretched across continents. In Bukhara, where the famous Temple of the Moon complemented Zoroastrian fire temples in serving the spiritual needs of a diverse population, Persian merchants and priests maintained connections with their home communities while adapting their religious practices to Central Asian conditions. The celebration of Nowruz, the Persian New Year that predated Zoroaster but had been incorporated into Zoroastrian religious calendar, became a major festival that brought together worshippers from multiple traditions, in celebrations that emphasized renewal, hope, and the triumph of light over darkness. The theological innovations that emerged from Zoroastrian encounters with other religious traditions demonstrate how religious exchange could enrich, rather than threaten existing belief systems. Zoroastrian concepts of cosmic dualism, the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman that would ultimately result in the triumph of good over evil, influenced Buddhist understanding of the relationship between enlightenment and ignorance, while contributing to Christian theological development regarding the nature of divine providence and human freedom. The Zoroastrian emphasis on individual moral responsibility, the belief that each person's choices contribute to the cosmic battle between light and darkness, resonated with religious traditions throughout the ancient world, while maintaining its distinctive Persian character. The calendar systems that Zoroastrian priests developed, combining astronomical observation with religious requirements and practical agricultural needs, influenced timekeeping throughout the ancient Middle East and Central Asia. The accurate calculation of seasonal changes that Zoroastrian festivals required, particularly the precise determination of the spring equinox that marked Nowruz, demonstrated mathematical and observational skills that made Zoroastrian priests valuable advisors to rulers, regardless of their personal religious affiliations. The diplomatic missions that often included Zoroastrian scholars, whose knowledge of multiple calendar systems enabled them to coordinate activities between different political entities, helped maintain the commercial relationships that supported Silk Road prosperity. The medical traditions that developed within Zoroastrian communities, combining Persian pharmaceutical knowledge with healing practices learned through contact with Indian, Chinese, and Greek medical systems, created therapeutic approaches that served diverse populations throughout the ancient world. Zoroastrian emphasis on the relationship between spiritual purity and physical health, reflected in elaborate purification rituals that used water, fire, and earth to cleanse both body and soul, influenced medical practice throughout the regions where Persian cultural influence was strong. The hospitals that Zoroastrian communities established, often associated with fire temples and staffed by priests who combined religious and medical training, provided healing services that benefited entire urban populations regardless of religious affiliation. The decline of Zoroastrianism as a major political force beginning with the Arab conquest of the Sasanian Empire in 651 CE marked the end of state-sponsored Zoroastrian expansion, but not the disappearance of Zoroastrian influence on Silk Road civilization. The Zoroastrian communities that survived under Islamic rule, particularly those in Central Asian cities where religious diversity had long been tolerated, continued to maintain their religious traditions while adapting to changed political circumstances. The fire temples that were not destroyed during the early Islamic conquests, particularly those in remote areas where conversion pressure was less intense, preserved Zoroastrian ritual knowledge and theological understanding through centuries of minority status. The migration of Zoroastrian refugees to India, beginning in the 8th century and continuing for several centuries thereafter, created the Parsi communities that would preserve Persian religious traditions while adapting them to South Asian cultural conditions. The ships that carried these religious exiles from Persian ports to Gujarat, loaded with sacred fires carefully maintained during the sea voyage and precious texts that preserved centuries of theological development, represented one of history's most successful religious preservation efforts. The communities that these refugees established in India, while adapting to Hindu cultural dominance and British colonial rule, maintained Zoroastrian religious practices with remarkable fidelity, while contributing significantly to Indian commercial and intellectual development. The archaeological evidence that continues to emerge from excavations throughout the former Persian Empire reveals the extent of Zoroastrian cultural influence and the sophistication of Zoroastrian religious institutions. The fire temple remains discovered at sites from Azerbaijan to Afghanistan, with their characteristic architectural features and evidence of elaborate ritual activities, demonstrate how widely Zoroastrian religious practices had spread throughout Central Asia. The coins, seals and artistic objects that bear Zoroastrian religious symbols, found in archaeological contexts from the Mediterranean to China, provide evidence of commercial and cultural networks that carried Persian religious ideas far beyond the boundaries of direct Persian political control. The intellectual legacy of Zoroastrianism, preserved in texts that survived the Islamic conquest and in theological concepts that influenced subsequent religious development, continues to provide insights into one of humanity's earliest experiments in monotheistic religion. Zoroastrian emphasis on ethical dualism, the belief that cosmic good and evil represent real forces that require human choice and action rather than abstract philosophical categories, influenced religious thinking throughout the ancient world, while anticipating theological developments that would not occur in other traditions for centuries. The Zoroastrian concept of divine judgment based on individual moral choices, combined with belief in resurrection and eternal reward or punishment, provided models for eschatological thinking that influenced Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The Zoroastrian understanding of religious tolerance reflected in Persian imperial policies that allowed subject peoples to maintain their traditional religious practices while requiring only political loyalty to the Persian state, created precedents for multicultural governance that influenced political development throughout the ancient world. The religious freedom that Persian rulers typically granted to their diverse subjects, combined with active patronage of local religious institutions and respect for existing sacred sites, demonstrated how imperial power could be exercised without requiring cultural uniformity from subject populations. The final synthesis. In the gentle light of a Baghdad morning in the early 9th century, when the muezzin's call to prayer echoes across a city that has become the crossroads of the civilized world, an extraordinary gathering takes place in the House of Wisdom that illustrates how religious diversity can become a source of intellectual strength rather than social division. Around a low table covered with manuscripts in Arabic, Persian, Sanskrit, Greek, and Syriac scripts, scholars whose personal faith journeys have carried them through multiple religious traditions work together on translation projects that will preserve and transmit humanity's accumulated spiritual wisdom to future generations. Among them sits Hunayn ibn Ishaq, the Nestorian Christian whose mastery of Greek medical texts makes him invaluable to the Abbasid caliphs' project of preserving and expanding human knowledge. His careful annotations in the margins of Galen's anatomical treatises, written in Syriac script but incorporating Arabic technical vocabulary and Persian pharmaceutical knowledge, represent the kind of intellectual synthesis that has made Baghdad the wonder of the medieval world. Beside him works Thabit ibn Qurra, the Sabian scholar from Haran, whose religious tradition preserves ancient Mesopotamian astronomical knowledge while embracing philosophical insights derived from Greek, Indian, and Islamic sources. The conversation that flows between these scholars, switching effortlessly between Arabic philosophical terminology and Persian mystical concepts, Sanskrit grammatical analysis, and Greek logical methods, demonstrates how spiritual traditions that might appear incompatible to distant observers can find common ground when approached with genuine respect and intellectual curiosity. Their shared project, rendering Aristotle's metaphysical investigations into Arabic, while incorporating commentary that draws from Islamic theological insight, Christian contemplative experience, and Zoroastrian ethical understanding, creates new forms of philosophical discourse that transcend the limitations of any single tradition. The arrival of a messenger carrying letters from Samarkand, where Buddhist scholars at local monasteries have requested copies of medical texts being translated in Baghdad, reminds the assembled scholars that their work serves practical as well as theoretical purposes. The knowledge they preserve and transmit, whether Galen's anatomical observations or Ptolemy's astronomical calculations, Al-Khwarizmi's mathematical innovations, or Indian pharmaceutical discoveries, provides tools that enable physicians, astronomers, and other specialists throughout the civilized world to serve their communities more effectively, regardless of religious differences. The Islamic context that enables this remarkable intellectual collaboration reflects sophisticated understanding of how religious truth can be pursued through encounter with multiple wisdom traditions, rather than isolation within a single interpretive framework. The Quranic principle that there is no compulsion in religion, combined with Islamic recognition that Allah has sent prophets and revelations to all peoples, creates theological space for genuine dialogue with other traditions, while maintaining Islamic identity and commitment. The practical policies that Abbasid rulers implement, protecting Christian and Jewish communities while welcoming scholars from various backgrounds, demonstrate how political power can support, rather than threaten, intellectual and religious diversity. The Sufi mystical traditions that begin to flourish throughout the Islamic world during this period exemplify how Islamic spirituality can incorporate insights from other contemplative traditions, while maintaining its distinctive character. The meditation techniques that Sufi masters develop, often drawing from Buddhist contemplative methods encountered through Central Asian connections, create new approaches to spiritual realization that appeal to seekers from diverse religious backgrounds. The poetry that emerges from these mystical circles, using Persian literary forms to express Arabic theological concepts while incorporating imagery derived from Christian, Buddhist, and Zoroastrian symbolism, creates artistic languages that speak to universal human spiritual aspirations. The pilgrimage networks that connect Mecca with distant Muslim communities, extending from Spain to China and from Russia to East Africa, create international Islamic communities that parallel and often intersect with the commercial and cultural networks that had previously served other religious traditions. Muslim merchants who establish mosques and schools in Central Asian cities, often in neighborhoods that already house Buddhist monasteries, Nestorian churches, and Zoroastrian fire temples, contribute to urban environments where religious diversity becomes a normal rather than exceptional condition. The architectural innovations that emerge from these multicultural Islamic communities reflect the same synthetic approach that characterizes their intellectual and spiritual development. The madrasas that Muslim rulers established throughout Central Asia, designed to provide both religious education and practical training for commercial and administrative careers, incorporate architectural elements derived from Buddhist monastic design, Persian palace construction, and local building traditions. The mosques that serve diverse urban populations, with their courtyards that can accommodate worshippers from different ethnic backgrounds, and their libraries that preserve texts in multiple languages and scripts, demonstrate how Islamic religious architecture can adapt to local conditions while maintaining essential liturgical requirements. The scientific and philosophical achievements that result from this Islamic synthesis, building upon Greek theoretical foundations while incorporating insights from Indian mathematics, Persian astronomy, and Chinese technological innovation, create new forms of knowledge that influence intellectual development throughout the medieval world. The astronomical observatories that Muslim rulers establish, staffed by scholars whose training combines Islamic religious education with technical expertise derived from multiple cultural sources, produce observations and calculations that advance understanding of celestial mechanics, while serving the practical needs of navigation, calendar making, and agricultural planning. The commercial networks that support and benefit from this Islamic cultural expansion, connecting Muslim merchants with trading partners from multiple religious backgrounds while maintaining the ethical standards that Islamic law requires, demonstrate how religious principle can enhance rather than restrict international commerce. The banking innovations that Muslim financiers develop, creating credit instruments that enable commercial relationships based on trust rather than political or religious affiliation, provide economic foundations for cultural exchange that transcends religious boundaries. The educational institutions that Islamic communities establish throughout Central Asia, from Bukhara to Kashgar, and from Merv to Balkh, create opportunities for intellectual encounter between Islamic scholarship and other wisdom traditions. The libraries attached to major mosques and madrasas, containing texts in Arabic, Persian, Turkish, and local languages alongside translations from Sanskrit, Chinese, and other source languages, preserve knowledge that might otherwise be lost during periods of political upheaval, while making it available to scholars regardless of religious background. The diplomatic relationships that Islamic rulers maintain with non-Muslim powers, from Byzantine emperors to Chinese emperors and from Indian rajas to African kings, create channels for political and cultural communication that benefit all participants. The embassies that carry gifts and messages between distant courts, often including scholars who can serve as interpreters of different cultural traditions, maintain peaceful relationships that enable commercial and intellectual exchange to flourish. The artistic traditions that develop within these multicultural Islamic societies, combining Arabic calligraphy with Persian miniature painting, Turkish architectural techniques with Indian decorative arts, and local craft traditions with Islamic aesthetic principles, create new forms of artistic expression that influence cultural development throughout the medieval world. The manuscripts produced in Islamic scriptoriums, with their sophisticated integration of text and image, their adaptation of artistic techniques from multiple traditions, and their preservation of knowledge from various sources, represent achievements in book production that would not be matched in other parts of the world for centuries. The medical traditions that flourish in Islamic hospitals and schools, building upon Greek theoretical knowledge while incorporating practical insights from Indian, Persian, Chinese, and local healing systems, create therapeutic approaches that serve diverse populations while advancing understanding of anatomy, pharmacology, and clinical practice. The hospitals that Muslim communities establish, often staffed by physicians trained in multiple medical traditions and serving patients regardless of religious affiliation, demonstrate how Islamic social organization can address practical human needs while maintaining religious integrity. The legal systems that Islamic scholars develop, adapting Quranic principles and prophetic precedents to local conditions while incorporating useful elements from existing legal traditions, create frameworks for social organization that can accommodate cultural diversity while maintaining Islamic identity. The commercial law that emerges from this synthesis, enabling Muslim merchants to conduct business with partners from different religious and cultural backgrounds, while observing Islamic ethical requirements, provides models for international commerce that influence business practices throughout the medieval world. The gradual process by which local populations throughout Central Asia adopt Islamic practice, typically extending over several generations and involving complex negotiations between Islamic requirements and existing cultural traditions, demonstrates how spiritual conversion can occur through persuasion and example, rather than coercion or conquest. The Sufi missionaries who play crucial roles in this process, often establishing communities that blend Islamic mystical practice with local spiritual traditions, while maintaining connection to broader Islamic networks, create forms of religious life that appeal to diverse populations while preserving essential Islamic commitments. The seasonal festivals and life cycle ceremonies that Muslim communities develop, adapting Islamic liturgical requirements to local cultural expectations, while creating new traditions that serve religiously diverse populations, demonstrate how religious practice can evolve to meet changing social needs without losing essential spiritual content. The marriage customs, funeral practices, and coming-of-age ceremonies that emerge from these adaptations, often incorporating elements from multiple religious traditions, while clearly maintaining Islamic identity, provide models for how religious communities can integrate into diverse social environments. Navigating time's currents, the eternal pilgrimage. As the last echoes of the call to prayer fade into the desert silence that surrounds the ruins of ancient Merv, where archaeologists carefully brush sand from foundation stones that once supported one of the greatest libraries in the medieval world. The profound legacy of religious exchange along the Silk Roads reveals itself not in any single surviving monument or preserved text, but in the transformed consciousness that continues to shape human approaches to the winds that sweep across these Central Asian steppes, carrying dust that may once have rested in the courtyards of Buddhist monasteries or the chambers of Zoroastrian fire temples. Whisper stories of how human beings learn to see the sacred through multiple lenses, while recognizing the essential unity that connects all authentic spiritual seeking. In the manuscript collections of libraries from Beijing to Córdoba, where scholars still discover fragments of texts that preserve traces of religious synthesis that occurred centuries ago along trade routes that connected distant civilizations, the intellectual achievements of Silk Road religious encounter continue to influence contemporary understanding of how different faith traditions can enrich, rather than threaten each other. The Buddhist sutras rendered into Persian philosophical vocabulary, the Christian theological treatises adapted to Chinese cultural concepts, the Islamic commentaries that incorporate insights from Zoroastrian ethical teaching, and Hindu contemplative practice, all demonstrate possibilities for cross-cultural religious dialogue that remain relevant for addressing contemporary challenges in our increasingly interconnected world. The archaeological discoveries that emerge each year from excavation sites throughout Central Asia, revealing prayer halls where multiple religious communities shared sacred space, workshops where artisans from different traditions collaborated in creating objects of beauty and devotion, and residential quarters where families from various cultural backgrounds lived as neighbors while maintaining their distinctive religious practices, provide concrete evidence that religious diversity need not lead to conflict when social conditions encourage cooperation rather than competition. The genetic research that traces population movements throughout the Silk Road regions, revealing how extensively different ethnic groups intermixed through centuries of migration, trade, and intermarriage, demonstrates that the cultural and religious synthesis evident in Silk Road civilization reflected deep social integration rather than superficial commercial contact. The linguistic studies that document how religious terminology traveled between different language families, with Sanskrit Buddhist concepts influencing Arabic Islamic vocabulary, while Chinese philosophical terms enriched Persian mystical expression, show how spiritual insights can transcend the boundaries of particular cultural traditions while enriching the expression of universal human experiences. The architectural remains that dot the landscape from Turkey to Mongolia, where ruined churches display Buddhist decorative motifs, monastery foundations reveal Persian construction techniques, and mosque designs incorporate elements from multiple religious building traditions, demonstrate how sacred architecture can evolve through cross-cultural encounter while maintaining the essential functions that different religious communities require. These hybrid buildings speak to contemporary architects and urban planners who face similar challenges in creating spaces that can serve religiously diverse populations while respecting the particular requirements of different faith traditions. The festival traditions that persist in Central Asian communities, where Nowruz celebrations blend Zoroastrian fire rituals with Islamic prayers and Buddhist offerings, where harvest festivals incorporate elements from multiple religious calendars, and where life cycle ceremonies combine customs from various cultural sources, provide living examples of how religious practice can evolve through cultural encounter while maintaining spiritual authenticity. These contemporary practices offer insights for modern multicultural societies seeking to create shared civic traditions that honor religious diversity while building social cohesion. The mystical poetry that emerged from Silk Road religious synthesis, where Persian Sufi verses employ Buddhist concepts of impermanence, where Chinese Buddhist poetry incorporates Taoist imagery, and where Islamic mystical writing draws from Christian contemplative expression, created artistic languages that continue to inspire spiritual seekers across cultural and religious boundaries. The universal themes that these poets explored, the longing for divine union, the recognition of cosmic interconnectedness, and the celebration of spiritual transformation, speak to contemporary readers regardless of their particular religious affiliations, while demonstrating how authentic spirituality transcends cultural limitations. The educational models that Silk Road religious communities developed, combining rigorous study of particular religious traditions with respectful engagement with other wisdom systems, provide precedents for contemporary institutions seeking to prepare students for life in religiously diverse societies. The curriculum that institutions like Nalanda University offered, including Buddhist philosophy, alongside logic, medicine, astronomy, and language study, demonstrates how religious education can maintain scholarly rigor and spiritual depth while preparing students to engage constructively with diverse intellectual traditions. The diplomatic protocols that enabled peaceful relationships between religiously different political entities, based on pragmatic recognition that commercial prosperity and political stability benefit from religious tolerance rather than conflict, offer lessons for contemporary international relations. The treaty provisions that guaranteed religious freedom for merchant communities, the diplomatic immunities that protected religious pilgrims traveling through foreign territories, and the commercial agreements that enabled interfaith business partnerships, all demonstrate how political wisdom can create frameworks for peaceful coexistence, despite religious differences. The translation methodologies that Silk Road scholars developed, requiring deep understanding of both source and target cultures, while maintaining fidelity to essential spiritual content, provide models for contemporary interfaith dialogue and comparative religious study. The techniques that enabled Buddhist concepts to be expressed through Islamic philosophical vocabulary, Christian theology to be rendered in Chinese cultural terms, and Zoroastrian ethical teaching to be adapted to local moral frameworks, all demonstrate how religious truth can be shared across cultural boundaries without losing its transformative power. The commercial innovations that emerged from religiously diverse trading networks, including banking systems that functioned across religious boundaries, standardized weights and measures that facilitated interfaith commerce, and dispute resolution mechanisms that could handle conflicts between parties from different legal traditions, demonstrate how practical cooperation can transcend religious differences when economic incentives encourage collaboration rather than competition. The artistic techniques that developed through religious cross-fertilization, combining iconographic traditions from different spiritual systems while creating new forms of religious expression that spoke to diverse audiences, offer inspiration for contemporary artists and designers working in multicultural contexts. The architectural elements that enabled buildings to serve multiple religious functions, the decorative schemes that incorporated symbols from various traditions, and the artistic languages that could communicate spiritual concepts across cultural boundaries, all provide examples of how creativity can bridge religious differences while enriching artistic expression. The medical and healing traditions that resulted from religious synthesis, combining therapeutic approaches from different cultural systems while maintaining respect for various spiritual approaches to health and wellness, anticipate contemporary integrative medicine and holistic healthcare approaches. The hospital systems that serve diverse populations, the pharmaceutical knowledge that drew from multiple traditional medicine systems, and the healing practices that addressed both physical and spiritual dimensions of wellness, all demonstrate how religious wisdom can contribute to practical human welfare. The legal innovations that enabled diverse religious communities to coexist peacefully, creating frameworks for personal law that respected different religious requirements while maintaining common civic standards, provide precedents for contemporary multicultural legal systems. The commercial law that enabled interfaith business relationships, the family law that accommodated different marriage and inheritance customs, and the criminal law that could address conflicts between parties from different religious backgrounds, all demonstrate how legal systems can adapt to religious diversity while maintaining social order. As modern transportation and communication technologies create new forms of global interconnection that parallel and exceed the networks that connected Silk Road civilizations, the wisdom embedded in these ancient experiments in religious coexistence becomes increasingly relevant. The demonstration that different religious traditions can maintain their distinctive identities while learning from each other. That spiritual authenticity does not require cultural isolation, and that religious diversity can be a source of social strength rather than division. All provide hope and practical guidance for contemporary efforts to build peaceful and prosperous multicultural societies. In the quiet moments when contemporary pilgrims, whether they journey to Mecca or Jerusalem, to Bodh Gaya or Mount Kailash, pause to reflect on the spiritual achievements of those who have traveled these paths before them. The legacy of Silk Road exchanges continues to inspire recognition that the human search for meaning takes many forms, while pointing toward universal truths that unite rather than divide. The roads that once carried silken spices between distant civilizations have become pathways of the spirit that continue to connect seekers across all boundaries of culture, language, and faith. The eternal flames that once burned in Zoroastrian temples, the Dharma wheels that turned in Buddhist monasteries, the crosses that marked Nestorian churches, and the crescents that crown Islamic mosques, all pointed toward the same fundamental recognition that the sacred dimension of existence calls human beings to live with compassion, wisdom, and reverence for the mystery that sustains all life. In learning to see this common calling through the diverse expressions that different cultures and religions have created, the travelers along the Silk Roads pioneered approaches to spiritual understanding that remain essential for humanity's continued journey toward greater wisdom, deeper compassion, and more inclusive recognition of the divine presence that manifests itself through all authentic seeking. Chapter 8. Art, Literature, and Cultural Synthesis. In the pre-dawn darkness of a desert oasis, before the muezzin's call would drift across the sand dunes and the Buddhist bells would chime from stone caves carved into distant cliffs, a different kind of awakening stirred in the scriptorium of Dunhuang's great monastery. Monk Dharmakandra, his name itself a testament to the cultural currents flowing through this crossroads city, carefully unrolled a fresh sheet of mulberry paper, that miraculous Chinese invention that had revolutionized the world of letters. The paper felt cool and slightly textured beneath his fingertips, its surface ready to receive the wisdom of ages. Around him, in the gentle glow of oil lamps that cast dancing shadows across walls lined with scrolls, other scribes were already at work. The soft scratch of brush against paper created a meditative rhythm, one that seemed to harmonize with the distant tinkling of camel bells. Merchants arriving with the pre-dawn caravan from Samarkand. Through the open windows, the morning air carried the sweet fragrance of saffron that had traveled impossible distances to reach this desert haven. On the table before Dharmakandra lay texts in a dozen scripts: Sanskrit palm leaves yellow with age, Sogdian documents on Chinese paper, Tibetan scrolls written in bold strokes, and Persian illuminated pages where gold leaf caught the lamplight like trapped stars. Here was a world where wisdom traditions flowed together, like streams converging in an oasis. The young monk paused in his work, his brush hovering above a passage describing the Buddha's teaching to a gathering of diverse disciples. How fitting, he thought, that he should be copying these words in a place where cultures mingled in the dusty streets outside. The very act of translation had become an act of cultural creation, each brushstroke carrying not just the original meaning, but the accumulated understanding of all who had touched these teachings as they traveled the great routes from India through Central Asia to China. Through the scriptorium's doorway, Dharmakandra could see into the temple courtyard where morning prayers were beginning. The scene would have amazed visitors from distant lands, monks chanting in Sanskrit while merchants offered silk banners, officials burned incense, and converts prostrated before Buddha statues whose faces showed subtle traces of artistic techniques inherited from distant Gandhara. The very stones seemed to hold memories of Alexander's armies, Kushan kings, and Silk Road caravans, stretching back through centuries of cultural flowering. This was more than a monastery. It was a living museum of human creativity, where the artistic traditions of half the known world converged in daily acts of devotion, scholarship, and cultural preservation. The manuscripts being created here would outlive empires, carrying forward the synthesized wisdom of countless generations who had walked the Silk Road's dusty paths. The seeds of artistic flowering. Long before the great cultural renaissance that would bloom in Tang Dynasty China, the seeds of artistic synthesis were being planted in the workshops of distant Gandhara. Here, in the mountainous borderlands of present-day Pakistan and Afghanistan, something unprecedented was taking shape in the 2nd century of the Common Era, the world's first artistic fusion that would echo across continents and centuries. Master Apollodorus, whose very name betrayed his Greek heritage, worked carefully in his stone carving workshop near Peshawar, the warm afternoon light filtering through wooden lattice windows onto his workbench. Before him lay a piece of gray schist, its surface waiting to receive the image that had been commissioned by the local Buddhist monastery. But this would be no ordinary religious sculpture. For Apollodorus was part of a revolutionary moment in art history, when Greek techniques met Buddhist spirituality to create an entirely new visual language. His hands moved with practiced precision as he carved the flowing robes of a Buddha figure. The drapery fell in natural folds, each crease carefully modeled to suggest the weight of real fabric, techniques that would have been recognized in the workshops of ancient Athens. Yet the face emerging from the stone carried the serene expression of enlightenment, the half-closed eyes that spoke of Buddhist meditation and inner peace. In the workshop beside him, his colleague Rahula offered quiet suggestions about the proper symbolic gestures that would convey specific teachings to the faithful. The Buddha's hair followed Greek conventions for depicting curly locks, yet each curl was arranged as a symbol of spiritual attainment. Most remarkably, these Greek-featured Buddhas wore expressions of profound inner peace that seemed to bridge two worlds of understanding. As Apollodorus worked, the sounds of the cosmopolitan city filtered through his workshop. Merchants calling prices in multiple languages, Buddhist chanting mixing with Zoroastrian fire ceremonies, the clip-clop of horses carrying diplomatic envoys between distant empires. This was Gandhara at its cultural height, a place where Mediterranean artistic traditions encountered Indian spirituality, creating hybrid forms that would travel the Silk Road to transform the art of Central Asia and China. The statues emerging from workshops like his would become more than religious objects. They were cultural ambassadors, carrying Greek sculptural techniques eastward along the trading routes. When Buddhist merchants and pilgrims encountered these Greco-Buddhist sculptures, they saw their faith expressed through the most sophisticated artistic techniques then known to the world. A relief showing the Buddha's birth might use Greek techniques for modeling the human form while employing Indian conventions for depicting divine radiance. The result was art that spoke to audiences from multiple cultural backgrounds, each group finding familiar elements within an innovative synthesis that enlarged the possibilities of sacred art. By the 3rd century, Gandharan influence was visible in Buddhist sites, from Bamiyan in Afghanistan to Kucha in western China. The great Buddha statues carved into the cliffs at Bamiyan showed clear traces of Gandharan influence in their treatment of drapery and facial features, even as they adapted to local Central Asian preferences and materials. This artistic diffusion was not simple copying but creative adaptation. Each cultural center that encountered Gandharan art forms transformed them according to local tastes and spiritual emphases. The rigid naturalism of Greek sculpture gave way to more stylized forms that emphasized spiritual rather than physical beauty, while the symbolic vocabulary expanded to incorporate elements from diverse wisdom traditions. The manuscripts being created in Dharmakandra's scriptorium at Dunhuang were, in many ways, the literary equivalent of Gandharan sculpture, hybrid forms that combined elements from multiple traditions to create something new and culturally powerful. Just as Greek sculptural techniques had been adapted to express Buddhist spirituality, so too were narrative forms from different cultures being woven together to create new forms of literature that could speak to the cosmopolitan audiences of the Silk Road cities. The Sogdian Cultural Renaissance. As these artistic traditions took root in Central Asian soil, they encountered the commercial genius and cultural sophistication of the Sogdians, those master intermediaries who would transform scattered influences into a coherent renaissance. In the 6th century, the city of Panja, Kent, stood as perhaps the most vivid example of this cultural flowering. a place where merchant wealth created the patronage necessary for artistic experimentation on an unprecedented scale. The Great Hall of Wakshuvar's mansion bore witness to this cultural synthesis on a summer evening in 580 CE, when the walls themselves seemed to pulse with life and color. 15 feet above the marble floors, elaborate frescoes unfolded in horizontal bands, their pigments as fresh and vibrant as the day the artists had mixed distant lapis lazuli with local mineral clays. Wakshuvar himself, his silk robes shimmering with threads dyed in precious saffron, moved among his guests with the easy grace of a man comfortable in multiple worlds. Tonight, his hall hosted a gathering that would have been impossible anywhere else on Earth. A Chinese diplomatic envoy, recently arrived from Chang'an, a Buddhist monk from Kashmir, carrying manuscripts that required translation, a Zoroastrian priest whose fire temple had commissioned new ritual vessels, and a Persian minstrel whose songs carried echoes of Sasanian court poetry. The evening's entertainment perfectly captured the cultural fusion that had become Panjikent's hallmark. Musicians played instruments that told the story of Silk Road exchange in their very construction. A pear-shaped lute whose form had traveled from Persia through Central Asia, its soundboard inlaid with mother-of-pearl from distant Pacific shores. A zither whose strings followed Chinese musical scales but whose decorative motifs showed Iranian influence. As the evening progressed, guests were treated to performances that seamlessly blended traditions from across the known world. A storyteller recited episodes from Rustam's adventures against the demons, but his narrative technique showed clear influence from Buddhist literature, with its emphasis on moral instruction and karmic consequences. Dancers performed the Sogdian whirl, that ecstatic spinning dance that had become famous from Beijing to Byzantium, their movements accompanied by music that wove Persian melodies through Central Asian rhythmic patterns. The walls of this remarkable room preserved what may be the most complete record of Sogdian cultural synthesis ever discovered. The top register showed religious ceremonies where different faith traditions mingled freely. The middle section transported viewers into the world of Persian epic poetry, but this was not simply Iranian literature translated into visual form. Sogdian artists had transformed these future verses of the Shahnameh into a distinctly Central Asian vision, where heroes wore armor that combined Persian, Chinese, and nomadic elements, and fought demons that bore features drawn from local shamanic traditions, as well as Zoroastrian mythology. What made these frescoes extraordinary was not just their cultural breadth, but their artistic sophistication. The Sogdian painters had developed a distinctive style that combined naturalistic modeling techniques, inherited from Gandharan art, with the flat, decorative approaches favored in Persian and Chinese painting. Figures showed realistic proportions and spatial relationships, yet were rendered in brilliant colors that created an overall decorative magnificence. The techniques employed by these artists reveal the international character of Sogdian cultural networks. The preparation of walls followed Roman fresco methods, while pigments came from across the known world: ultramarine from Afghan lapis lazuli, cinnabar from China, gold leaf from India. The brushes and tools showed influence from Chinese painting techniques, while compositional principles drew from Persian manuscript illumination and Buddhist temple painting traditions. Perhaps most significantly, these Sogdian artists had developed their own iconographic vocabulary that could communicate across cultural boundaries. A figure's costume might combine elements from Chinese court dress, Persian royal regalia, and Central Asian nomadic clothing to indicate high status while appealing to viewers from different backgrounds. Religious symbols were similarly synthesized. Buddhist lotus motifs combined with Zoroastrian fire symbols and Chinese dragon imagery created decorative elements that carried meaning for diverse audiences while creating new aesthetic possibilities. The influence of Sogdian artistic synthesis extended far beyond the walls of wealthy merchants' homes. Portable objects created in Sogdian workshops, silk textiles with characteristic roundel patterns, silver vessels decorated with multicultural mythological scenes, jewelry that combined techniques from multiple traditions, carried these hybrid aesthetic vocabularies throughout the Silk Road network. When these objects reached markets in Chang'an, Constantinople or Delhi, they influenced local artistic production and contributed to the creation of new hybrid forms. The literary culture that flourished alongside this artistic renaissance was equally sophisticated and cosmopolitan. Sogdian poets and writers, working in a language that had become the lingua franca of Silk Road commerce, created works that drew inspiration from the great literary traditions of Persia, India, China, and the Mediterranean world. Epic poetry in the Sogdian language incorporated narrative techniques from Persian court literature, character development from Buddhist stories, and structural elements from Chinese historical writing. The merchant families who patronized this cultural renaissance were not merely passive consumers, but active participants in the creative process. Men like Wakshuvar traveled extensively throughout the Silk Road network, bringing back artistic objects and literary texts from distant lands. These collections became raw material for local artists and writers to study, adapt, and transform according to their own aesthetic visions and the tastes of their cosmopolitan clientele. Yet the cultural synthesis that emerged in places like Punjab, Kent, transcended its commercial origins to become something genuinely innovative and aesthetically powerful. The Sogdians had not simply created artistic forms that sold well in diverse markets. They had developed new aesthetic possibilities that enlarged the expressive range of visual art, literature, and music. Their synthetic approach had demonstrated that cultural boundaries, rather than limiting artistic possibilities, could become sources of creative inspiration when crossed by artists with sufficient skill and vision. The Tang cosmopolitan flowering. Meanwhile, in the great cities of the Tang Empire, the cultural currents that had been flowing eastward along the Silk Road converged in an explosion of artistic creativity that would establish China as the cosmopolitan center of the medieval world. Chang'an in 742 CE was arguably the most culturally diverse city on Earth, home to over 1 million inhabitants who spoke dozens of languages and had brought with them the artistic traditions of half the known world. In the western quarter of the capital, near the Great West Market where foreign merchants established their shops, stood the workshop compound of Master Liu Xingjian, the most celebrated craftsman in an empire renowned for artistic achievement. On this particular morning in early spring, his workshops hummed with creative activity that would have astonished visitors from less cosmopolitan societies. The sounds that filled the courtyards told the story of cultural synthesis, the rhythmic hammering of Persian silversmiths working alongside Chinese masters, the scratch of brushes as artists painted silk banners, the delicate chiming of bronze bells being tuned by musicians whose understanding drew from Greek mathematics, Indian musical theory, and Chinese ceremonial traditions. The objects emerging from these workshops were destined for the most exclusive clientele, the imperial court, wealthy aristocratic families, and foreign embassies that required gifts appropriate for distant rulers. Each piece represented not merely superior craftsmanship, but cultural sophistication of the highest order, the ability to synthesize aesthetic elements from across Eurasia into forms that appeared both familiar and wonderfully exotic to Chinese eyes. In the textile workshop, artisans created silk hangings that perfectly captured the Tang aesthetic of cosmopolitan luxury. The designs being woven into these silks told the story of Tang China's cultural openness. Persian hunting scenes where mounted kings pursued lions. Buddhist paradise gardens filled with lotus blossoms and celestial musicians. Central Asian roundel patterns that framed mythological creatures, and Chinese landscape elements that provided familiar reference points within compositions that celebrated the foreign and exotic. The Tang flower motif that decorated many of these textiles had become an emblem of the dynasty's cultural confidence. What appeared to be a purely Chinese decorative element was actually a synthesis of Persian palmettes, Indian lotus forms, and Chinese peony conventions. The resulting pattern possessed an organic vitality that had made Tang textiles prized from Japan to Byzantium, but its hybrid origins were visible to anyone familiar with the diverse artistic traditions from which it had been constructed. The workshop's most ambitious project was a series of silk banners commissioned for the upcoming visit of Japanese diplomatic envoys. These hangings would eventually make their way to the Shosoan Repository in Nara, where they would survive for over a millennium as testimony to Tang China's cultural achievements. The designs incorporated elements from across the Tang Empire's sphere of influence. Buddhist paradise scenes executed in techniques that showed Central Asian influence, musical instruments whose forms revealed their Persian and Sogdian origins, and architectural elements that combine Chinese palatial motifs with foreign decorative details. The banner's iconographic program was particularly sophisticated, designed to communicate Tang cultural supremacy through the deliberate incorporation and transformation of foreign artistic elements. A scene showing celestial musicians included figures playing instruments from across Eurasia. Persian-style lutes with mother-of-pearl inlay, Central Asian drums, Chinese flutes, and zithers, whose tuning systems had been influenced by Greek mathematical concepts transmitted through scholarly networks. In the metalworking section of Master Liu's compound, Persian and Chinese artisans collaborated on pieces that pushed the boundaries of possibility. The most spectacular current project was a set of gold and silver vessels commissioned by Emperor Xuanzong himself for court ceremonies that would host foreign dignitaries. Each piece combined techniques from multiple traditions: Persian repoussé work, Chinese granulation, and inlay work, using precious stones from across the known world. A magnificent silver ewer demonstrated the sophistication of this cultural synthesis. Its basic form followed Persian prototypes, with an elegant pear-shaped body and graceful handle, but Chinese craftsmen had refined the proportions according to aesthetic principles derived from their own bronze working traditions. The decorative program combined elements from multiple sources: Persian hunting scenes rendered in Chinese painting conventions, Buddhist lotus motifs executed in Central Asian style, and Taoist immortals depicted with awareness of Zoroastrian symbolic traditions. The workshop's music section provided perhaps the most vivid example of Tang cultural synthesis in action. Here, instrument makers from across the empire worked together to create musical devices that could satisfy the cosmopolitan tastes of Tang elite society while maintaining technical excellence. The current focus was a magnificent pear-shaped lute, a pipa, being created for presentation to the Japanese embassy. Master Hu Dexin, whose surname revealed his Central Asian origins, supervised the lute's construction with meticulous attention to both aesthetic and acoustic considerations. The instrument's basic form followed traditions that had traveled eastward from Persian prototypes, but every element had been refined according to Chinese aesthetic principles. The proportions adjusted to accord with Chinese mathematical concepts. The decorative inlay executed using techniques that accommodated Persian and Central Asian design motifs. And the acoustic properties fine-tuned according to Chinese musical scales enriched through contact with Indian and Persian melodic conventions. The pipa's soundboard bore an extraordinary example of Tang decorative art, a design showing a Central Asian hunter pursuing a gazelle through a landscape of flowering trees and exotic birds. The hunter's costume combined elements from Persian court dress, Chinese military armor, and Central Asian nomadic clothing. The landscape employed Chinese painting conventions, but incorporated Persian textile patterns as decorative elements. The gazelle was rendered with naturalistic accuracy that showed Greek influence transmitted through Gandharan artistic traditions, while the flowering trees included species from across Eurasia, creating a paradise garden that represented the cultural diversity of the Tang Empire itself. When completed, this lutu would serve as a diplomatic gift that communicated Tang China's cultural sophistication to the Japanese court. Its hybrid aesthetic, recognizably Chinese, yet incorporating refined elements from Persian, Central Asian, and Indian traditions, would demonstrate the Tang Empire's position as inheritor and synthesizer of Eurasian cultural achievements. The workshop's production methods revealed the systematic nature of Tang cultural synthesis. Rather than simply copying foreign artistic forms, Chinese craftsmen had developed sophisticated methods for analyzing, adapting, and improving upon foreign techniques. Persian repoussé work was studied to understand underlying principles that could be applied to Chinese decorative programs. Central Asian textile patterns were examined for their structural logic, then adapted to create new patterns that maintained aesthetic appeal while incorporating Chinese symbolic elements. This systematic approach required institutional support unique to Tang China. The imperial workshops maintained libraries of foreign artistic objects that served as reference materials for craftsmen. Embassy gifts and tribute items were cataloged and made available to artists who needed to understand foreign aesthetic traditions. The workshops also employed foreign artisans, not merely as specialists, but as teachers who could transmit technical knowledge to Chinese apprentices, ensuring that foreign techniques became part of Chinese craft traditions. The results were visible throughout Tang society. In the great Buddhist monasteries of Chang'an, temple buildings combined Chinese architectural principles with decorative elements drawn from Indian, Central Asian, and Persian traditions. The painted sculptures that filled these temples showed faces that reflected awareness of Gandharan artistic traditions, wore costumes that incorporated international textile patterns, and were surrounded by architectural settings that combined Chinese palatial elements with foreign decorative details adapted to serve Buddhist iconographic programs. In the private residences of wealthy Chang'an families, interior decorations celebrated the cosmopolitan character of Tang culture through systematic incorporation of foreign artistic elements within fundamentally Chinese domestic settings. Silk hangings displayed Persian hunting scenes rendered in Chinese painting techniques. Furniture combined Chinese joinery methods with decorative inlay work learned from Persian and Central Asian craftsmen. Garden designs incorporated exotic plants from across the Silk Road network within landscape concepts that remained recognizably Chinese. This cultural flowering reached its most systematic expression in the great imperial collections that were being assembled during this period. The objects that would eventually fill treasure houses like the Shoshoan repository represented not merely the wealth of the Tang Empire, but its cultural sophistication. The ability to take the finest artistic traditions from across the known world and transform them into new forms of beauty that transcended their individual cultural origins, while remaining recognizably products of Tang Chinese civilization. The Great Translation Movement and Literary Renaissance. As the cultural synthesis visible in Tang material culture reached its height, a parallel revolution was transforming the world of literature through the most ambitious translation project in human history. The great manuscript repositories at Dunhuang, Turfan, and other oasis cities had become centers of literary activity that rivaled the famous libraries of Alexandria and Baghdad, but with a crucial difference. These Central Asian centers specialized in the systematic translation and adaptation of texts from dozens of languages and cultural traditions. Brother Fajing carefully examined the Sanskrit palm leaf manuscript that had arrived with the most recent caravan from Kashmir, his trained eye assessing both its textual significance and physical condition. The leaves bore the elegant curves of Devanagari script written in iron gall ink that had faded to warm brown after decades of travel. The text was a commentary on the Lotus Sutra, but what made this particular manuscript precious was its marginal annotations, notes written by Indian scholars that provided interpretations not found in any other version. Around Fajing, in the Dunhuang Translation Center, dozens of scholars worked at the complex process of rendering Indian wisdom into Chinese. The work required not merely linguistic skill but profound cultural sensitivity, for each language carried within it entire worldviews that did not always correspond to the assumptions of other cultures. Sanskrit, with its precise philosophical vocabulary developed over centuries, presented concepts that had no direct Chinese equivalents. Chinese, with its literary traditions stretching back over a millennium, offered expressive possibilities that were unknown in Sanskrit. By lamplight, Fajing listened as native speakers of Sanskrit read through texts and provided oral explanations, their voices weaving meaning across the gulf between languages. Chinese scholars with knowledge of Buddhist philosophy suggested terms that might capture essential meanings, while others worked to ensure consistency with established conventions, while remaining alert to opportunities for improvement. The process unfolded with the rhythm of careful scholarship, question and response, suggestion and refinement, the gradual emergence of understanding from the patient work of cultural bridge-building. The manuscripts that emerged were far more than simple translations. They were new literary creations that adapted Indian spiritual insights to Chinese cultural contexts while preserving essential meaning. A Sanskrit term like dharma, which carried complex associations developed over centuries of Indian religious thought, might be translated using Chinese characters that evoked related but distinctly Chinese concepts, creating hybrid meanings that were neither purely Indian nor purely Chinese, but something genuinely new. The physical production of these translated manuscripts required resources that demonstrated the sophistication of Silk Road cultural networks. The paper represented one of China's greatest technological contributions to world civilization, a writing material that was lighter, more durable, and far cheaper than the palm leaves or parchment used elsewhere. But the inks and binding materials came from across the known world. Cinnabar from Central Asian mines, fine brushes made from animal hair found in distant forests, silk threads for binding from Chinese workshops that had perfected their craft over centuries. The decorative elements that adorned important manuscripts revealed the international character of Silk Road book culture. Illuminated Buddhist texts combined Indian iconographic traditions with Chinese painting techniques and Central Asian decorative patterns. A manuscript of the Diamond Sutra might feature Buddha figures rendered in the Gandharan style, but surrounded by landscape elements that showed Chinese influence and decorative borders that employed Persian textile patterns adapted to manuscript decoration. The result was visual art that could communicate across cultural boundaries while creating new aesthetic possibilities. The translation movement was not limited to Buddhist texts, though these formed the largest category. Taoist philosophical texts were rendered into Sanskrit and Central Asian languages, carrying Chinese spiritual concepts westward. Persian Zoroastrian literature was translated into Chinese, introducing Chinese readers to Iranian mythological and ethical traditions. Manichaean texts, originally composed in Aramaic and Middle Persian, were translated into Chinese, Sogdian, and Turkish, spreading this syncretic religion throughout Central Asia. Even secular literature crossed cultural boundaries. Persian epic poetry was adapted into Chinese, while Chinese historical works were translated into Central Asian languages. The Sogdian scholars who participated in this movement deserve special recognition, for they often served as crucial intermediaries in the transmission of texts between languages that had little direct contact. A Buddhist text might travel from its original Sanskrit through Sogdian translation before being rendered into Chinese, with Sogdian scholars adding their own interpretive insights at each stage. The Sogdian language itself became a repository of international literary culture, with original works incorporating elements from Persian epic poetry, Buddhist narrative literature, Chinese historical writing, and local Central Asian oral traditions. The most remarkable aspect of this translation movement was its systematic character. Rather than simply rendering individual texts from one language to another, the scholars working in centers like Dunhuang were creating comprehensive libraries that made the intellectual achievements of multiple cultures available to readers from other backgrounds. An educated Chinese Buddhist in the 8th century could read, in translation, the major philosophical works of Indian Buddhism, the epic literature of Iran, the historical chronicles of Central Asian kingdoms, and even fragments of Greek philosophical texts that had been preserved through Persian scholarly traditions. The manuscripts being produced were not intended merely for local use but as contributions to an international scholarly network that connected monasteries, libraries, and courts, from Korea to Constantinople. Buddhist pilgrims traveling between India and China carried these translated texts as precious cargo, introducing Indian concepts to Chinese audiences while bringing Chinese interpretive innovations back to Indian scholarly circles. Sogdian merchants often served as patrons for translation projects that would benefit the cosmopolitan communities they had established throughout Central Asia. The influence of this translation movement extended far beyond religious and philosophical literature. Scientific texts from Greek and Persian traditions were rendered into Chinese, introducing mathematical, astronomical, and medical knowledge that would transform Chinese intellectual culture. Chinese poetry began to incorporate metrical patterns derived from Persian verse forms, while Persian epic poetry adopted narrative techniques learned from Chinese historical writing. Sanskrit Buddhist literature showed the influence of Chinese philosophical concepts, while Chinese Buddhist texts employed logical structures derived from Indian philosophical methods. One of the most striking examples of this literary synthesis can be found in the transformation narratives that became popular throughout the Silk Road region. These stories typically describe the magical transformation of characters from one cultural identity to another, serving as metaphors for the cultural synthesis occurring throughout Central Asian society. A typical narrative might begin with a Chinese princess who becomes a Persian warrior maiden, then transforms into a Buddhist goddess, and finally returns to human form as a Sogdian merchant woman. Each transformation would be described using literary techniques and cultural references drawn from the appropriate tradition, creating stories that served as virtual encyclopedias of Silk Road cultural knowledge. The preservation of this literary culture became increasingly urgent as political changes threatened the stability of trading networks. The Great Library Cave at Dunhuang, sealed sometime in the 11th century, represents one of the most successful attempts to preserve this international literary heritage. The 60,000 manuscripts found in that cave in 1900 constitute the largest and most diverse collection of Silk Road texts ever assembled, providing modern scholars with unprecedented insight into the literary culture that flourished during the height of cultural exchange. The imperial collections and cultural memory. The systematic preservation of cultural achievements reached its most sophisticated expression in the great imperial repositories that were being assembled during the height of Silk Road cultural exchange. Far across the Yellow Sea from the translation centers of Central Asia, in the Japanese capital of Nara, another kind of cultural synthesis was taking place, one that would create the most complete surviving record of 8th century Silk Road material culture. Empress Komyo stood in the treasure hall of Todaiji Temple on a misty autumn morning in 756, surrounded by the magnificent objects that had defined her husband Emperor Shomu's reign. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted a mother-of-pearl inlaid lute, a biwa whose pear-shaped form immediately revealed its foreign origins. The instrument had been crafted by Chinese artisans, using techniques learned from Sogdian masters, decorated with Persian motifs adapted to Chinese aesthetic preferences, and strung with silk processed, using methods originally developed in Indian workshops. The biwa's soundboard bore an extraordinary hunting scene, a mounted figure pursuing game animals through a landscape of flowering trees and exotic birds. The hunter's costume combined elements from Persian court dress and Chinese military armor, while his mount displayed the refined proportions that Central Asian horse breeders had achieved through centuries of careful selection. The landscape employed Chinese painting conventions but included flowering plants from across the Silk Road network, lotus blossoms from India, peonies from China, roses from Persia, creating a paradise garden that represented the cultural diversity of the Buddhist world. The mother-of-pearl inlay that created these images came from mollusks, harvested in the South China Sea, but the techniques for cutting and fitting the pieces had been developed in Persian workshops and refined through Chinese lacquerwork methods. The resulting decorative effects possessed both the luminous beauty prized in Chinese art and the intricate patterning favored in Persian traditions, creating visual experiences that transcended the aesthetic boundaries of any single cultural tradition. Around the biwa in the temple treasury lay hundreds of other treasures that chronicled the artistic achievements of Silk Road exchange. Silk textiles displayed Persian hunting scenes rendered in Chinese weaving techniques. Gold and silver vessels showed forms derived from Persian prototypes, but executed using Chinese metalworking methods. Glass bowls displayed the sophisticated knowledge of Middle Eastern craftsmen, while bearing decorative patterns that revealed awareness of Chinese ceramic traditions. Perhaps the most remarkable single object was a sandalwood and ivory chest, whose construction encapsulated the international character of 8th-century material culture. The carpentry followed Chinese traditions, with complex joinery that created strong construction without metal fasteners. The sandalwood had been imported from India, where its aromatic properties made it especially valued for religious purposes. The ivory came from Southeast Asian elephants, harvested according to methods developed over centuries of international trade. The chest's decorative program combined iconographic elements from across the Buddhist world. Lotus motifs executed in Indian style shared space with Chinese dragon imagery and Persian floral patterns. Buddhist narrative scenes employed compositional techniques that showed awareness of Gandharan sculptural traditions while incorporating landscape elements familiar from Chinese painting conventions. The overall effect was decorative art that could communicate across cultural boundaries while creating aesthetic experiences of unprecedented richness. The imperial robes preserved in the collection provided striking evidence of the textile arts' role in cultural exchange. One particularly magnificent garment, a 9-panel kesa that had been worn by Emperor Shomu himself, demonstrated the transformation of utilitarian religious clothing into high art. The basic construction followed traditional Buddhist requirements, but the execution employed the finest materials and most sophisticated techniques available. Silk fragments and colors achieved through dyes imported from across the trading network, stitching that followed Chinese needlework traditions refined through Persian influence, and design concepts that showed awareness of Central Asian textile patterns and Indian decorative traditions. The musical instruments provided particularly vivid evidence of cultural transmission. In addition to the mother-of-pearl inlaid biwa, the treasury contained examples of virtually every type of musical device that had traveled the trading routes. Persian-style lutes showed the westward spread of Chinese construction techniques, while Chinese zithers displayed decorative patterns that revealed Persian and Central Asian influence. Drums from Central Asia bore membrane heads prepared according to techniques from different traditions, but assembled using methods that combined the best features of each approach. The systematic character of this collection revealed the Japanese court's sophisticated understanding of its position within Silk Road cultural networks. Rather than simply acquiring exotic objects for their novelty value, the imperial collections had been assembled to demonstrate Japan's participation in the cosmopolitan Buddhist civilization that connected the monasteries and courts of Asia. Each object served multiple functions: religious significance for ceremonial purposes, diplomatic importance as evidence of international connections, and cultural value as examples of the highest artistic achievements of the international Buddhist community. The care with which these objects were preserved demonstrated awareness of their historical significance that was remarkable for its time. The Shosoin repository, specially constructed to house the imperial treasures, employed sophisticated climate control methods that would preserve organic materials for over a millennium. The wooden construction used interlocking timbers that expanded and contracted with seasonal humidity changes, creating natural climate control that protected silk textiles, wooden objects, and paper manuscripts from the deterioration that had destroyed most contemporary collections elsewhere. The inventories that recorded the collection's contents represented pioneering efforts in museum documentation and cultural preservation. Each object was carefully described, its provenance noted when known, and its cultural significance explained in terms that revealed sophisticated understanding of Silk Road cultural networks. These records, preserved alongside the objects themselves, provide modern scholars with unprecedented insight into 8th century understanding of cultural exchange and international artistic influences. The international character of the collection reflected deliberate cultural policy on the part of the Japanese imperial court. Japan's position at the eastern terminus of Silk Road networks provided unique opportunities to acquire the finest products of international artistic exchange, but it also created obligations to serve as custodian for cultural treasures that represented the achievements of the entire Buddhist world. The imperial collections were intended not merely as private treasures, but as repositories of international cultural heritage that would preserve the artistic achievements of Silk Road civilization for future generations. The preservation of cultural memory. As the cultural flowering that had characterized the height of Silk Road exchange began to face challenges from changing political circumstances and shifting trade routes, the preservation of accumulated knowledge and artistic achievement became a matter of increasing urgency. The great repository caves at sites like Dunhuang represented systematic attempts to safeguard the cultural heritage of international exchange for future generations. The sealing of Dunhuang's library cave, probably in the early 11th century, marked both an ending and a beginning. As a Buddhist monk carefully arranged the final manuscripts and artworks in the hidden chamber by the light of flickering oil lamps, he was participating in one of history's most successful preservation efforts. Perhaps he whispered prayers for unknown future readers as he sealed away the wisdom of ages. 60,000 items that would remain hidden for 9 centuries, representing not just the library of a single monastery, but a comprehensive archive of Silk Road cultural achievement. The process of selection revealed sophisticated understanding of cultural value that transcended narrow sectarian interests. Buddhist texts in a dozen languages shared space with Taoist philosophical works, Manichaean religious literature, Nestorian Christian documents, and secular works that included everything from government records to folk songs. The preservation criteria seemed to emphasize cultural diversity and historical significance rather than doctrinal orthodoxy. The physical arrangement of materials demonstrated systematic archival methods that would be recognized by modern librarians. Related texts were bundled together, wrapped in silk protective covers, and arranged in sequences that suggested organizational principles based on subject matter, language, and historical period. Labels written in Chinese, Tibetan, and other languages provided finding aids that would allow future scholars to locate specific materials within the vast collection. The cave also contained numerous examples of portable art that had been preserved alongside the manuscripts. Silk paintings that rolled into compact bundles, wooden printing blocks that could reproduce texts and images, and small bronze sculptures that represented the finest achievements of international religious art. These objects, many showing clear evidence of extensive travel and use, had been selected not because of monetary value, but because of cultural significance as records of artistic exchange and religious synthesis. The printing blocks found in the cave deserve special attention as evidence of the technological sophistication that supported Silk Road cultural networks. These wooden blocks, carved with text and images that could be reproduced through printing, represented a revolutionary approach to cultural preservation and transmission. Rather than depending on hand copying, a slow, expensive, and error-prone process, printing technology allowed for rapid and accurate reproduction, making it possible to disseminate knowledge throughout the trading network with unprecedented speed and reliability. The famous Diamond Sutra scroll found in the cave, dated 868 CE, and bearing the inscription, made for universal free distribution by Wang Ji on behalf of his two parents, represents both the earliest dated printed book in existence and a powerful statement about the democratic potential of printing technology. The sutra's text, originally composed in India and translated into Chinese through collaborative international scholarship, could now be reproduced in unlimited quantities and distributed to anyone interested in Buddhist teaching, regardless of social status or economic resources. The manuscript culture preserved in caves like Dunhuang reveals the sophisticated international networks that had developed to support scholarly communication throughout the region. Letters written in Sogdian document correspondence between merchants and their business partners, revealing commercial relationships that had personal and cultural dimensions extending far beyond simple economic exchange. Bilingual dictionaries demonstrate the practical linguistic needs of polyglot communities, where people needed to communicate across cultural boundaries daily. The religious manuscripts provide compelling evidence of the syncretic spiritual culture that had emerged in Silk Road communities. Buddhist texts incorporate Taoist philosophical concepts, Manichaean literature employs Buddhist narrative techniques, and Nestorian Christian documents show awareness of Islamic theological arguments. The boundaries between religious traditions, rather than creating barriers, seem to have become sources of creative inspiration for spiritual seekers who found value in multiple wisdom traditions. The secular literature, folk songs, popular stories, administrative documents, personal letters, provides intimate glimpses into daily life in communities shaped by international cultural exchange. Chinese folk songs incorporate musical elements from Central Asian traditions. Persian epic poetry is adapted to Chinese literary conventions, and administrative documents reveal the practical challenges of governing multicultural communities, where different groups maintain their own customs while participating in shared systems. The preservation of this cultural archive was not an isolated achievement, but part of a broader pattern of cultural conservation that characterized the final centuries of classical Silk Road civilization. Similar repositories, though few as well preserved as Dunhuang's library cave, existed throughout Central Asia, each serving as part of a backup system for preserving the accumulated knowledge and artistic achievements of international cultural exchange. The scholars and religious practitioners who created these preservation systems demonstrated remarkable foresight in recognizing the historical significance of the cultural synthesis occurring around them. Rather than taking international cultural exchange for granted as a permanent feature of their world, they understood that political changes and economic disruptions could threaten the cosmopolitan civilization they had inherited, and they took systematic steps to preserve its achievements for future generations, who might live in very different circumstances. Their efforts proved remarkably successful. When explorers opened Dunhuang's library cave in 1907, they discovered not just a collection of old manuscripts, but a complete record of one of history's greatest experiments in international cultural cooperation. The objects and texts preserved there provide modern scholars with detailed documentation of cultural exchange processes that transformed artistic traditions, literary forms, scientific knowledge, and religious understanding throughout Eurasia. Epilogue: The Eternal Flowering. As we close this exploration of artistic and literary synthesis along the Silk Road, the morning sun rises once again over the desert oasis where our journey began. In the restored caves of Dunhuang, in the museums that house Silk Road treasures from Tokyo to London, in the concert halls where musicians still play instruments whose forms traveled ancient trading routes, The cultural achievements documented in these pages continue to enrich human experience and inspire new forms of creative expression. The story of Silk Road cultural exchange reminds us that some of humanity's greatest achievements emerge not from cultural isolation, but from the courageous willingness of artists, scholars, and spiritual seekers to cross boundaries, encounter difference, and discover the creative possibilities that exist in the spaces between traditions. The Buddha figures carved in distant Gandhara, the manuscripts preserved in Central Asian caves, the musical instruments that carried melodies across continents, and the textiles that wove together aesthetic traditions from around the world, all testify to the transformative power of cultural openness and mutual respect. In our own interconnected age, when digital networks allow for cultural exchange at speeds that would have astonished Silk Road merchants and scholars, we can find inspiration in their example of thoughtful, respectful cultural synthesis that honored the integrity of different traditions while creating new possibilities for human creativity and understanding. The flowering of art and literature along the Silk Road continues to bloom in every act of cultural bridge building, every moment of creative synthesis, and every effort to preserve the cultural achievements of the past for the enrichment of future generations. Their legacy whispers to us across the centuries. In difference lies not danger, but the seeds of unprecedented beauty, waiting to blossom in the patient gardens of human creativity. Chapter 9. Peoples of the Silk Road, Migrations, Societies, and Cross-Cultural Encounters. The morning mist clung to the cobblestones of Chang'an's Western Market as the wedding procession made its way through streets that had witnessed 1,000 such ceremonies, yet none quite like this one. Mir, grandson of a Sogdian merchant who had arrived in the Tang capital with nothing but silver coins sewn into his traveling robe, adjusted the silk collar of his wedding garment, a robe that told the story of cultural fusion in every thread. The fabric whispered softly against his skin, silk that had been woven in Chinese workshops from cocoons tended by methods guarded for millennia, yet dyed with techniques perfected in distant Samarkand, where saffron bloomed like golden snow across ancient fields. The embroidered patterns that adorned his sleeves had been stitched with Persian roundel motifs, circles within circles that spoke of eternity, and the endless connections binding distant peoples. The cut of the garment itself followed a style that would have been recognizable in the bazaars of Baghdad, the counting houses of Constantinople, or the silk warehouses where Armenian merchants conducted their intricate negotiations with suppliers from across the known world. Beside him walked Liu Mingzhu, daughter of a Chinese silk weaver whose family had served the imperial workshops for 7 generations. Her wedding costume sparkled like captured starlight, Chinese silk the color of spring jade, smooth as morning dew yet strong as the bonds that would unite 2 ancient peoples. The jewelry adorning her graceful neck combined Sogdian metalworking traditions with Chinese craftsmanship. Silver worked so fine it seemed like frozen music. Garnets that caught the early light like drops of wine pressed from grapes that had ripened under foreign suns. Her headdress crowned her dark hair with symbols both familiar and foreign. Buddhist lotus blossoms intertwined with Zoroastrian fire motifs, their ancient meanings woven together like the lives they represented. Pearls from the South China Sea caught the morning light alongside garnets that had traveled impossible distances through mountain passes, where snow leopards padded silently across paths, worn smooth by countless caravans. Each ornament told a story of journey and transformation, of treasures that had crossed deserts and oceans to find their perfect home in this moment of union between two hearts and two worlds. The sounds of the awakening city created a symphony of cultural blending that would have been unimaginable in any earlier age. From the compound where Persian merchants housed their prize horses came the soft nickering of steeds whose bloodlines traced back to windswept grasslands beyond the Oxus River. Horses whose very names whispered of distant places. Nisaean stallions from mountain meadows where eagles soared. Arabian mares whose ancestors had carried desert princes across dunes that shifted like golden seas. The rhythmic hammering from Armenian metalworking shops provided a steady percussion. The ancient music of craftsmanship, where silver yielded to skilled hands like water accepting the shape of its vessel. Turkish guards called morning greetings to one another in their own melodic tongue, their voices mixing with the lilting melodies of Sogdian lullabies drifting from upper-story windows where mothers sang their children to sleep after the long night's celebration. These songs carried within them the memories of mountain passes and desert oases, lullabies that had soothed countless generations of merchant children in cities whose names sounded like poetry: Samarkand, Bukhara, Tashkent, Kashgar. As the procession approached Mir's family compound in the heart of the foreign merchant quarter, the mingled aromas of the wedding feast created an olfactory map of the known world, each scent a memory of distant places, each flavor a bridge between cultures. Steam rose from great bronze vessels where Chinese rice had been prepared with Persian saffron that bloomed like golden snow in distant fields, Indian cardamom pods that crackled with aromatic promise, and Central Asian dried fruits that had sweetened like honey under desert suns. Bread baked in the Sogdian manner, flat and dotted with nigella seeds like stars scattered across a midnight sky, shared oven space with Chinese mooncakes whose delicate crusts enclosed lotus seed paste sweet as first love. Armenian sweetbreads, shaped like twisted ropes, carried the blessing of ancient traditions, while wine from the grape-heavy valleys near Samarkand waited alongside rice wine that had aged in Chinese earthenware jars, vessels whose curved surfaces bore the fingerprints of artisans who had learned their craft from masters stretching back through generations beyond memory. Tea from the mountains of Fujian province steeped alongside aromatic herbs that Turkic traders brought from high pastures where yaks grazed beneath skies so blue they seemed like inverted oceans. The very air itself seemed infused with stories, each fragrance carrying whispers of the hands that had harvested, prepared, and transported these treasures across impossible distances to create this moment of shared celebration. The wedding ceremony itself would take place in a courtyard that embodied the architectural harmony emerging throughout the Silk Road world, a space where different building traditions had learned to speak the same language of beauty and function. Traditional Chinese wooden construction supported a roof whose upturned eaves had been decorated with motifs borrowed from Persian textile designs. Patterns that seemed to dance in the morning light like frozen music made visible. In one corner of the courtyard, Mir's grandfather had maintained a Zoroastrian fire altar where sacred flames had burned continuously for 30 years. Flames that danced like living prayers, tended with devotions offered in the ancient tongue of their Sogdian homeland. The fire spoke of eternal truths that transcended the boundaries between peoples, light that had illuminated the darkness for followers of Zarathustra since before memory began. Yet this altar shared space harmoniously with a small Buddhist shrine, where sandalwood incense created fragrant clouds that drifted across carved jade statues, their serene faces wearing expressions of peace that welcomed all seekers regardless of birth or background. A Chinese ancestral tablet completed this remarkable trinity of faiths, elegant calligraphy that recorded the names of Liu Mingju's forebears, stretching back through generations of silk weavers whose patient hands had created beauty from the humble offerings of tiny silkworms. The tablet spoke of continuity and respect for those who had come before, values that resonated across all the cultural traditions represented in this extraordinary space. The wedding guests who gathered in this courtyard represented nothing less than a living museum of Silk Road diversity, each face telling stories of journeys both geographical and cultural. Elder Sogdian merchants, their white beards carefully braided in the fashion of their homeland, conversed in rapid Sogdian with younger men who had been born in Chang'an but still took pride in their Central Asian heritage. Their conversations flowed like streams converging, mixing business concerns with family news, trading advice with cultural wisdom, practical observations with philosophical reflections that stretched back to ancient Persian sages. Chinese officials who had adopted the flowing robes and pointed caps favored by foreign merchants stood alongside Persian craftsmen, whose workshops had become renowned throughout the capital for the quality of their silverwork and the intricacy of their gem setting. Armenian traders, whose networks connected the markets of Chang'an to the great commercial centers of India and the Mediterranean world, compared the prices of silk with Turkish guards, whose families had traveled from the grasslands of Mongolia to serve in the Tang imperial army. Young women from across the cultural spectrum had dressed for the occasion in costumes that blended traditions as freely as their families had blended bloodlines. Chinese silk robes displayed Central Asian embroidery patterns. Sogdian-style jewelry adorned Chinese hairstyles. Persian cosmetics, kohl for the eyes and henna for the hands, decorated faces whose features reflected the intermarriage that had been transforming the appearance and culture of Chang'an's foreign communities for generations. The very faces in the crowd told the story of cultural integration. Children whose Sogdian fathers and Chinese mothers had produced features that combined the best of both traditions. Young men whose Persian ancestry showed in their dark eyes but whose mannerisms had been shaped by Chinese education. Women whose Turkic grandmothers had passed down songs and stories that now carried Chinese melodies and Confucian moral lessons. As the morning sun climbed higher above the compound walls, the wedding feast began to reveal the extraordinary culinary synthesis that had emerged in cosmopolitan Chang'an. Chinese delicacies: whole fish, steamed with ginger and soy sauce, delicate dumplings filled with minced pork and cabbage, shared the low tables with Central Asian specialties that had become beloved throughout the city. Pilaf, prepared in the Sogdian manner, with lamb and dried apricots, sent aromatic steam toward the carved wooden ceiling, while Persian sweets made with rosewater and pistachios provided counterpoint to Chinese pastries filled with lotus seed paste. Fermented mare's milk, the traditional drink of the Turkish steppes, filled silver bowls alongside wine that had aged in the terraced vineyards of the Turfan Depression. The musical entertainment that accompanied the feast demonstrated the remarkable degree to which artistic traditions had interpenetrated throughout the Silk Road world. Musicians played instruments whose very construction told stories of cultural exchange. Persian-style lutes whose soundboards had been crafted using Chinese lacquering techniques, Central Asian drums whose skins had been prepared according to Turkish methods but decorated with Chinese artistic motifs, Chinese zithers whose tuning had been influenced by Persian musical scales and whose decorative inlay work showed clear traces of Sogdian aesthetic preferences. But it was in the faces of Mir and Liu Mingju themselves that the deepest meaning of this celebration became visible. Here were two young people, whose love had transcended the boundaries that had once separated their ancestors, whose children would inherit not just the material wealth of their merchant families, but the infinitely richer treasure of multiple cultural traditions. Their wedding was both deeply personal and historically significant, a single ceremony that embodied the larger processes of cultural integration, intermarriage, and identity formation that were transforming societies throughout the Silk Road network. As the afternoon light slanted through the compound's carved wooden screens, casting intricate shadow patterns across the wedding guests, the celebration continued with stories and songs that wove together narrative threads from across Eurasia. An elderly Sogdian merchant recounted the adventures of heroes from Central Asian epic poetry, but his tales had acquired Chinese literary techniques and moral frameworks during decades of telling and retelling. A Chinese poet improvised verses that employed traditional Chinese forms but incorporated Persian imagery and Turkic rhythmic patterns he had absorbed through years of cultural exchange. Armenian singers performed wedding songs that combined their ancient melodies with instrumental accompaniment provided by musicians from half a dozen different cultural backgrounds. This single wedding celebration, played out in the heart of Tang Dynasty, China's most cosmopolitan city, represented just one moment in a vast historical drama that had been unfolding for centuries across the breadth of the Silk Road network. The processes of migration, cultural adaptation, intermarriage, and identity transformation visible in Mir and Liu Mingju's union were being repeated in countless variations throughout Central Asia, Persia, India, and beyond, creating new forms of human community that transcended traditional ethnic, religious, and linguistic boundaries, while preserving the most valuable elements of ancient traditions. Their story was part of an even larger narrative, the story of how ordinary people, driven by the desire for prosperity, safety, and happiness, had created through their individual choices and personal relationships a new kind of civilization that connected distant continents and diverse peoples through networks of kinship, commerce, cultural exchange, and mutual respect. The wedding celebration in Chang'an's Western Market was thus both an ending and a beginning, the culmination of centuries of gradual cultural integration and the foundation for new generations who would carry forward the cosmopolitan values of Silk Road civilization. Yet this moment of harmony was only possible because of centuries of journeys, displacements, and new beginnings across the steppes. Stories of families who had learned to transform exile into opportunity, loss into discovery, and difference into unexpected forms of beauty. The seeds of movement, early migrations, and the birth of new worlds. Long before the great wedding celebration in Chang'an that embodied the mature flowering of Silk Road cultural synthesis, the foundations for such remarkable encounters had been laid through generations of displacement, adaptation, and gradual integration that began in the windswept grasslands of Mongolia and the oasis towns of Central Asia. The story of the Silk Road peoples truly begins not with the merchants and diplomats who would later become famous, but with the anonymous families who found themselves caught in the great currents of change that periodically reshaped the ethnic and cultural landscape of Inner Asia. Families whose names are lost to history but whose courage in the face of uncertainty laid the groundwork for civilizations yet to come. In the autumn of 162 BCE, as the first snow dusted the peaks of the Altai Mountains like powdered silver scattered by divine hands, an elderly Yuezhi chieftain named Arshak stood on a hillside overlooking the Ili River Valley, watching the last of his people's wagons disappear westward into an uncertain future that stretched before them like an unwritten scroll. Behind him lay the graves of 3 generations of his ancestors, their burial mounds now marked only by standing stones that would weather countless seasons without the songs and ceremonies that had once honored the dead. Ahead lay exile, hardship, and the daunting challenge of rebuilding a way of life in unknown lands among unfamiliar peoples. The Xiongnu Confederation's victory had been swift and brutal, their superior military organization and mounted archers proving decisive against the Yuezhi's more traditional pastoral warriors. But defeat in battle was only the beginning of a transformation that would ultimately reshape the cultural geography of Central Asia and beyond. The Yuezhi, like dozens of other displaced peoples throughout the history of the Eurasian steppes, would discover that exile could become opportunity, that cultural loss could inspire creative adaptation, and that the bonds forged in shared adversity could prove stronger than the tribal loyalties of settled existence. In their wandering, they would encounter peoples who spoke different languages, worshipped different gods, and understood the world through different stories, yet who shared the fundamental human experiences of hope and fear, love and loss, the desire for security, and the yearning for meaning that transcend all cultural boundaries. Arshak could not have imagined, as he urged his horse westward to catch up with his fleeing kinsmen, that the displacement of his people would set in motion a chain of events that would ultimately contribute to the rise of the Kushan Empire, that great confederation that would span from Central Asia to northern India, creating trade networks that connected the Roman Mediterranean with the markets of Han Dynasty China. He could not have foreseen that Yuezhi descendants would become patrons of Buddhist art and thought, fostering the development of Gandharan sculpture that married Greek artistic techniques with Indian spiritual vision to create forms of beauty that had never before existed in the world. The individual tragedy of displacement would become, over the course of centuries, a crucial element in the creation of a cosmopolitan civilization that valued adaptability, creative exchange and peaceful cooperation over military conquest and ethnic purity. The stories that would be told around evening fires in distant oases, tales of heroes who learned to find strength in flexibility, wisdom in uncertainty, and beauty in the unexpected combinations that emerged when different traditions encountered each other with open hearts and curious minds. The forced migration of the Yuezhi was neither the first nor the last of the great population movements that periodically swept across the steppes and oasis towns of Central Asia like waves across an ocean of grass and sand. Archaeological evidence suggests that similar displacements had been occurring for millennia, winds, wars, and weather alike pushing families from their homes. Sometimes the rains failed and grasslands withered. Sometimes populations grew beyond what traditional territories could sustain. Sometimes new weapons or tactics shifted the delicate balance of power between neighboring peoples. Always there was the eternal competition for the most fertile pastures, and the precious trading routes that connected distant worlds. Yet what made the period from roughly the 2nd century BCE to the 8th century CE distinctive was not the occurrence of such migrations, but the increasingly sophisticated webs of connection that had developed to absorb, redirect, and ultimately benefit from the human energy released by political upheaval. By this time, displacement no longer meant simply conquest and assimilation or destruction and disappearance. It could also mean transformation and opportunity, the chance to become something new and perhaps more valuable than what had been lost. The pattern established by the Yuezhi displacement would be repeated countless times over the following centuries, but with variations that reflected the growing complexity of Silk Road civilization. When Turkic tribes were displaced from the Orkhon River Valley by rival confederations, some moved westward to establish new political entities in the Tarim Basin, while others migrated southward to serve as military auxiliaries for Chinese dynasties or Persian empires. Each displacement created new possibilities for shared learning, intermarriage, and the exchange of technologies, artistic techniques, and religious ideas. The Sogdians, who would later become renowned as the premier merchants of the Silk Road, traced their origins to just such a displacement. Originally an Iranian-speaking agricultural people settled in the fertile river valleys of Transoxiana, they had been repeatedly conquered by larger empires, first the Achaemenids, then Alexander the Great, then the Seleucids, and finally a succession of nomadic confederations from the northern steppes. Rather than simply accepting the role of subject population, however, successive generations of Sogdians transformed their experience of political marginality into commercial advantage. By the 4th century CE, scattered Sogdian communities had established themselves throughout the trading network that connected China with the Mediterranean world. But these were not traditional colonies established through military conquest or state-sponsored settlement programs. Instead, they represented something new in human history. Voluntary threads of kinship stretching across continents, held together by shared language, commercial practices, and mutual loyalty, yet flexible enough to adapt to local conditions while maintaining their essential identity. A Sogdian merchant, traveling from his ancestral home in Samarkand to the Chinese capital of Chang'an in the 7th century, would have found familiar faces, familiar customs, and familiar business practices in every major trading center along his route. In Tashkent, he could stay with distant cousins who spoke his language and understood the complex credit arrangements that made long-distance trade possible. In Kashgar, he would find Sogdian temples where priests performed ceremonies according to ancient traditions, even as they incorporated local religious elements that helped build bridges with non-Sogdian neighbors. The letters discovered by archaeologists in the early 20th century provide intimate glimpses into the daily life of these scattered communities. Written by merchants, family members, and community leaders, they reveal a people struggling to maintain traditional values while adapting to radically changed circumstances. A letter from a Sogdian woman abandoned by her husband in the Chinese frontier town of Dunhuang speaks poignantly of her efforts to maintain Sogdian customs for her children, while learning Chinese language and customs necessary for survival in an alien environment. These personal documents also reveal the sophisticated commercial and shared rituals that connected Sogdian families across thousands of miles of difficult terrain. Business correspondence discusses not only prices and market conditions, but also family news, religious obligations, and community concerns that transcended immediate commercial interests. A merchant in Samarkand might send not only silk and silver to his agents in China, but also news of births and deaths, copies of religious texts, and instructions for maintaining proper ceremonial observances in distant settlements. The success of Sogdian adaptation depended largely on their willingness to embrace what modern scholars call cultural code-switching, the ability to move fluidly between different environments while maintaining core identity and values. A Sogdian merchant might conduct business in Chinese while at the imperial court, speak Persian with Sassanid officials, use Turkish with nomadic confederations, and return to Sogdian for private family discussions and religious observances. This linguistic versatility reflected a deeper flexibility that allowed Sogdian communities to thrive in diverse political and social environments. But this adaptability required more than linguistic skill. Sogdian families developed sophisticated strategies for managing relationships with host societies that ranged from suspicious tolerance to enthusiastic embrace. In Tang Dynasty China, wealthy Sogdian families adopted Chinese architectural styles for their compounds while maintaining Zoroastrian fire altars in private courtyards. They sent their sons to Chinese schools to acquire the literary education necessary for advancement in imperial service, while ensuring that these same sons learned traditional Sogdian commercial practices and maintained connections with the broader kinship web. Intermarriage played a crucial role in these strategies, but it was managed carefully to preserve community cohesion while facilitating integration with local populations. Sogdian families often encouraged marriages between their daughters and Chinese men of merchant or official backgrounds, while bringing foreign wives into Sogdian households through carefully negotiated arrangements that respected both traditions. The children of such unions inherited the advantages of dual identity, access to Chinese educational and career opportunities combined with membership in the extensive Sogdian commercial constellation. Archaeological evidence from Sogdian family tombs in China reveals the material culture of successful synthesis. The tomb of the Sogdian official Shi Jun and his wife, discovered near modern Xi'an, contained artifacts from virtually every major civilization connected by the Silk Road, and many others revealed a similar interlacing of worlds. Burial objects combine Chinese artistic techniques with Central Asian decorative themes, Persian religious symbols with Chinese literary inscriptions, Indian precious stones with local metalworking traditions, creating new forms of beauty that transcended their individual cultural origins. The transformation of displaced peoples into cultural intermediaries was not unique to the Sogdians, though they perhaps achieved the most spectacular success in this role. Throughout the Silk Road network, communities that had lost traditional political structures developed new identities based on commercial specialization, religious affiliation, or cultural services that made them valuable to diverse host societies. Jewish communities, scattered by persecution and conquest, became skilled in languages, currencies, and commercial law that made them indispensable as interpreters and intermediaries in complex international transactions. Armenian merchants, displaced by the recurring warfare between Persian and Byzantine empires, developed expertise in silk trade that eventually made them dominant in commercial networks connecting India with Europe. The Sogdian Revolution, creating networks of trust. As dawn broke over the ancient city of Panjakent in the summer of 719 CE, the sounds drifting from the merchant quarter told the story of a commercial revolution that had transformed the face of international trade. From behind carved wooden doors came the soft scratch of brushes on paper, as scribes updated account ledgers that tracked transactions spanning half the known world. The gentle clink of silver being weighed and counted provided rhythmic accompaniment to conversations conducted in half a dozen languages, while the creaking of laden camels and the calls of caravan leaders preparing for departure created the familiar music of a community whose lifeblood flowed along the great trading routes. Master Nanai Vandak, patriarch of one of Panjikent's most successful trading houses, stood in his private courtyard watching the morning light illuminate a wall painting that perfectly captured the cultural synthesis his people had achieved. The fresco showed scenes from Persian epic poetry, but the artistic techniques were clearly influenced by Chinese painting traditions, while the clothing and jewelry depicted on the heroic figures reflected the international fashion preferences of Sogdian elite society. Even the colors told the story of global connections: ultramarine blue ground from lapis lazuli mined in distant Afghanistan, cinnabar red imported from Chinese mountains, and gold leaf that might have originated in streams flowing from the Hindu Kush. Behind Nane Vandak in the main hall of his compound, 3 generations of his family were already engaged in the complex business of managing a commercial network that extended from the workshops of Constantinople to the markets of Canton. His eldest son, Vakshuvar, recently returned from 2 years in Chang'an, was dictating letters to Chinese business partners, while simultaneously reviewing invoices for silk shipments that would travel westward through Samarkand and Bukhara, to eventually reach merchants in Damascus and Alexandria. His grandson, barely 16, but already fluent in Chinese, Sogdian, Persian and Turkish, was practicing calligraphy by copying Buddhist sutras, not from religious devotion, but because the mechanical practice of reproducing sacred texts was considered excellent training for the careful attention to detail that would later serve him in commercial correspondence. The success of the Sogdian commercial revolution rested not on military conquest or imperial patronage, but on a revolutionary approach to business relationships that emphasized trust, flexibility, and mutual benefit over short-term profit and competitive advantage. Unlike the great trading companies that would later emerge in medieval Europe, Sogdian commercial networks were based on extended family relationships, shared cultural traditions, and religious obligations that created bonds of mutual responsibility spanning thousands of miles and multiple generations. The foundation of this system was the institution known as the Commenda, a business partnership arrangement that allowed wealthy merchants to finance trading expeditions without personally undertaking the risks and hardships of long-distance travel. Under this system, an established merchant like Nanai Vandak would provide capital, goods, and credit to younger relatives or trusted associates who would actually travel the trading routes, conduct negotiations, and manage the complex logistics of moving valuable cargo across challenging terrain and through multiple political jurisdictions. What made the Sogdian version of this arrangement distinctive was the sophisticated network of mutual support and accountability that developed around it. A young merchant setting out from Panjikent with a caravan bound for Chinese markets knew that he would find assistance, accommodation, and business connections in every major trading center along his route. Sogdian merchant colonies in cities like Tashkent, Kashgar, Turfan, and Dunhuang maintained not only warehouses and lodging facilities, but also temples, schools, and courts, where disputes could be resolved according to traditional Sogdian law and custom. The famous Sogdian letters discovered in the early 20th century provide intimate glimpses into how these networks functioned in practice. One letter, written by a merchant in Dunhuang to his colleagues in Samarkand, not only reports on market conditions and political developments in western China, but also provides detailed news about mutual friends and relatives, requests for specific religious ceremonies to be performed on his behalf, and instructions for maintaining family tomb sites and ancestral obligations thousands of miles from his temporary residence. These letters reveal a community that had developed sophisticated methods for maintaining cultural cohesion across vast distances and extended periods of separation. Religious festivals were coordinated among distant communities through advanced correspondence. Marriages were arranged through networks of family representatives operating throughout the trading system. Educational materials, including copies of sacred texts and secular literature, circulated regularly among Sogdian settlements to ensure that children growing up far from their ancestral homeland would nevertheless acquire proper cultural and linguistic training. The linguistic versatility of Sogdian merchants became legendary throughout the Silk Road network. A successful trader was expected to conduct business in Chinese while at the Tang court, negotiate in Persian with Sassanid officials, communicate in various Turkic languages with nomadic confederation leaders, and maintain correspondence in Sogdian with other members of the diaspora community. But this multilingual ability went far beyond mere practical necessity to represent a fundamental philosophical approach to cultural interaction that emphasized adaptation, synthesis, and mutual enrichment rather than cultural supremacy or ethnic purity. Archaeological evidence from Sogdian trading centers reveals the material culture of this cosmopolitan worldview. Sogdian artisans developed distinctive decorative styles that incorporated motifs from Persian textiles, Chinese ceramics, Indian sculpture, and Byzantine metalwork, while maintaining recognizably Sogdian aesthetic principles. Sogdian religious practices showed similar synthetic characteristics, with Zoroastrian fire temples incorporating architectural elements derived from Buddhist and Chinese traditions, and ceremonial objects that combine sacred symbols from multiple religious traditions. The commercial success of Sogdian networks attracted imitators and competitors throughout the Silk Road world, but few achieved comparable results because they lacked the cultural foundations that made Sogdian cooperation possible. The shared language, religious traditions, and kinship obligations that bound Sogdian communities together could not be easily replicated by other ethnic groups whose traditional social structures had been based on territorial control rather than commercial networking. Chinese historical sources from the Tang Dynasty period described the Sogdian trading system with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. Chinese officials appreciated the efficiency and reliability of Sogdian commercial services, but they struggled to understand how a people with no unified political structure, no territorial base, and no military power could exercise such influence over international trade networks. One Tang Dynasty chronicler noted that the Sogdians are scattered like stars across the heaven, yet they move together like a single constellation. The sophisticated credit and banking arrangements developed by Sogdian merchants revolutionized long-distance trade by making it possible to transfer value across great distances without physically moving precious metals or other valuable goods. A merchant in Constantinople could deposit silver with Sogdian agents and receive credit that could be drawn upon by his business partners in markets as distant as Korea or India. These arrangements required extraordinary levels of trust and cooperation, since the communications delays inherent in ancient transport systems meant that verification and collection processes might take months or even years to complete. The religious dimension of Sogdian commercial culture provided crucial support for these trust-based relationships. Zoroastrian ethical teachings emphasized the sacred nature of contracts and the moral obligations inherent in business relationships. Merchants who violated their agreements faced not only economic consequences but also religious sanctions that could result in exclusion from temple activities and community ceremonies. These religious sanctions were particularly effective because Sogdian communities were small enough that social ostracism represented a severe penalty for commercial misconduct. Sogdian women played crucial roles in maintaining the cultural and commercial networks that made this system possible. While men traveled the trading routes, women often managed the domestic enterprises that provided steady income during the intervals between major trading expeditions. They also maintained the social relationships that held diaspora communities together, organizing religious celebrations, arranging marriages, and ensuring that children received proper cultural education. The letters of Mune, a Sogdian woman stranded in Dunhuang, provide poignant testimony to the burdens carried by women who found themselves responsible for maintaining Sogdian cultural traditions under difficult circumstances, far from their ancestral communities. The artistic and cultural achievements of Sogdian civilization during its commercial golden age reflected the cosmopolitan values that made their trading networks possible. Sogdian literature incorporated narrative techniques borrowed from Persian epic poetry, Chinese historical writing, and Indian religious texts, while developing distinctive literary forms that could communicate across cultural boundaries. Sogdian music and dance became popular throughout the Silk Road world, with the energetic Sogdian whirl becoming a cultural sensation in Tang Dynasty China, and Sogdian musical instruments appearing in court orchestras from Korea to Byzantium. But the greatest achievement of Sogdian commercial culture was perhaps its demonstration that economic prosperity and cultural diversity could be mutually reinforcing rather than competitive. Sogdian trading networks succeeded precisely because they brought together people from different backgrounds, with different skills, different languages, and different perspectives on the challenges of long-distance commerce. Rather than trying to impose uniformity on this diversity, Sogdian merchants developed institutional frameworks that could harness cultural differences as sources of commercial advantage, while maintaining enough shared values to enable cooperation and trust. In the great port city of Siref, on the northern shore of the Persian Gulf, the summer of 638 CE brought news that would reshape the commercial landscape of the known world. Hormizd, a Persian merchant whose family had served Sassanid royalty for 5 generations, stood on the flat roof of his trading compound, watching ships from India and Ceylon unload their precious cargoes, while contemplating the reports that had arrived with the morning's caravan from the north. The armies of Islam had conquered Ctesiphon, the Sassanid capital, and the last Sassanid emperor was fleeing eastward into Khorasan. An empire that had endured for 4 centuries, that had challenged Rome and Byzantium for control of the silk trade, was collapsing with startling rapidity. Yet as Hormizd surveyed the bustling harbor below his compound, where Chinese junks anchored alongside Arab dhows, Indian vessels beside Byzantine galleys, he saw something that neither conquering armies nor collapsing dynasties could easily destroy: the vast webs of relationship that Persian merchants had woven throughout the Indian Ocean and across the overland routes of Central Asia. These connections had grown far beyond their Sassanid origins to become self-sustaining systems of exchange that linked peoples and cultures across 3 continents. The political structures that had originally fostered their development might disappear, but the relationships, the institutions, and the shared understandings they had created would endure and adapt. The Persian contribution to Silk Road civilization extended far beyond the familiar image of carpet merchants, or the exotic luxury goods that moved through Persian territory on their way between China and the Mediterranean world. For over 4 centuries, the Sassanid Empire had served as a crucial laboratory, where artistic techniques, religious ideas, technological innovations, and commercial practices from across Eurasia were combined, refined, and redistributed throughout the trading network. Persian merchants, artisans, and intellectuals had developed distinctive approaches to creative synthesis that influenced everything from textile design and architectural decoration to religious philosophy and scientific methodology. Hormiz's own family history exemplified this pattern of gradual network expansion. His great-grandfather had begun as a local merchant in Fars province, trading agricultural products and crafts within the Persian heartland. His grandfather had expanded operations to include trade with India, establishing partnerships with Gujarati merchants who could provide access to spices, precious stones, and exotic textiles. His father had further extended the family constellation to include connections with Sogdian merchants who controlled much of the overland trade with China, while also developing relationships with Armenian and Syrian traders, who could facilitate access to Mediterranean markets. By Hormiz's generation, the family trading house operated from permanent bases in over a dozen cities scattered across the Indian Ocean and Central Asian trade routes. Each base was managed by family members or trusted associates who understood not only the commercial aspects of their operations, but also the delicate negotiations necessary for successful business relationships with diverse local communities. In Socotra, Persian agents needed to understand Arab trading customs and Islamic commercial law. In Ceylon, they worked with Tamil merchants who had their own distinctive business practices and religious obligations. In Samarkand, they coordinated with Sogdian partners who dominated the silk trade, but depended on Persian connections for access to Indian Ocean luxury goods. The creative synthesis that emerged from these extensive commercial relationships was perhaps most visible in the extraordinary artistic achievements of late Sassanid Persia. In Hormiz's own compound, he treasured a silver plate that perfectly embodied this cultural flowering. A hunting scene executed with technical mastery that reflected centuries of Persian metalworking tradition, yet enriched with Chinese dragon motifs winding through Persian royal banquets, Indian lotus patterns blooming alongside Central Asian animal figures. The overall artistic effect was recognizably Persian, yet nourished by aesthetic elements drawn from across the known world, and countless other objects throughout Persian workshops told similar stories of creative exchange. Persian religious and philosophical traditions showed similar synthetic characteristics. While Zoroastrianism remained the official religion of the Sassanid state, Persian intellectual culture had absorbed substantial influences from Buddhist philosophy, Christian theology, Manichaean cosmology, and various Central Asian spiritual traditions. These influences were not simply borrowed wholesale, but were carefully woven together with traditional Persian religious concepts to create new forms of spiritual understanding that could appeal to the culturally diverse audiences encountered in Persian trading networks. The Persian language itself became a vehicle for this synthesis throughout much of the Silk Road world. Persian literary works incorporated narrative techniques from Indian epics, Chinese historical writing, and Central Asian oral traditions, while developing distinctive Persian poetic forms that could communicate across boundaries. Persian served as the diplomatic language for courts from India to Central Asia, and Persian translations made important philosophical and scientific texts available to audiences who might not otherwise have had access to this knowledge. As Hormizd watched the sunset paint the Persian Gulf in shades of gold and crimson, he understood that the decline of Sassanid political power would mark not an end but a transformation of Persian influence throughout the Silk Road network. Many Persian merchants and craftsmen would migrate to India, Central Asia, or China, where they would establish new communities that continued to serve as centers of exchange and innovation. Persian artistic techniques, commercial practices, and intellectual traditions would be absorbed into Islamic civilization, where they would contribute to the remarkable flowering of medieval Islamic culture, while continuing to connect distant peoples through threads of shared understanding and mutual respect. The Armenian diaspora, constellation of faith and fortune. The dusty courtyard of the Serb Astvatsatsan monastery in New Julfa stirred to life as the first light of dawn illuminated the Armenian quarter of Isfahan, casting long shadows across the distinctive Kachkar's carved stone crosses that marked this community as unmistakably different from their Persian neighbors. It was the spring of 1672, and Haik Shahramanian, youngest son of one of New Julfa's most prosperous merchant families, was preparing for a journey that would take him through the great bazaars of Smyrna and Constantinople, to the counting houses of Amsterdam and London. At barely 23 years of age, he carried with him not only the commercial expertise accumulated through 5 generations of family trading experience, but also the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to transform displacement into opportunity and exile into entrepreneurial advantage. As Haik knelt before the altar of the monastery church for a final blessing from the traveling priest who would accompany his caravan as far as Aleppo, the flickering candlelight revealed frescoes that told the story of his people's remarkable journey from ancient Armenia to their current position as masters of global commerce. The paintings depicted scenes from Armenian history: the conversion to Christianity in 301 CE, the development of the Armenian alphabet, the golden age of medieval Armenian kingdoms, but they also included more recent events that spoke to the adaptive resilience that had made Armenian commercial success possible. One panel showed the forced march of 1604, when Shah Abbas had relocated entire Armenian communities from their ancestral homeland to Isfahan, creating what would become the nerve center of the most extensive trading web in the pre-modern world. The Armenian transformation from a defeated population of deportees to the dominant force in international silk trade represented one of the most remarkable chapters in Silk Road history. Unlike the Sogdians, whose commercial threads of connection had developed gradually over centuries of voluntary migration, or the Persians, whose trading activities had been supported by imperial resources and political stability, the Armenians had created their global commercial empire in less than a century, building upon the foundations of shared religious faith, bonds of kinship, and the hard-learned lessons of cultural survival under foreign rule. The origins of Armenian commercial greatness lay in catastrophe. Throughout the 16th century, the Armenian homeland had been devastated by recurring warfare between the Ottoman and Persian empires, with Armenian cities and villages repeatedly changing hands, suffering destruction, and losing population to warfare, deportation, and refugee migrations. By 1600, traditional Armenian society, based on agricultural production, local craft specialization, and regional trade networks, had been so thoroughly disrupted that survival required entirely new forms of social organization and economic activity. Shah Abbas, the first's decision to relocate Armenian populations from their traditional homeland to Isfahan in 1604, was motivated primarily by military considerations. He wished to deny resources to advancing Ottoman armies, while gaining access to Armenian skills in silk production and trade. But the unintended consequences of this forced migration would ultimately prove far more significant than its immediate strategic objectives. The Armenians transplanted to New Julfa found themselves in an environment that encouraged commercial innovation, provided access to global trading routes, and offered religious tolerance that allowed them to maintain their bonds of faith while adapting to radically changed circumstances. The physical layout of New Julfa itself reflected the synthesis of Armenian traditions with Persian administrative practices and Islamic architectural techniques. Armenian churches built in the traditional style shared neighborhoods with Persian-influenced residential compounds, while the famous Armenian merchants' houses combined European architectural elements with Persian decorative motifs and practical features adapted to the commercial requirements of international trade. The central bazaar, where Armenian merchants conducted their daily business, incorporated design elements from Armenian, Persian, and Central Asian trading centers, creating architectural spaces that could accommodate the diverse expectations of merchants from throughout the Silk Road network. But the most important innovation of New Julfa Armenian society was the development of commercial institutions that could operate effectively across vast distances and multiple political jurisdictions, while maintaining the religious and cultural unity that provided the foundation for mutual trust and cooperation. Each young Armenian who set out from Julfa carried not only contracts of trade, but letters of blessing, reminders of festivals, and promises to honor family shrines thousands of miles from home. These personal obligations created bonds stronger than any legal document, a constellation of trust that connected London merchant houses to Manila trading posts through the sacred promises made in monastery courtyards. Armenian merchants created what was essentially a global corporation organized along kinship lines, with branch offices extending from London and Amsterdam in the west to Manila and Macau in the east, all coordinated through the central headquarters in New Julfa. The system operated through carefully arranged partnerships between established merchant houses in New Julfa and younger relatives or trusted associates who traveled to establish permanent trading colonies in distant markets. These partnerships were formalized through contracts that specified not only commercial obligations, but also religious duties and family responsibilities that bound the parties together through ties that transcended mere business relationships. The letters and documents preserved in Armenian monastery archives reveal the sophisticated coordination required to manage such an extensive diaspora web. Business correspondence between New Julfa and Armenian communities in India, Russia, and Western Europe discussed not only prices, market conditions, and trading opportunities, but also family news, religious celebrations, educational arrangements for children, and instructions for maintaining proper ceremonial observances in communities thousands of miles from their ancestral homeland. Religious institutions played crucial roles in maintaining this chain of trust and facilitating commercial operations. Armenian churches and monasteries and trading centers throughout Europe and Asia served not only as places of worship, but also as informal banks, warehouse facilities, meeting places for business negotiations, and centers for the cultural education that ensured that Armenian children growing up in scattered settlements would maintain connections with their heritage and their extended commercial family. The economic foundation of Armenian commercial success was their monopolization of the Persian raw silk trade, but their business model extended far beyond simple commodity trading to include sophisticated financial services, luxury goods distribution, and the delicate art of mediating between different civilizations. Armenian merchants developed innovative credit and banking arrangements that made it possible to finance trading expeditions across multiple years and vast distances. They created insurance systems that could protect valuable cargoes against the numerous risks of long-distance commerce. Most importantly, they established quality control and standardization systems that made Armenian silk a recognized mark of excellence throughout European and Asian markets. The adaptability that made Armenian commercial success possible was perhaps most visible in the marriages arranged between Armenian merchant families and local elites in various diaspora communities. These marriages were carefully planned to balance the maintenance of Armenian traditions with the practical advantages of local political and commercial connections. Armenian families in Venice might marry their daughters to Italian nobles while ensuring that their sons married Armenian women who could maintain traditional customs and religious practices. Armenian merchants in India formed marriage alliances with local Christian communities, while maintaining connections with the broader Armenian web through religious and commercial channels. The children of these marriages inherited the advantages of dual identity, fluency in local languages and customs, combined with membership in the Armenian commercial constellation, access to European educational opportunities, balanced with understanding of Asian trading practices, and the ability to move fluidly between different worlds while maintaining core Armenian values and loyalties. The material culture of Armenian diaspora communities reflected this sophisticated cultural balancing act. Armenian merchants' houses in Amsterdam featured Dutch architectural elements and European furnishings while maintaining Armenian religious shrines and displaying textiles, carpets, and decorative objects that proclaimed their owners' connections with Asia. Armenian churches in India incorporated local architectural techniques and decorative motifs, while preserving traditional Armenian liturgical practices and maintaining artistic connections with the Mother Church in Echmiadzin. The artistic and intellectual achievements of diaspora Armenian communities demonstrated the creative possibilities inherent in cultural synthesis. Armenian scholars in Venice established printing presses that produced not only religious texts, but also secular literature, scientific treatises, and commercial manuals that facilitated cultural exchange between Europe and Asia. Armenian artists developed distinctive painting and manuscript illumination styles that combined European techniques with Persian decorative traditions and Armenian iconographic conventions. The global reach of Armenian commercial networks by the late 17th century was unprecedented in the pre-modern world. Armenian merchants maintained permanent establishments in over 50 cities scattered across 4 continents, with regular communication and coordination that allowed them to respond rapidly to changing market conditions, political developments, and commercial opportunities. When European demand for Asian luxury goods increased, Armenian networks could quickly redirect silk shipments from traditional Middle Eastern markets to new European customers. When political instability disrupted overland trading routes, Armenian merchants could shift operations to maritime alternatives without losing access to essential suppliers or customers. The social organization that made this global coordination possible was based on principles that modern scholars recognize as fundamental to successful multinational enterprises: decentralized decision-making combined with centralized strategic planning, cultural adaptability balanced with institutional continuity, and competitive advantage based on superior information networks and relationship management, rather than simply lower costs or better products. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Armenian commercial culture was its demonstration that economic success and cultural preservation could be mutually reinforcing, rather than competing objectives. Armenian merchants became wealthy precisely because they maintained strong cultural identities that enabled cooperation and trust across vast distances and extended time periods. Their success in preserving Armenian language, religious traditions, and cultural practices actually strengthened their commercial effectiveness by providing the social bonds that made complex international business relationships possible. The Armenian example influenced commercial practices throughout the Silk Road network and beyond, providing a model for other diaspora communities seeking to combine cultural survival with economic opportunity. Jewish merchants adopted Armenian techniques for managing global trading networks, while Parsi and other minority communities in India developed similar approaches to balancing cultural preservation with commercial adaptation. Tang Cosmopolis, the golden age of cultural harmony. The great bell of the Duchian temple had just finished tolling the hour of the horse when Li Mingshan, a Tang court official whose great-grandmother had been a Sogdian princess, made his way through the crowds thronging Chang'an's West Market toward his afternoon appointment with Ambassador Perroz, the Persian envoy who had arrived the previous week, with a caravan carrying tribute from the distant Sassanid court. The year was 742. And the Tang capital had reached the peak of its cosmopolitan glory, a city of over 1 million inhabitants where the marketplace hummed in Chinese, Persian and Sogdian, voices rising and falling like braided melodies, where Buddhist monasteries shared neighborhoods with Zoroastrian fire temples, and where the imperial court welcomed foreign dignitaries with ceremonies that celebrated diversity as a sign of Tang political and cultural supremacy. As Li Mingshan navigated the familiar energy of the West Market, his trained eye automatically catalogued the remarkable mingling that had become commonplace in Tang China. Central Asian horse traders in their distinctive peaked caps argued prices with Chinese buyers, while Turkish guards in Tang military uniforms supervised the unloading of precious goods from Khotan and Kashgar. Persian merchants, immediately recognizable by their flowing robes and carefully groomed beards, examined samples of Chinese silk while discussing transportation arrangements with Sogdian intermediaries, whose linguistic skills and commercial connections made them indispensable facilitators of international trade. The visual impact of this cosmopolitan marketplace was equally striking. Chinese silk robes displayed Persian decorative motifs, while Central Asian felt caps appeared alongside Chinese scholars' hats in the latest fashion. Women from across Eurasia had adopted clothing styles that interwove elements from multiple traditions: Chinese silk cut according to Persian patterns, Central Asian jewelry worn with Chinese hairstyles, Indian cosmetics applied according to Persian beauty standards, creating new forms of elegance that belonged to no single tradition yet somehow harmonized them all. Li Mingshan himself embodied the cultural blending that had become characteristic of Tang elite society. His official robes were cut according to Chinese court specifications, but decorated with textile patterns that revealed clear Persian influence. His educational background combined traditional Chinese literary training with knowledge of Persian poetry, Central Asian history, and Buddhist philosophy that reflected the international outlook expected of Tang diplomatic personnel. His personal library included works in Chinese, Persian, Sogdian, and Sanskrit, while his household staff included a Central Asian horse groom, a Persian cook, and a Sogdian tutor, responsible for teaching his children the commercial languages they would need for advancement in Tang society. The Persian embassy compound where Li Mingshan was headed occupied an entire city block in the heart of Chang'an's diplomatic quarter, its architectural design reflecting the harmonious synthesis that characterized Tang international relations. The basic building structure followed Chinese construction principles, but Persian decorative elements had been incorporated throughout, while the garden featured plants and landscape design concepts borrowed from Persian paradise gardens, Central Asian oasis traditions, and Chinese imperial garden design. The overall effect was both familiar to Chinese visitors and welcoming to Persian diplomats, a physical embodiment of Tang cultural policy that sought to demonstrate Chinese superiority through generous accommodation of foreign traditions, rather than through simple domination or exclusion. Ambassador Perros, whom Li Mingshan found reviewing documents in a pavilion overlooking the compound's central courtyard, represented the sophisticated diplomatic culture that had developed to manage the complex international relationships characteristic of the Tang period. Born in Skezifan but educated partly in Indian Buddhist monasteries and Chinese schools, he spoke fluent Chinese, Persian, Arabic and Sogdian, while his diplomatic training had included study of Chinese classical literature, Persian epic poetry, and Central Asian customary law. His staff included secretaries and interpreters from throughout the Silk Road network, chosen not only for their linguistic abilities but also for their knowledge and diplomatic experience. The tribute presents that Ambassador Perros had brought to the Tang court reflected both Persian artistic achievements and the international webs of connection that linked the Sassanid Empire with trading partners throughout the known world. Persian carpets woven with silk imported from China displayed decorative patterns that incorporated motifs borrowed from Indian textiles, Central Asian felt designs, and Chinese ceramic decoration. Persian metalwork featured precious stones from Ceylon, Afghanistan, and the Caucasus Mountains, while Persian glass vessels demonstrated techniques that had been influenced by Syrian craftsmen, Egyptian glazing methods, and Chinese ceramic innovation. But the most valuable gifts in the Persian tribute were not material objects, but rather the books, maps, and scholarly works that represented Persian contributions to the international intellectual culture that flourished under Tang patronage. Persian translations of Indian mathematical treatises made advanced computational techniques available to Chinese scholars, while Persian geographical works provided detailed information about trade routes, political conditions, and commercial opportunities throughout Western Asia. Persian literary works introduced Chinese readers to narrative techniques, poetic forms, and philosophical concepts that would influence the development of Chinese literature for centuries. The intellectual exchange that characterized Tang international relations was not limited to formal diplomatic presentations, but permeated every level of society through the extensive foreign communities that had established permanent residence in Chinese cities. The Sogdian quarter of Chang'an maintained its own schools, where children could receive education in Sogdian language and traditional Central Asian culture, while also acquiring the Chinese literacy necessary for advancement in Tang society. Persian fire temples offered instruction in Zoroastrian philosophy and Persian literature alongside Chinese classical education, while Buddhist monasteries provided educational opportunities for students from throughout Asia who wished to study Chinese Buddhist texts and philosophical traditions. The marriage alliances that connected foreign communities with Chinese society created a new social class of culturally hybrid individuals who served as crucial bridges in the complex negotiations between different traditions. The children of Sogdian Chinese marriages often became translators, diplomats, or merchants who could navigate fluidly between Central Asian and Chinese expectations. Turkish Chinese families frequently produced military officers who combined nomadic horsemanship and tactical knowledge with Chinese administrative skills and educational backgrounds. Persian Chinese marriages created intellectuals, artists, and religious teachers who contributed to the flowering of Tang synthesis. Li Mingshan's own family history exemplified these patterns of cultural interweaving. His Sogdian great-grandmother had been married into a Chinese merchant family as part of a commercial alliance that gave Chinese silk producers access to Central Asian trading routes, while providing Sogdian merchants with reliable suppliers of high-quality textiles. His grandfather had served as a diplomatic interpreter, using his bilingual abilities and bicultural understanding to facilitate negotiations between Tang officials and Central Asian rulers. His father had combined inherited commercial connections with Chinese educational credentials to build a successful career in imperial service, while Li Mingshan himself had used his multicultural background to specialize in Persian affairs and international trade policy. The artistic and cultural achievements that emerged from this cosmopolitan environment represented new forms of creative expression that transcended traditional boundaries while creating aesthetic experiences of unprecedented richness and sophistication. Tang poetry incorporated Persian imagery and Central Asian narrative techniques, while maintaining recognizably Chinese poetic structures and philosophical orientations. Tang music featured instruments from throughout Asia, Persian lutes, Central Asian drums, Indian flutes, while developing new compositional techniques that could accommodate diverse musical traditions within unified artistic works. The famous Tang ceramic tradition known as San Kai, three-color glazing, demonstrated similar synthetic principles in the visual arts. The basic ceramic techniques were Chinese, but the decorative motifs often incorporated Persian hunting scenes, Central Asian animal figures, and Indian religious symbols, while the glazing colors themselves were achieved through chemical processes learned from Persian and Central Asian craftsmen. The resulting ceramic works were recognizably Chinese, yet enriched by aesthetic elements drawn from across the Silk Road network. The religious life of Tang society showed perhaps the most remarkable degree of cultural harmony, with Buddhist, Taoist, Zoroastrian, Manichaean, and Nestorian Christian communities not only coexisting, but actively engaging in philosophical dialogue and theological exchange. Buddhist monasteries in Chang'an welcomed foreign scholars and maintained extensive libraries that included texts in multiple languages and from diverse religious traditions. Zoroastrian fire temples served not only Persian merchants, but also Chinese converts who had been attracted by Persian philosophical concepts, while Nestorian churches provided spiritual services for Christian communities from throughout Western Asia. The imperial court itself became a showcase for this remarkable confluence, with ceremonies that deliberately incorporated elements from multiple traditions to demonstrate Tang China's position as the cultural center of the civilized world. Imperial banquets featured cuisine from throughout Asia, entertainment by musicians and dancers from dozens of different backgrounds, and presentations by scholars, poets, and artists who represented the international intellectual community that had gathered in Chang'an. But perhaps the most significant achievement of Tang cosmopolitan culture was its demonstration that diversity could be a source of strength rather than weakness, that different traditions could enrich each other through contact and exchange rather than simply competing for dominance. The Tang approach to cultural harmony, based on confident assimilation rather than anxious exclusion, on generous accommodation rather than forced uniformity, created conditions for creative innovation and intellectual development that would influence human civilization long after the political structures that had made it possible had disappeared. Patterns of integration and transformation. As the golden age of Tang cosmopolitanism gradually gave way to more restricted policies in the late 8th and 9th centuries, the patterns of cultural integration that had been established during the height of Silk Road exchange continued to evolve, adapt, and influence human societies across Eurasia. The story of the Silk Road peoples was not simply one of exotic encounters and colorful cultural mixing, but rather a fundamental chapter in the ongoing human experiment with diversity, cooperation, and the creative potential that emerges when different traditions learn from each other while maintaining their essential identities. The archaeological evidence left by these remarkable communities tells a story that goes far beyond the familiar narratives of trade goods and diplomatic missions. In the carefully excavated remains of Sogdian family compounds in Chinese cities, in the genetic analysis of burial sites that reveal patterns of intermarriage and cultural adaptation, in the artistic objects that demonstrate sophisticated technical and aesthetic synthesis, we can see the day-to-day reality of societies that had learned to make diversity a source of strength rather than division. The letters preserved in ancient archives speak to us across the centuries, with voices that remain recognizably human, despite the vast cultural distances that separate us from their writers. A Sogdian merchant worrying about his family's welfare while pursuing business opportunities in distant Chinese markets, an Armenian mother teaching her children to maintain their religious traditions while adapting to life in a Persian city, a Persian craftsman incorporating Chinese techniques into traditional metalworking methods. These individuals face challenges that remain familiar to anyone who has ever tried to balance loyalty to inherited traditions with the practical requirements of life in a rapidly changing world. The institutions they created to manage these challenges, the commercial networks based on kinship and trust, the educational systems that could accommodate multiple linguistic and cultural traditions, the religious practices that incorporated elements from different spiritual traditions while maintaining core beliefs and values, represent sophisticated solutions to problems that continue to challenge multicultural societies today. Their example suggests that cultural integration need not require the abandonment of distinctive traditions, and that cooperation across cultural boundaries can create possibilities for human achievement that exceed what any single tradition might accomplish in isolation. The decline of the classical Silk Road network in the centuries following the Tang dynasty marked not an end but a transformation of the cultural synthesis that had been achieved during its golden age. The descendants of Sogdian merchants carried their commercial techniques and cultural adaptability to new environments throughout Asia and beyond. Armenian trading networks evolved and adapted to changing political circumstances while maintaining their essential characteristics. Persian cultural traditions continued to influence artistic and intellectual development throughout the Islamic world and beyond. The legacy of Silk Road cultural integration can be traced through the subsequent development of human civilization in ways both obvious and subtle. The artistic techniques developed through cultural exchange influenced everything from mosque decoration in Spain to temple architecture in Southeast Asia. The commercial practices pioneered by Silk Road merchants laid foundations for the global trading systems that would emerge in later centuries. The philosophical and religious syntheses, achieved in cosmopolitan trading cities, contributed to the development of more inclusive and universal approaches to spiritual understanding. Perhaps most importantly, the Silk Road peoples demonstrated that human beings possess remarkable capacities for cultural adaptation, creative synthesis, and cooperative achievement when they are provided with appropriate institutional frameworks and encouraged by leaders who understand diversity as an opportunity rather than a threat. Their example reminds us that the differences between human cultures, in language, religion, artistic expression, social organization, and worldview, need not be sources of conflict, but can become foundations for mutual enrichment and shared progress toward higher forms of civilization. The wedding celebration in Tang Dynasty Chang'an, with which our story began, was thus not merely a personal occasion, but a symbol of humanity's potential for transcending the boundaries that too often divide us from each other. In the union of Mir and Liu Mingju, we see reflected the larger unions, cultural, commercial, intellectual, and spiritual, that connected the peoples of the Silk Road in networks of mutual benefit and mutual respect that enriched the lives of all participants, while creating new possibilities for human achievement and understanding. Their story continues in every act of cultural bridge building, every moment when people from different backgrounds choose cooperation over conflict, every effort to preserve the best of traditional wisdom while remaining open to learning from others. The Silk Road may have declined as a commercial network, but its essential spirit, the recognition that human diversity is a treasure to be celebrated rather than a problem to be solved, remains as relevant today as it was in the cosmopolitan markets of ancient Chang'an, the trading compounds of medieval Samarkand, or the monastery courtyards of distant Dunhuang, where monks and merchants gathered to share stories of their journeys through the vast and wonderful diversity of human experience. Chapter 10. Challenges, Conflict, and Decline. The Last Ships from Kaffa. The autumn of 1346 brought to the Crimean coast winds that carried more than the usual scent of approaching winter. In the great trading city of Kaffa, where limestone walls rose like pale sentinels above the restless waters of the Black Sea, merchant galleys bobbed at anchor in the harbor, their holds rich with the accumulated treasures of a dozen nations. Chinese silk lay folded beside Indian pearls, Persian carpets were stacked near bundles of Russian furs, and in the deepest compartments, precious spices from distant islands filled the air with the warm breath of cinnamon and cloves. Here, at this vital crossroads where the great land routes of Asia met the maritime highways of the Mediterranean, the Silk Road pulsed with its ancient rhythm of exchange and prosperity. Genoese traders moved through narrow streets that echoed with a babel of languages, Turkish, Persian, Armenian, Arabic, and the musical cadences of distant Chinese dialects. In counting houses lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on parchment ledgers, merchants calculated profits that would travel from the steppes of Mongolia to the banking houses of Florence. But in the autumn of 1346, something else moved along these ancient pathways of trade. Beyond the city walls, the camp of Johnny Beg, Khan of the Golden Horde, stretched across the steppe like a temporary city of felt and leather. The Mongol siege had dragged on for months, but recently, a strange malady had begun to spread through the ranks of the besiegers. Men who had risen at dawn to tend their horses were found dead by sunset, their bodies marked by dark swellings and the unmistakable stench of corruption. In the flickering light of siege fires, the Khan's counselors debated desperate measures. The disease that stalked their camp showed no respect for rank or valor. It took warriors and servants, shamans and slaves with equal hunger. And in their desperation, they conceived an act that would echo through the centuries, the hurling of plague-corrupted corpses over Kaffa's walls, turning death itself into a weapon of war. What followed was transformation beyond imagination. Within days, the same disease that had broken the Mongol siege began to spread through Kaffa's crowded quarters. The very networks that had made the city wealthy, its connections to Venice and Genoa, to Constantinople and Alexandria, now became conduits for catastrophe. Ships that had carried silk and spices for generations prepared to sail with a cargo more precious and terrible than any treasure, the seeds of Europe's greatest disaster. On a morning when the Black Sea reflected the gray sky like polished pewter, Captain Antonio di Bonacorsi stood on the deck of his galley, the Santa Giulia, watching his crew make final preparations for departure. The holds were full, Chinese silk worth a fortune, Crimean grain to feed the hungry markets of Italy, and passengers whose urgent desire to leave this plague-stricken port had made them willing to pay any price for passage. The familiar rituals of departure unfolded around him, the blessing of the Orthodox priest, whose incense mingled with the salt air, the careful checking of water barrels and provisions, the gentle coaxing of nervous horses into their stalls below deck. As the Santa Giulia caught the morning wind and turned her bow toward the west, Captain di Bonacorsi could not have known that he was carrying more than cargo and passengers. In the ship's hold, among the bundled silks and sacks of grain, rats moved in unusual numbers, and on those rats, tiny passengers invisible to human eyes carried within their bodies the biological machinery that would reshape the known world. The great irony of this moment, though it would take historians centuries to fully comprehend it, was that the very success of the Silk Road had created the conditions for its own undoing. The roads that had carried prosperity for over a millennium, the maritime routes that connected distant continents, the urban centers that had grown rich on the patient accumulation of small profits across vast distances. All of these had become, in an instant of biological catastrophe, highways for humanity's greatest nightmare. This was how decline came to the Silk Road, not with the dramatic clash of armies or the sudden fall of empires, but with the quiet efficiency of disease following the pathways that merchants had carved across continents. The same interconnectedness that had made possible the exchange of silk and spices, of art and ideas, of technologies and philosophies, now served as a conduit for death on a scale that would dwarf the destructions of Genghis Khan or Timur. The architecture of collapse. The Roman-Parthian crucible, when trade became warfare's hostage. Long before plague ships sailed from Crimean ports, the western terminus of the Silk Road had learned the bitter lesson that commerce and conflict were inseparable companions. In the scorching heat of the Mesopotamian desert, where the Euphrates River drew its ancient line between empire and ambition, the armies of Rome and Parthia had transformed the business of trade into a deadly game of geopolitics. The Battle of Carrhae in 53 BCE had taught both empires that military superiority meant little when facing an enemy who understood the terrain. Marcus Licinius Crassus, the Roman general who had dreamed of matching the conquests of Pompey and Caesar, learned this lesson in the most personal way possible, as Parthian arrows found their mark beneath the merciless Syrian sun. The Parthians, masters of mounted archery who could shoot with deadly accuracy while riding at full gallop, had turned the Roman legions' own discipline against them, trapping them in formations that became killing grounds rather than instruments of conquest. But the deeper victory belonged to neither Rome nor Parthia. It belonged to the subtle understanding that control of trade routes meant more than military dominance. The Parthians grasped what would elude conquerors for centuries to come. That merchants, like water, would find a way around any obstacle, but that those who controlled the pathways could extract tribute from every transaction. Silk from China, spices from India, and precious stones from the mines of Central Asia all passed through Parthian hands, generating wealth that funded further resistance to Roman expansion. The Roman response revealed both the empire's strength and its fundamental misunderstanding of Eastern commerce. Roman armies could capture cities and build roads, but they could not manufacture the patience required for long-distance trade. Where Parthian merchants thought in terms of decades, the time required to establish trust across cultural boundaries, to learn languages and customs, to build the relationships that made profitable exchange possible, Roman administrators thought in terms of immediate returns and quarterly revenues. This tension between the Roman desire for quick profits and the Eastern understanding of trade as a long-term relationship created instabilities that rippled across the entire network. When Roman armies invaded Mesopotamia, caravans from China would arrive to find their traditional stopping points transformed into battlefields. When Parthian forces struck back, the careful infrastructure of caravanserais and supply depots would be destroyed, forcing merchants to seek alternative routes through territories controlled by unreliable local powers. The city of Palmyra, rising like a jewel from the Syrian desert, became both symbol and victim of this perpetual conflict. Palmyran merchants, masterful diplomats who had learned to navigate the dangerous currents between Rome and Parthia, built fortunes by serving as intermediaries in transactions that neither empire could complete directly. Their caravans, protected by treaty and tribute, carried Chinese silk to Roman markets and Roman gold to Chinese treasuries, creating a delicate web of mutual dependence that survived precisely because it served everyone's interests. Yet even Palmyra's diplomatic genius could not indefinitely sustain the contradictions at the heart of the system. When Queen Zenobia declared her city's independence from Rome in 267 CE, she was merely acknowledging what merchants had long understood: that the western terminus of the Silk Road had become too valuable to remain subordinate to any single empire. Her defeat and the subsequent destruction of Palmyra by the Roman Emperor Aurelian marked not just the end of a city, but the beginning of a fundamental shift in how East-West trade would be conducted. The collapse of Palmyra forced merchants to rely increasingly on maritime routes through the Red Sea and Indian Ocean, pathways that bypassed the contested territories of Mesopotamia entirely. The shift, gradual at first but accelerating through the 4th and 5th centuries, marked the beginning of the end for the classical Silk Road, as it had been known since the time of Zhongqian and Augustus. The golden cage of Mongol peace, prosperity's hidden vulnerabilities. In the 13th century, across the steppes of Central Asia, a different kind of transformation was taking shape, one that would temporarily restore the Silk Road to unprecedented prosperity, while simultaneously creating the conditions for its ultimate decline. The Mongol Empire, stretching from the Pacific shores of China to the plains of Hungary, had achieved what no previous power had managed: the creation of a truly unified space for transcontinental trade. Under the Pax Mongolica, the ancient dream of merchants became reality. A caravan departing from Chang'an could travel to Damascus without changing currencies, languages, or legal systems. The famous boast that a maiden bearing a nugget of gold on her head could wander safely throughout the realm was more than mere propaganda. It reflected a genuine transformation in the nature of long-distance travel. Mongol administrators, many of them former merchants themselves, understood that prosperity flowed from predictability, and they imposed upon their vast domains a uniformity that made trade almost boringly reliable. The postal system established by the Mongols, the yam, became the nervous system of this new world order. Relay stations spaced at intervals of a day's hard riding allowed messages to travel from Beijing to Karakoram to Samarkand with unprecedented speed. Diplomatic communications that had once taken years to complete could now be finished in months. Commercial contracts, legal disputes, and family correspondence flowed along the same routes that carried silk and spices, creating a network of information exchange that bound the Eurasian continent together more tightly than ever before. Cities flourished as never before under this system. Samarkand, which had survived the initial Mongol conquest, was rebuilt as a cosmopolitan capital, where Chinese astronomers worked alongside Persian mathematicians, where Indian physicians shared their knowledge with Arab philosophers, and where merchants from a dozen cultures gathered in markets that never closed. The sound of hammers on anvils echoed from workshops where Armenian silversmiths created jewelry for Mongol princesses, where Chinese potters shared their secrets with local artisans, and where Flemish weavers learned to work with silk threads finer than anything produced in Europe. But beneath this golden surface, vulnerabilities were accumulating like sediment in a riverbed. The very success of Mongol rule had created a system utterly dependent on political stability. And political stability, as merchants had learned to their cost over many centuries, was always temporary. The Mongol Empire's unified legal and administrative systems meant that disruption in one region could cascade across the entire network with unprecedented speed. More dangerously, the efficiency of Mongol communications had created pathways for more than just messages and merchandise. When disease struck in one corner of the empire, it could spread to distant regions with the same speed that had once characterized only official correspondence. The roads that carried silk from China to Europe also carried rats, and the rats carried fleas, and the fleas carried bacteria that had evolved in the wildlife reservoirs of Central Asia but had never before encountered the dense human populations of medieval cities. The demographic consequences of Mongol success also contributed to the empire's eventual vulnerability. The peace and prosperity of the 13th and early 14th centuries had allowed populations to grow throughout Eurasia. From England to China, the number of people who depended on long-distance trade for their survival had multiplied. This growth created prosperity, but it also created fragility. Cities that had once been self-sufficient now depended on regular imports of grain from distant regions. Craft workers who had once served local markets now specialized in products destined for customers they would never meet. When the weather began to change in the early 14th century, when the medieval warm period gave way to the cooler, wetter conditions that would be remembered as the Little Ice Age, these populous cities and specialized economies proved catastrophically vulnerable to disruption. A harvest failure that would have caused local hardship in earlier centuries now created international crises. A disease outbreak that would once have remained confined to a single region could now spread across continents. The Mongol postal system, designed to carry orders and information, became a highway for catastrophe. The same routes that had once allowed administrators to coordinate relief efforts now carried news of spreading disasters faster than the disasters themselves could be contained. The unified legal system that had once facilitated trade now ensured that economic disruption in one region would be transmitted throughout the empire with mechanical efficiency. The cascade of catastrophes. The Great Hunger, when heaven and earth conspired. In the year 1314, across the breadth of northern Europe, the ancient contract between humanity and the heavens began to unravel in ways that no living person had ever witnessed. The spring rains, which should have been gentle nurses to the young crops, fell instead with a relentless fury that turned fertile fields into lakes, and reduced the year's plantings to rotting mush beneath gray skies that seemed to weep without end. From the rolling hills of Yorkshire to the river valleys of the Rhine, from the grainlands of Poland to the vine-covered slopes of Burgundy, the same story played out with variations that differed only in the degree of their horror. The chronicler Johannes de Trocolo, writing from his monastery cell where the scratching of his quill competed with the sound of rain against stone windows, captured the bewilderment of a world turned upside down. In the year of our Lord 1315, apart from the other hardships with which England was afflicted, hunger grew in the land. A quarter of wheat or beans or peas sold for 20 shillings, which in former times sold for 5 shillings. But numbers, however precisely recorded, could not capture the texture of catastrophe as it unfolded in the daily lives of ordinary people. In the markets of Paris, where merchants had once competed to display the finest loaves arranged like golden sculptures in their stalls, bakers now rationed flour with the careful precision of pharmacists measuring medicine. The familiar morning sound of bread ovens heating had been replaced by a different rhythm, the patient queuing of townspeople who rose before dawn to secure their families' daily sustenance, the gentle murmur of voices discussing rumors of grain ships that might arrive from distant ports, the occasional sharp crack of authority as city guards maintained order among crowds grown desperate with hunger. The transformation extended beyond the merely economic into realms that challenged the very foundations of medieval society. In England, King Edward II found himself unable to obtain bread during a visit to St. Albans, a predicament so extraordinary that chroniclers recorded it with the same wonder they might have reserved for reports of angels walking the earth. When monarchs could not command the basic necessities of life, when the carefully maintained hierarchies of feudal society proved powerless against the simple absence of food, the very meaning of political authority came into question. But it was in the countryside, where the vast majority of Europe's population still lived, that the famine's effects were most profoundly felt. In villages where the same families had worked the same fields for generations, where the rhythm of planting and harvest had provided the basic structure of time itself, the failure of agriculture meant more than mere hunger. It meant the collapse of meaning. Peasants who had learned their craft from parents who had learned from grandparents found that centuries of accumulated wisdom meant nothing when the rain would not stop and the grain would not ripen. The cattle disease that accompanied the crop failures, later remembered as the Great Bovine Pestilence, struck at the very foundation of rural life. In England and Wales alone, livestock populations fell by more than 60%, transforming landscapes that had been shaped by centuries of grazing into empty meadows where grass grew tall and wild. The absence of cattle meant not only the loss of milk and meat, but the disappearance of the animal power that made agriculture possible. Fields that had been plowed for 1,000 years lay fallow not by choice, but by necessity. Medieval Europe had experienced famines before. They were as regular a feature of rural life as the seasons themselves. But the Great Famine differed from its predecessors in both scope and intensity. Where earlier food shortages had typically affected single regions or kingdoms, the crisis of 1315 to 1317 stretched from Ireland to Poland, from Scotland to Italy. Where previous famines had lasted for months, this hunger persisted for years, creating a landscape of suffering that seemed to have no end. The social consequences rippled outward from empty granaries and silent markets into every corner of medieval life. Crime rates, already high by modern standards, soared as desperate people turned to theft and violence to secure food for their families. Contemporary chronicles, usually reserved in their language, describe scenes that challenged their authors' ability to find appropriate words. Parents abandoning children they could no longer feed, strangers murdering travelers for the contents of their food pouches, and in the most extreme cases, acts of cannibalism that violated the deepest taboos of Christian society. The Church, which had long served as the final recourse for communities facing disaster, found its traditional remedies powerless against the scale of the crisis. Prayers that had once brought rain in times of drought now seemed to bring only more rain, more cold, more of the terrible gray skies that stretched unbroken from horizon to horizon. The failure of religious solutions to address material problems planted seeds of doubt that would grow into the religious upheavals of later centuries. Yet perhaps the most significant consequence of the Great Famine was its demonstration of Europe's fundamental vulnerability to disruptions that originated far beyond its borders. The weather patterns that brought disaster to European agriculture were connected to broader changes in global climate, the end of the medieval warm period, and the beginning of the Little Ice Age. These changes affected not only Europe but the entire network of societies connected by the Silk Road, creating instabilities that would interact and amplify each other in ways that no single society could anticipate or control. The Black Death's highway, when commerce became catastrophe. The plague that would be remembered as the Black Death did not arrive in Europe as a sudden invasion. It traveled with the patient efficiency of commerce itself, following routes that merchants had traced across continents for more than a millennium. From the wildlife reservoirs of the Central Asian steppes, where Yersinia pestis had evolved in the burrows of marmots and other rodents, the bacteria began its journey westward sometime in the 1330s, moving with trade caravans and merchant vessels in the bodies of black rats that had become unwitting partners in humanity's greatest catastrophe. In the trading posts of Central Asia, where caravans paused to rest their animals and resupply their stores, the first human victims probably dismissed their symptoms as the minor illnesses that frequently accompanied long journeys. The fever and fatigue that marked the plague's early stages were hardly unusual among travelers who had spent months crossing deserts and mountain passes. Even the characteristic swellings, the buboes that would give the disease its medical name, might have been attributed to the various minor infections that plagued medieval trade routes. But as the disease spread from trading post to trading post, following the ancient rhythms of commercial exchange, its true nature became impossible to ignore. The Mongol Empire's efficient postal system, which had been designed to facilitate communication across vast distances, now served as a highway for reports of spreading disaster. Official documents that survive from this period tell the story in bureaucratic language that barely conceals the growing panic. Records of tribute payments that suddenly stopped arriving, administrative posts that went unfilled, entire cities that simply stopped responding to imperial commands. The Chinese sources that record the plague's arrival in the Yuan dynasty are particularly revealing. The History of Ming notes that, in 1344, 3 years prior to its outbreak in Europe, millions of people died in Hebei province alone. But these stark statistics mask the complex social and economic disruptions that accompanied the biological disaster. The agricultural systems that fed China's cities began to collapse as rural workers fled their fields, seeking safety and movement that only spread the disease more widely. The Grand Canal, which carried rice from the fertile south to the imperial capital in the north, became a conduit for infection, as bargemen unknowingly transported plague-infected rats along with their cargo of grain. The transformation of maritime trade routes into pathways of death was perhaps even more dramatic than the disruption of overland commerce. Ships that had once been symbols of prosperity and connection between distant cultures became floating charnel houses, where crews died faster than they could be replaced. The normal rhythms of port life, the unloading of cargo, the celebration of successful voyages, the patient negotiation of commercial contracts, gave way to scenes of horror that challenged human comprehension. At Kaffa, the Genoese trading colony where East met West in profitable harmony, the siege by Mongol forces had already created dangerous conditions of crowding and poor sanitation. When the plague struck the besieging army, the desperate decision to catapult infected corpses over the city walls transformed military desperation into biological warfare. The ships that fled Kaffa in 1347, carrying survivors and cargo to ports throughout the Mediterranean, unknowingly carried with them the seeds of Europe's destruction. The efficiency with which the plague spread through Europe's commercial networks demonstrated just how thoroughly integrated the continent's economy had become. Venice, the great entrepot where goods from Asia entered European markets, reported its first cases in 1348. Within months, the disease had reached Genoa, Marseille, and the other port cities that served as nodes in the vast network of Mediterranean trade. From these urban centers, infection spread inland along the rivers and roads that connected cities to their agricultural hinterlands. The social and economic disruptions that followed in the plague's wake were as devastating as the biological destruction itself. In Europe, where the population had grown throughout the 13th century to levels that would not be reached again until the 18th, the sudden death of 30 to 60% of the population created a demographic catastrophe that reshaped society in fundamental ways. Labor shortages that had once been temporary inconveniences became permanent features of economic life, forcing profound changes in agricultural methods, urban organization, and social structures. But the plague's impact extended far beyond Europe. Along the Silk Road, cities that had flourished for centuries under Mongol protection found themselves isolated and depopulated. Samarkand, which had been rebuilt by Timur as a cosmopolitan capital, saw its population decimated and its role as a commercial center permanently diminished. The caravan routes that had once pulsed with regular traffic fell silent, as merchants, those who survived, sought alternative pathways that avoided the worst-affected regions. The psychological impact of the pandemic was perhaps even more profound than its demographic consequences. The medieval world had developed sophisticated explanations for most forms of suffering. Famines were God's punishment for sin. Wars were tests of faith. Natural disasters were reminders of human mortality. But the plague's indiscriminate destruction of good and evil, young and old, pious and sinful, challenged these explanatory frameworks in ways that would reshape religious and philosophical thought for centuries to come. Timur's shadow, the destroyer of cities. In the closing decades of the 14th century, as Europe struggled to rebuild from the devastation of plague and famine, a different kind of catastrophe was unfolding across the Central Asian heartland of the Silk Road. Timur-Shastar, known to later generations as Tamerlane, a corruption of the Persian Timur-Ilang, or Timur the Lame, emerged from the chaos of post-Mongol Central Asia not as a restorer of order, but as an agent of destruction whose campaigns would eliminate centuries of careful urban development and commercial infrastructure. Unlike the Mongol conquerors who had preceded him, Timur showed little interest in the patient work of administration that made long-distance trade possible, where Genghis Khan and his successors had learned to see conquered cities as assets to be preserved and developed. Timur viewed them primarily as sources of immediate plunder and symbols of his personal glory. His campaigns read like catalogues of urban destruction. Urgench demolished so thoroughly that it would never be rebuilt. Isfahan's population slaughtered, and their heads arranged in pyramids visible from miles away. Delhi left so devastated that it would take more than a century to recover. The siege of Damascus in 1401 provided a particularly revealing glimpse of Timur's methods and their impact on the infrastructure of international trade. Damascus had been for centuries one of the great entrepôts of the Islamic world, a city where merchants from India and China met traders from Egypt and Europe in markets that hummed with the constant business of exchange. The city's wealth lay not in natural resources but in human skills. The metal workers who could turn raw iron into Damascus steel, the textile workers who wove silk and cotton into fabrics prized from Cordoba to Beijing, the jewelers whose intricate craftwork adorned the courts of kings and emperors. When Timur's armies approached the city, the Damascene authorities attempted to negotiate a surrender that would preserve both lives and property. They offered tribute that would have satisfied most conquerors: gold and silver, precious fabrics, and promises of ongoing payments that would make the city a permanent source of revenue. But Timur's conception of conquest was more radical and more destructive than mere tribute collection. He demanded not just wealth but the physical transfer of the city's human resources to his own capital at Samarkand. The forced relocation of Damascus's craftsmen to Samarkand represented more than simple brutality. It was a systematic attempt to concentrate the Islamic world's productive capacity in a single city under Timur's direct control. Spanish ambassador Ruy González de Claviol, who visited Samarkand in 1404, described the results of this policy with a mixture of admiration and horror. Wares came from all over the Middle East, from Russia, from India, and especially from China. But the beauty of Timur's capital was built on the destruction of other cities, creating a monument to conquest that could not long survive its creator's death. The ironies of Timur's methods were perhaps most visible in his treatment of Samarkand itself. The city that he transformed into one of the wonders of the medieval world was also, in many ways, a vast prison camp, populated by skilled workers who had been torn from their homes and families. The astronomical observatory built by Timur's grandson Ulugh Beg, which produced calculations of unprecedented accuracy, was staffed by astronomers and mathematicians who had been forcibly relocated from institutions that Timur had destroyed. The beautiful madrasas and mosques that lined Samarkand's streets were decorated with tilework created by craftsmen who might never again see their native cities. This concentration of resources and talent in a single center created a prosperity that was both magnificent and fragile. When Timur died in 1405, while preparing for a campaign against China that might have brought him into direct conflict with the Ming dynasty, the system that he had created through force could not survive the succession struggles that followed. His sons and grandsons, lacking both his military genius and his ruthless will, proved unable to maintain the delicate balance of terror and patronage that had made Timur's empire possible. The collapse of Timurid power left Central Asia fragmented among competing successor states, none of which possessed the resources or authority necessary to maintain the region's role as the primary conduit for East-West trade. The cities that Timur had destroyed were never fully rebuilt, and the commercial networks that had connected them were never restored. Routes that had carried silk and spices for centuries became pathways for nomadic raiders and local warlords, too dangerous for the merchant caravans that had once made them profitable. The Great Redirection. The Ottoman curtain falls. Constantinople's transformation. On the morning of May 29, 1453, as the sounds of cannon fire echoed across the waters of the Golden Horn and the acrid smoke of gunpowder mingled with the ancient incense of Hagia Sophia, more than just a city changed hands. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman armies of Mehmed II marked the definitive end of the Byzantine Empire, but its deeper significance lay in what it represented for the networks of trade that had connected East and West for more than a millennium. Constantinople had been for centuries more than merely a city. It had been the great transformer where the products of Asia became the luxuries of Europe. In its warehouses, Chinese silk was sorted and graded before being shipped to Venice and Genoa. In its workshops, craftsmen who had learned their trades from masters stretching back to the Roman Empire created goods that combined techniques from across the known world. In its markets, merchants who spoke a dozen languages negotiated contracts that would be fulfilled in cities they had never seen. The Ottoman conquest did not immediately destroy these commercial functions, but it fundamentally altered their nature. The new rulers of Constantinople were not interested in serving as passive intermediaries in trade controlled by others. Ottoman economic policy aimed instead at redirecting the profits of East-West commerce toward Istanbul and other Ottoman cities. The traditional privileges enjoyed by Venetian and Genoese merchants were curtailed or eliminated entirely. New taxes and regulations made the overland routes through Ottoman territory more expensive and less predictable than they had been under Byzantine rule. More significantly, the Ottoman Empire's conception of international relations differed fundamentally from the traditions that had governed Mediterranean trade. Where Byzantine diplomacy had sought to balance competing interests and maintain profitable relationships with all parties, Ottoman policy was explicitly imperial, demanding acknowledgement of Ottoman superiority as the price of commercial access. European merchants who had once negotiated as equals with Byzantine officials now found themselves treated as supplicants, seeking favors from a superior power. The psychological impact of Constantinople's fall resonated throughout Europe with effects that extended far beyond commercial concerns. For centuries, the city had served as Christendom's easternmost outpost, a symbol of Christian resistance to Islamic expansion that had survived the fall of Jerusalem, the loss of Antioch, and the destruction of the Crusader states. Its conquest by Muslim forces seemed to many Europeans to herald the beginning of the end of Christian civilization itself. This sense of civilizational crisis created both the motivation and the justification for the maritime explorations that would ultimately make the traditional Silk Road obsolete. Portuguese princes who funded expeditions to find sea routes to India spoke explicitly of their desire to outflank the Islamic powers that controlled the traditional overland routes. Spanish monarchs who supported Columbus's westward voyages were motivated not only by hopes of wealth, but by dreams of establishing Christian kingdoms in Asia that could serve as allies against Ottoman power. The irony of these European responses was that they achieved their intended effect far more completely than their originators could have imagined. By the early 16th century, Portuguese ships were delivering Asian spices to European markets at prices that undercut the traditional overland routes. Spanish silver from the Americas was being traded for Chinese silk in Manila, creating trans-Pacific commercial networks that bypassed the Islamic world entirely. The Ottoman Empire's attempt to extract greater profits from its position as intermediary between East and West had inadvertently stimulated the development of alternative systems that made intermediaries unnecessary. The Ocean's Call, Vasco da Gama's Revolution. In July 1497, 4 Portuguese ships under the command of Vasco da Gama departed from Lisbon's harbor on a voyage that would fundamentally alter the balance of global commerce. Their destination was India, but their route, around the southern tip of Africa and across the Indian Ocean, represented more than simply an alternative to the traditional overland pathways. It marked the beginning of an era in which oceanic transportation would prove not merely competitive with land routes, but decisively superior to them. The Portuguese achievement was built on decades of patient exploration and technological development. Throughout the 15th century, Portuguese navigators had pushed steadily southward along the African coast, establishing trading posts and supply stations that served as stepping stones for longer voyages. They had mastered the art of reading ocean winds and currents, developed new techniques for celestial navigation, and created ships designed specifically for long-distance ocean travel. But the Portuguese success depended on more than just technological advancement. It required a fundamental reconceptualization of how long-distance trade could be organized. The traditional Silk Road had been essentially a relay system, with goods passing through the hands of numerous intermediaries as they moved from their point of origin to their final destination. Each exchange added costs and delays, but it also distributed risks and allowed specialized knowledge of local conditions to be applied at each stage of the journey. The Portuguese model eliminated intermediaries by creating a single organization, initially the Portuguese Crown, later the Portuguese East India Company, that controlled the entire process from the loading of cargo in Asian ports to its sale in European markets. This integration allowed for greater profits per transaction, but it also required unprecedented amounts of capital and sophisticated methods of managing risk across vast distances and extended time periods. The success of Portuguese operations in the Indian Ocean demonstrated conclusively that maritime transportation could deliver Asian goods to European markets faster, cheaper, and more reliably than the traditional overland routes. A ship departing from Goa could reach Lisbon in 6 to 8 months, while goods traveling overland from India to Europe typically required 2 years or more to complete their journey. Maritime cargo was subject to fewer taxes and transit fees, faced less risk of theft or confiscation, and could be moved in much larger quantities than was possible with camel caravans. The competitive advantages of sea routes became even more pronounced as European maritime technology continued to improve throughout the 16th century. Ships grew larger and more seaworthy, navigation techniques became more precise, and the network of European-controlled ports expanded to provide safe harbors and supply stations throughout the Indian Ocean. By 1550, a well-organized maritime expedition could deliver Asian spices to European markets at prices that traditional overland traders could not match. The impact of this transformation extended far beyond simple commercial competition. The shift from land to sea routes fundamentally altered the geographic basis of international trade. Cities that had grown rich as stops along the overland routes, Samarkand, Isfahan, Aleppo, found themselves marginalized as commerce flowed increasingly through coastal ports connected by maritime networks. Venice, which had for centuries dominated European trade with Asia through its connections with overland routes, saw its commercial supremacy challenged by Lisbon, Amsterdam, and other Atlantic ports, better positioned to exploit the new maritime opportunities. The social and cultural consequences of this geographic reorientation were equally profound. The traditional Silk Road had been not only a commercial network, but also a system for the exchange of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. The patient movement of caravans across continents had provided opportunities for sustained interaction between different civilizations, creating the cosmopolitan urban centers where Islamic, Christian, Buddhist, and Confucian traditions influenced each other in complex and creative ways. Maritime trade, with its emphasis on speed and efficiency, created fewer opportunities for this kind of cultural exchange. European merchants who established trading posts in Asia typically remained isolated from local societies, conducting business through interpreters and agents rather than learning local languages and customs themselves. The result was a form of commercial relationship that was more efficient but also more superficial than the deep cultural interactions that had characterized the traditional Silk Road. The silence of the ancient roads. By the middle of the 16th century, the Great Transformation was complete. Caravans still crossed the deserts and mountains of Central Asia, but they carried primarily local and regional goods, rather than the transcontinental cargo that had once justified the Silk Road's existence. The last regular commercial connections between China and Europe via the overland routes disappeared sometime in the 1550s, not through any single dramatic event but through the gradual recognition that maritime alternatives had made the ancient pathways economically obsolete. The cities that had once served as the great entrepôts of international trade adapted to their changed circumstances in different ways. Some, like Isfahan under the Safavid dynasty, reinvented themselves as centers of regional power and culture, creating magnificent architectural monuments that testified to their continuing prosperity, even as their international significance declined. Others, like Samarkand under various Uzbek dynasties, preserved their commercial traditions but operated within much smaller geographic spheres, serving the needs of Central Asian markets rather than facilitating intercontinental exchange. A few cities, like Bukhara, maintained some connection to long-distance trade by serving as intermediaries in the exchange of goods between Russian and Indian merchants. But even these reduced commercial functions were fundamentally different from the role that Central Asian cities had played during the height of the Silk Road. Instead of serving as essential links in a chain that connected the major civilizations of Eurasia, they had become peripheral players in a global economy increasingly dominated by maritime networks controlled from European capitals. The human cost of this transformation was measured not only in the decline of individual cities, but in the disappearance of entire ways of life that had evolved over centuries to serve the needs of long-distance overland trade. The great merchant families who had maintained commercial relationships across continents for generations found their carefully cultivated networks rendered worthless by changes in transportation technology. Caravan leaders, whose knowledge of desert routes and mountain passes had been passed down through families for centuries, discovered that their expertise was no longer needed. The polyglot communities of interpreters, guides, and cultural mediators who had made intercultural commerce possible slowly dispersed as the demand for their services evaporated. Perhaps most poignantly, the physical infrastructure of the Silk Road began its slow surrender to the natural forces that human activity had held at bay for more than a millennium. Caravanserais that had once echoed with the voices of merchants from a dozen cultures fell silent, their courtyards gradually filled with wind-blown sand and their walls slowly crumbling under the patient assault of weather and time. Wells that had been maintained for centuries to provide water for thirsty travelers were allowed to silt up when the cost of maintenance could no longer be justified by the dwindling traffic they served. The irrigation systems that had supported the agricultural surplus necessary to feed the urban centers of Central Asia suffered a similar fate. Without the wealth generated by international trade, the rulers of Central Asian cities could no longer afford the constant maintenance required to keep complex hydraulic systems functioning in arid environments. Channels that had carried water to fertile fields for centuries were abandoned when the tax revenues needed for their upkeep disappeared, along with the commercial activity that had generated them. Yet the end of the traditional Silk Road did not mean the end of cultural and commercial exchange between East and West. It meant the transformation of that exchange into forms that would have been unrecognizable to the merchants and travelers of earlier centuries. The maritime networks that replaced the overland routes created new opportunities for contact between civilizations, but they also created new forms of inequality and exploitation that had been less pronounced in the more decentralized world of caravan trade. The European trading companies that dominated the new maritime networks possessed technological and organizational advantages that allowed them to extract far more wealth from Asian societies than traditional merchants had ever been able to do. The Portuguese Estado da India, the Dutch East India Company, and their competitors operated with levels of capital investment and military backing that dwarfed the resources available to traditional Asian merchants. The result was a form of commercial relationship that was increasingly one-sided, with European companies extracting vast quantities of Asian goods in exchange for relatively small amounts of European manufactured products and American silver. Echoes across time, the Silk Road's enduring legacy. The disappearance of the traditional Silk Road marked the end of an era in human history, but it did not mark the end of the Silk Road's influence on the development of global civilization. The networks of trade and cultural exchange that had connected East and West for more than a millennium had created forms of human interaction that would continue to shape international relations long after the last caravan had made its way across the Taklamakan Desert. The legal and commercial institutions that had evolved to facilitate long-distance trade provided models for later developments in international law and business organization. The complex contracts that had governed relationships between merchants from different cultures, the dispute resolution mechanisms that had allowed commercial disagreements to be settled without recourse to warfare, and the systems of credit and banking that had made long-distance commerce financially feasible, all contributed to the gradual development of what would eventually become the modern international economy. More subtly but perhaps more importantly, the Silk Road had created a vision of the world as a place where different civilizations could interact profitably, despite their differences in language, religion, and culture. This cosmopolitan ideal, though often honored more in the breach than in the observance, would prove remarkably durable. It would survive the religious wars of the 16th and 17th centuries, the imperial competitions of the 18th and 19th centuries, and the ideological conflicts of the 20th century, to emerge as one of the foundational assumptions of contemporary globalization. The technological innovations that had been developed to serve the needs of Silk Road commerce also continued to influence human development long after their original applications had become obsolete. The navigational techniques that had allowed merchants to cross trackless deserts were adapted by maritime explorers seeking new routes to distant continents. The preservation methods that had kept food edible during months-long caravan journeys contributed to the development of improved techniques for storing and transporting agricultural products. The communication systems that had allowed merchants to coordinate activities across vast distances provided models for later innovations in long-distance communication. Perhaps most significantly, the Silk Road had demonstrated both the possibilities and the vulnerabilities inherent in complex systems of international cooperation. The prosperity that had flourished under the Pax Mongolica showed what could be achieved when political authorities committed themselves to facilitating rather than obstructing international trade. But the rapidity with which that prosperity had disappeared when political conditions changed also demonstrated how fragile such achievements could be. The lessons learned from the Silk Road's rise and fall would prove relevant to later attempts at creating stable frameworks for international cooperation. The recognition that prosperity depended on predictable legal and political conditions, that cultural exchange could be mutually beneficial even between very different societies, and that technological innovation could create new possibilities for human interaction, while also creating new forms of vulnerability. All of these insights, derived from centuries of experience along the Silk Road, would inform the efforts of later generations to create institutions capable of managing an increasingly interconnected world. In the villages and cities that had once served as stops along the great trade routes, memories of the Silk Road's golden age became part of local folklore and cultural identity. Stories of the great merchant princes who had built palaces and funded mosques, of the caravans that had brought exotic goods from distant lands, and of the cosmopolitan communities where people from many cultures had lived and worked together, were passed down through generations, even as the physical evidence of that prosperity gradually disappeared. These memories, embellished and romanticized through countless retellings, helped to preserve the ideal of international cooperation even during periods when political conditions made such cooperation difficult or impossible. They provided a vision of what the world could become when human ingenuity and goodwill were applied to the challenges of bridging cultural and geographic distances. And they served as a reminder that the achievements of the past, however magnificent, were always vulnerable to the changing circumstances that no human institution could completely control. The silence that settled over the ancient roads of Central Asia was not the silence of death, but the silence of transformation. The Silk Road had not failed. It had succeeded so completely that it had created the conditions for its own obsolescence. The technologies, institutions, and cultural practices that had evolved to serve the needs of overland trade had made possible the maritime innovations that would eventually make overland trade unnecessary. The wealth that had been generated by centuries of patient commercial activity had provided the capital necessary to fund the explorations that would discover new routes to the same destinations. In this sense, the end of the traditional Silk Road marked not a defeat but a graduation, the transition from a world where long-distance trade was difficult, dangerous, and expensive, to a world where such trade was increasingly routine, safe, and profitable. The ancient dream of merchants, to connect the most distant corners of the earth through networks of mutually beneficial exchange, had been realized, though in forms that the original dreamers could never have imagined. As the sun set over the empty caravanserais of Central Asia, it was rising over harbors where ships loaded with Asian cargo prepared to set sail for European markets. The Silk Road was dead, but the vision that had inspired its creation lived on, taking new forms and serving new purposes but retaining at its core the fundamental human conviction that distance was a challenge to be overcome rather than a barrier to be accepted. The roads themselves might fall silent, but the human journey toward a connected world continued, following new pathways toward destinations that remained, as they had always been, just beyond the horizon. Chapter 11. Modern Legacy. From the Silk Road to the Belt and Road Initiative. In the golden autumn light of Astana, Kazakhstan, beneath the soaring glass dome of Nazarbayev University, hundreds of students and dignitaries gather in hushed anticipation. The crisp September air carries promises that seem to echo across centuries, much like it had when caravans first crossed these same Central Asian steppes, their bells chiming across the vast grasslands, as merchants carried silk and dreams between distant worlds. Chinese President Xi Jinping steps to the podium, his words about to ripple across continents and through time, connecting the aspirations of ancient traders to the ambitions of a modern superpower. Around him, the university's contemporary architecture rises from soil that has witnessed the passage of countless civilizations, Turkic horsemen, Mongol armies, Russian explorers, Soviet planners, and now the architects of Kazakhstan's independent future. 2,000 years ago, Xi begins, his voice carrying the weight of accumulated history. The Chinese envoy, Zhang Qian, journeyed west and opened an overland route linking the east and west. Today, as we review this history, we can appreciate the vision of our forebears. The audience leans forward as he paints images of caravans laden with precious silk traversing these very lands, of merchants and scholars carrying not just goods but the seeds of civilizations across the vast Eurasian continent. But this September day in 2013 offers more than historical reflection. Xi's eyes sweep across the young faces before him, Kazakhs with their nomadic heritage, Russians carrying Soviet memories, Chinese students pursuing distant dreams, scholars from across Central Asia, as he unveils something unprecedented. We should take an innovative approach and jointly build an economic belt along the Silk Road. The phrase hangs in the air like morning mist over the steppes, heavy with possibility. An economic belt. A new Silk Road. The ancient pathways of commerce and culture, reimagined for the 21st century. The moment captures profound ambition, wrapped in historical reverence. Here, in the heart of Central Asia, where East truly meets West, where winds still whisper tales of Marco Polo and Zhang Quan, where the northern lights sometimes dance above landscapes that have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, a modern vision takes shape. The university itself, gleaming with contemporary glass and steel, yet rooted in soil where countless caravans once rested, embodies this bridging of eras. Around the auditorium, faces reflect the diversity that once characterized the great trading cities of Samarkand and Bukhara. These students understand, perhaps better than anyone, what it means to live at the crossroads of civilizations. Their ancestors welcomed merchants from Constantinople and Chang'an. Their cities housed Christians and Muslims, Buddhists and Zoroastrians, Manichaeans and Jews. Now they listen, as Xi speaks of policy coordination, facilities connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people bonds. Concepts that would have been perfectly comprehensible to a medieval Sogdian trader counting silver coins in a Tashkent bazaar. Outside the university walls, Kazakhstan's new capital rises from the steppe, a symbol of post-Soviet ambition and Central Asian Renaissance. The Bayturuk Tower pierces the sky like a modern minaret, while the Khan Shatir Entertainment Center curves like a giant yurt, reimagined in glass and steel. The country's vast oil reserves and mineral wealth represent contemporary versions of the precious commodities that once drew merchants across treacherous mountain passes and scorching deserts. The Kazakhs in the audience understand their geography grants them the same strategic importance their ancestors possessed. They remain the bridge between China's rising economy and Europe's established markets. As Xi concludes his speech, autumn sunlight streams through the university's windows, illuminating faces that reflect the same mixture of curiosity and calculation that must have characterized merchants in ancient Samarkand's covered markets. The applause that follows carries more than diplomatic politeness. It resonates with recognition that something significant has just been born, something that will reshape the world's economic geography as surely as the original Silk Road reshaped the ancient world. The echo of ancient routes. As word of China's grand vision spread from capital to capital, something remarkable began to happen. The same magnetic pull that had once drawn merchants to Samarkand's bazaars now attracted nations to Beijing's promise of connectivity. Within weeks of Xi's Kazakhstan speech, invitations flowed to Beijing from across the developing world. Presidents and prime ministers who had struggled to secure infrastructure funding from traditional sources suddenly found themselves welcomed in the Zhonnanhai compound, where Chinese leaders spoke of railways and ports, power plants and pipelines, with the casual confidence of a civilization that had been building such things for millennia. The vision expanded with breathtaking speed. In October 2013, just 1 month after the Astana speech, Xi stood before the Indonesian parliament in Jakarta, where tropical humidity and the scent of frangipani flowers filled the air. Here, surrounded by representatives of the world's largest archipelago nation, he unveiled the maritime dimension of his grand strategy, the 21st century maritime Silk Road. Like the ancient sea routes that had connected Guangzhou to Malacca, Colombo to Hormuz and Alexandria to Venice, this new maritime network would bind together the Indian Ocean world. Indonesian President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono listened with particular interest. His country's 17,000 islands had long served as stepping stones between the Indian and Pacific Oceans, their ports welcoming Arab dhows, Chinese junks, and European galleons across the centuries. The prospect of renewed Chinese investment in Indonesia's maritime infrastructure awakened memories of the Majapahit and Srivijaya empires, when Indonesian rulers commanded the sea lanes between China and India. In dusty Jakarta archives lay Portuguese maps from the 16th century, marking Indonesian ports as essential waypoints on the Rota de China, the China route that had made Lisbon wealthy beyond its founders' dreams. The response exceeded all expectations. By early 2014, Chinese diplomatic missions found themselves inundated with requests for infrastructure projects. In Pakistan, where summer heat shimmers off the Thar Desert and monsoon rains flood the Indus Plains, government officials spoke excitedly of connecting the Arabian Sea port of Gwadar to the western Chinese city of Kashgar, a distance of over 3,000 kilometers that would require tunneling through the Karakoram Mountains and crossing some of Earth's most challenging terrain. The route would slash thousands of nautical miles from China's energy imports, avoiding the vulnerable choke point of the Malacca Strait, where American naval power could potentially strangle Chinese commerce. In the glass towers of Colombo, Sri Lankan officials examined plans for expanding their Indian Ocean ports. In the mountain ring capital of Nepal, Kathmandu, ministers dreamed of railways connecting their landlocked kingdom to the sea. In the Red Sea port of Djibouti, where French colonial buildings bake under the African sun, officials calculated how Chinese investment might transform their strategic location at the mouth of the Suez Canal into a modern commercial empire. The scale of Chinese ambition became clear with the establishment of new financial institutions designed specifically to fund this modern Silk Road. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, announced in October 2013, represented something unprecedented. A Chinese-led multilateral development bank that could compete with the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. Despite initial skepticism from Washington, which urged allies to avoid joining, the AIIB attracted 57 founding members by 2015, including traditional American allies like the United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. The Silk Road Fund, established in December 2014 with $40 billion in initial capital, provided another financing mechanism. Unlike traditional development banks focused on poverty reduction and social programs, these new institutions prioritized infrastructure, roads, railways, ports, power plants, pipelines, and telecommunications networks. They embodied a distinctly Chinese approach to development. Build the physical foundations of prosperity, and economic growth will follow. The first major project to emerge from this institutional framework was the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, announced in April 2015, with fanfare that rivaled the signing of historic treaties. Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif and Xi Jinping affixed their signatures to 51 agreements worth $46 billion, an amount equivalent to all foreign investment in Pakistan since 1970. The ceremony took place in Islamabad's Spring Gardens, where rose petals floated in marble fountains and the air carried the fragrance of jasmine. Pakistani children waved small Chinese and Pakistani flags as their parents contemplated a future where Gwadar might become the Rotterdam of the Arabian Sea. The enthusiasm was infectious. In Kazakhstan, President Nursultan Nazarbayev announced plans to connect his country's railway network to Chinese lines, creating a new Silk Road for freight trains carrying goods between Chinese factories and European markets. In Belarus, President Alexander Lukashenko spoke of his country becoming the, quote, gateway between China and Europe, hosting massive Chinese industrial parks near Minsk. In Hungary, Prime Minister Viktor Orbán welcomed Chinese investment in a high-speed railway connecting Budapest to Belgrade, despite European Union concerns about Chinese influence in Eastern Europe. The revival carried profound historical resonance. In Samarkand, where Tamerlane once held court and Babur dreamed of Indian conquests, Uzbek officials pointed to ancient trade routes as justification for new Chinese-funded highways. In Venice, where Marco Polo's family palace still stands near the Rialto Bridge, Italian mayors spoke of their city's historical role as Europe's gateway to Asia. The Hungarian railway project would pass near the ancient Roman city of Sirmium, where emperors once governed the Eastern Empire, and where medieval merchants had loaded Balkan silver onto wagons bound for Constantinople. The Great Construction. The transformation from diplomatic speeches to concrete reality began with remarkable speed. By 2016, the sound of construction equipment echoed across 3 continents as the Belt and Road Initiative shifted from vision to implementation. In Lahore, Pakistan's cultural capital, where Mughal emperors once built gardens that seemed like earthly paradises, Pakistani workers and Chinese engineers collaborated on something the city had never seen, a metro system with air-conditioned cars that glided silently above traffic-choked streets. The Orange Line metro became a symbol of what the new Silk Road could achieve. For centuries, Lahore's residents had navigated the city much as their ancestors had, on foot, by horse and cart, later by bicycle and crowded buses that belched black smoke into the Punjab sun. The metro's 27 stations, designed with Islamic architectural motifs that honored local traditions while employing Chinese engineering expertise, represented a fusion of civilizations. Pakistani mothers now board sleek trains with their children, traveling distances that once required hours of struggle through chaotic traffic. The journey from Dera Gujran to Ali Town, past the Badshahi Mosque where Aurangzeb once prayed, takes just 45 minutes instead of the traditional 2 hours. In the Indonesian highlands between Jakarta and Bandung, an even more ambitious project took shape. Indonesian workers, many descended from Javanese princes and Chinese merchants, cleared tropical forests and terraced mountainsides to create Southeast Asia's first high-speed railway. The engineering challenges rivaled those faced by the builders of the Trans-Siberian Railway, 142 kilometers of track, requiring 13 tunnels and 62 bridges, designed to withstand Indonesia's frequent earthquakes while maintaining speeds of 350 kilometers per hour. The railway's inauguration in October 2023 became a celebration of technological achievement and cultural synthesis. Indonesian President Joko Widodo, known as Jokowi, rode alongside Chinese officials on the inaugural journey, watching as rural Indonesian landscapes blurred past the windows at unprecedented speeds. Villages that had remained isolated since Dutch colonial times now found themselves connected to the global economy. The journey from Jakarta to Bandung, which had required over 3 hours of driving through mountain roads, was reduced to 45 minutes of comfortable travel in carriages that seemed to float above the rails. The transformation was perhaps most dramatic in Piraeus, the port that had served Athens since the time of Pericles. When the global financial crisis devastated Greece's economy, Piraeus had become a symbol of European decline, its cranes idle, its terminals empty, its workers facing unemployment. Chinese shipping giant COSCO acquired a controlling stake in 2016 and immediately began implementing the operational expertise that had made Chinese ports the world's most efficient. The revival seemed almost miraculous. Greek dockworkers who had feared for their jobs found themselves working alongside Chinese managers who spoke pidgin Greek and shared their lunches of rice and olives. Automated cranes began moving containers with precision that European observers had thought impossible. Within 3 years, Piraeus became the fastest-growing container port in the world, its throughput increasing by over 300%. The port that had once welcomed Phoenician traders and Roman grain ships now served as the Mediterranean terminus for trains carrying Chinese goods across the Eurasian landmass. Chinese investment transformed the Piraeus experience for everyone involved. Greek longshoremen discovered that Chinese managers, despite communication barriers, shared their concerns about safety and efficiency. The Chinese introduced tea breaks alongside traditional Greek coffee breaks, and gradually the port developed its own hybrid culture. Greek workers performing traditional dances at Chinese New Year celebrations. Chinese managers learning to appreciate ouzo and octopus. The success attracted other European ports to seek Chinese investment, from Bilbao in Spain to Antwerp in Belgium. In the East African port of Mombasa, where Arab dhows had once loaded ivory and slaves for Indian Ocean markets, Chinese engineers supervised the construction of a modern railway that would connect the Kenyan coast to the capital Nairobi and eventually to landlocked Uganda. The standard gauge railway, inaugurated in 2017, reduced the journey from Mombasa to Nairobi from 12 hours to 4 hours and 30 minutes. Kenyan passengers, many wearing traditional kanga cloth that displayed Chinese-made designs, marveled at crossing landscapes that had challenged European explorers for centuries. The Savo Plains, where lions had terrorized Indian railroad workers in the 1890s, now traversed by air-conditioned cars filled with Kenyan businesspeople checking their smartphones. The railway's impact extended far beyond transportation. Small towns along the route experienced economic booms as increased connectivity attracted investment. Kenyan entrepreneurs established new businesses catering to railway workers and passengers. Local farmers gained access to Nairobi markets that had previously been unreachable. The railway created over 40,000 jobs for Kenyans, from station masters fluent in Mandarin to conductors who learned to announce stops in Swahili, English, and Chinese. In Central Asia, where winter temperatures can drop to -40 degrees Celsius and summer heat exceeds 50 degrees Celsius, Chinese workers and local crews collaborated on pipelines that would carry natural gas from Turkmenistan's Karakum Desert to Chinese cities thousands of kilometers away. The engineering challenges required solutions that Marco Polo could never have imagined. Pipelines buried beneath shifting sands, pumping stations powered by solar panels in landscapes where ancient caravans had struggled to find water, compressor stations designed to withstand earthquakes in regions where the Silk Road had been repeatedly severed by geological instability. The human dimension of these projects proved as remarkable as their technical achievements. In Pakistan, Chinese engineers learned to appreciate the 5 daily prayers that structured their Muslim colleagues' work schedules. Pakistani workers discovered that Chinese New Year celebrations, with their emphasis on family reunion and shared meals, resonated with their own cultural values. In Sri Lanka, Chinese construction workers visited Buddhist temples alongside their Sinhalese colleagues, lighting incense and offering prayers for project success. In Ethiopia, Chinese managers adapted to the Orthodox calendar, while Ethiopian workers learned to prepare simple Chinese dishes for their new colleagues. These cross-cultural exchanges generated their own innovations. Pakistani construction techniques, adapted to extreme heat and monsoon flooding, influenced Chinese engineering practices. Sri Lankan workers introduced Chinese colleagues to traditional Ayurvedic medicine, while Chinese workers shared acupuncture techniques. In Kenya, fusion cuisines emerged as Chinese chefs adapted their techniques to local ingredients. Ugali prepared with Chinese vegetables, Chinese noodles made with Kenyan wheat, tea ceremonies that blended Chinese traditions with Kenyan chai culture. Crossroads of cooperation and controversy. Yet, as construction crews worked across 3 continents, and the first BRI freight trains crossed the Eurasian landmass, questions began to arise about the true nature of this modern Silk Road. The very success of Chinese projects sparked debates that echoed ancient concerns about foreign influence and local autonomy. In universities from Harvard to Oxford, in think tanks from Washington to Delhi, scholars and policymakers began examining whether China's benevolent rhetoric masked more calculated ambitions. The controversy crystallized around Sri Lanka's Hambantota port, where the blue waters of the Indian Ocean lap against shores that had welcomed Portuguese galleons, Dutch merchant ships, and British steamers across the centuries. The port story became a cautionary tale about the potential dangers of Chinese financing, yet the reality proved more complex than initial headlines suggested. The project had originated not with Chinese ambitions, but with Sri Lankan dreams. President Mahinda Rajapaksa, scion of a powerful political family from Hambantota district, envisioned transforming his remote hometown into a major Indian Ocean port. The location held both promise and peril, far from Colombo's congested harbor, but isolated from existing transportation networks, blessed with deep natural waters, but lacking the hinterland connections that drive port profitability. Chinese companies, led by China Harbor Engineering Group, enthusiastically supported Rajapaksa's vision. They conducted feasibility studies that painted optimistic pictures of Hambantota's potential, perhaps influenced more by commercial opportunities than sober economic analysis. The resulting contracts reflected this optimism. Sri Lanka borrowed $1.4 billion from Chinese banks to build a port designed to handle the world's largest container ships, despite limited evidence that such vessels would choose Hambantota over established regional hubs like Singapore or Dubai. The port's magnificent infrastructure, concrete piers stretching into the Indian Ocean, cranes capable of lifting the heaviest containers, terminals designed to accommodate thousands of trucks, stood largely empty when it opened in 2010. Ships that were supposed to call at Hambantota continued their journeys to more established ports. The anticipated economic development failed to materialize. Sri Lanka struggled to service the loans, especially as global commodity prices affected the country's traditional tea and rubber exports. The resolution came in 2017, when Sri Lanka agreed to lease the port to Chinese state-owned China Merchants Port Holdings for 99 years, in exchange for debt relief worth $1.1 billion. Critics immediately labeled this debt trap diplomacy, a Chinese strategy of lending money for unsustainable projects, then seizing strategic assets when countries defaulted. The phrase resonated globally, appearing in newspapers from London to Tokyo, in congressional hearings in Washington, and in academic conferences worldwide. Yet closer examination revealed a more nuanced story. The Sri Lankan government, not Chinese officials, had initiated the port project. Chinese companies had responded to Sri Lankan requests for financing and construction, motivated primarily by commercial rather than strategic considerations. When the project struggled, China faced the same dilemma that confronts any major creditor: how to recover investments without destroying relationships with important partners. The lease arrangement, while unprecedented in its duration, allowed Sri Lanka to retain ownership of the port while benefiting from Chinese operational expertise. Sri Lankan port workers kept their jobs, often with improved working conditions under Chinese management. The port began attracting more shipping traffic as Chinese operations improved efficiency and reduced costs. Local businesses in Hambantota district experienced modest growth as increased port activity generated demand for services. Similar complexities emerged in Malaysia, where the East Coast Rail Link became another flashpoint in debates about Chinese intentions. The 688-kilometer railway, designed to connect Malaysia's east and west coasts, promised to reduce transportation costs and stimulate economic development in the country's less prosperous eastern states. The project carried deep political significance for former Prime Minister Najib Razak, whose ruling party relied heavily on rural Malay voters who would benefit from improved connectivity. Chinese contractors, led by China Communications Construction Company, offered attractive financing terms, $20 billion in loans at favorable interest rates, with much of the construction work reserved for Chinese companies and workers. The agreement reflected China's standard approach to BRI projects, package deals that combined financing, construction and operation under Chinese management, ensuring efficiency but limiting local participation in high-skilled positions. The project became controversial when opposition leader Mahathir Mohamad criticized it as excessively expensive and potentially compromising Malaysian sovereignty. After winning the 2018 election at age 92, Mahathir temporarily suspended the railway, citing Malaysia's debt burden and concerns about Chinese influence. The suspension sent shockwaves through BRI planning offices in Beijing, where officials had assumed that signed agreements would ensure project completion regardless of political changes. The eventual resolution demonstrated the pragmatic flexibility that characterized many BRI adjustments. After extended negotiations, Malaysia and China agreed to reduce the project's cost from $20 billion to $15.7 billion, while maintaining its essential scope. Chinese contractors accepted lower profit margins in exchange for project continuation. Malaysian officials gained greater oversight of construction standards and local hiring practices. The compromise satisfied neither critics nor enthusiasts completely, but it preserved the relationship between China and one of Southeast Asia's most important economies. The complexity of managing BRI projects across diverse political systems became even more apparent in Italy, where the decision to join the initiative sparked debates that reflected broader European anxieties about Chinese influence. Italy's participation represented a diplomatic coup for China, the first G7 nation to formally endorse the BRI, lending credibility to Chinese claims about the initiative's global appeal. The Italian decision emerged from a combination of economic necessity and political calculation. Italy's economy had struggled since the 2008 financial crisis, with youth unemployment exceeding 30% in southern regions and infrastructure investment lagging behind European averages. Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte's populist government, facing pressure to stimulate growth while managing EU fiscal constraints, saw Chinese investment as a potential solution to structural economic problems. The signing ceremony at Via Madama in March 2019 captured the historical resonance of Italy's decision. The Renaissance villa, built by Pope Clement VII and designed by Raphael, had witnessed centuries of diplomatic negotiations. Now it hosted the signature of memorandums that would revive trade relationships dating back to Marco Polo's adventures. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Italian Prime Minister Conte exchanged documents worth $2.8 billion in initial agreements, covering port development, telecommunications infrastructure, and cultural exchanges. The European reaction was swift and harsh. EU officials warned that Italy was undermining European unity, and potentially compromising security by allowing Chinese companies access to sensitive infrastructure. The United States expressed similar concerns, with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo cautioning that Chinese investment often came with hidden costs and strategic obligations. France and Germany, while maintaining diplomatic courtesy, clearly disapproved of Italy's unilateral decision to engage with China outside EU frameworks. Italian supporters of BRI participation argued that their country was simply reclaiming its historical role as Europe's gateway to Asia. Venice had grown wealthy by connecting European markets to Asian goods. Genoa had financed Columbus's westward journey to find a new route to China. Modern Italy could benefit similarly by becoming China's primary European partner. Chinese investment in Trieste port and other infrastructure projects could revitalize Italy's economy, while positioning the country advantageously for 21st-century global trade. Critics worried that Italian enthusiasm for Chinese investment reflected short-term thinking about long-term strategic relationships. European integration had been based on shared values and mutual oversight. Chinese investment came with fewer strings attached but potentially greater long-term obligations. The debate reflected broader European struggles to balance economic opportunities with security concerns, national sovereignty with supranational coordination. Resilience and recalibration. Then came 2020, and with it, a global pandemic that tested every assumption about connectivity, trade, and international cooperation. The virus that emerged in Wuhan, a central Chinese city connected to the world through high-speed rail networks and international airports, spread along the same routes that carry Belt and Road commerce. Within weeks, the disease reached every BRI partner country, forcing lockdowns that halted construction projects and interrupted supply chains. The pandemic initially seemed to threaten the entire BRI concept. International travel restrictions prevented Chinese workers from reaching project sites. Supply chain disruptions delayed delivery of Chinese-manufactured components. European ports that had been receiving increasing volumes of Chinese goods via BRI rail connections suddenly found their terminals empty, as factories closed and consumer demand collapsed. Yet the crisis also demonstrated the initiative's adaptability and revealed new dimensions of Chinese global engagement. As Western countries struggled to produce adequate medical supplies, China's industrial capacity became a lifeline for hospitals worldwide. The Health Silk Road emerged as Chinese planes and trains carried masks, ventilators, and vaccines along BRI routes to partner countries that might otherwise have been overlooked by wealthier nations focused on securing supplies for their own populations. In Pakistan, where the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor had already improved transportation infrastructure, Chinese medical supplies reached Islamabad within days of being requested. The same highways that carried Chinese goods to Gwadar port now carried emergency medical equipment to Pakistani hospitals. Pakistani doctors received telemedicine training from Chinese colleagues via fiber optic networks installed under BRI telecommunications projects. The health crisis deepened practical cooperation between Chinese and Pakistani medical professionals in ways that economic partnerships alone might not have achieved. In Central Asia, where winter temperatures and geographic isolation had historically made medical supplies scarce, Chinese vaccines arrived via the rail networks that connected Xinjiang to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and beyond. The trains that normally carried manufactured goods now carried hope in the form of Sinovac and Sinopharm vaccines, distributed free to populations that might otherwise have waited years for Western-produced alternatives. The pandemic also accelerated digital dimensions of BRI cooperation that had previously received less attention than physical infrastructure. With international travel severely restricted, Chinese companies and their international partners relied increasingly on digital communications, e-commerce platforms, and remote collaboration tools. The fiber optic cables that China had installed across Central Asia and Africa suddenly became essential infrastructure for maintaining international commerce and cooperation. In Africa, where Chinese companies had built telecommunications networks connecting capitals to rural areas, the digital infrastructure proved crucial for distance learning and telemedicine during lockdowns. Students in remote Ethiopian villages could access online education through Chinese-built networks. Patients in rural Kenya could consult with doctors in Nairobi via telecommunication systems installed under BRI programs. The crisis highlighted how infrastructure investments made for commercial purposes could serve humanitarian needs when circumstances required. The pandemic period also witnessed a subtle but significant shift in Chinese approach to BRI implementation. The massive mega-projects that had characterized the initiative's early years, multi-billion-dollar ports, transcontinental railways, giant hydroelectric dams, gave way to smaller, more targeted investments that better addressed local needs. Chinese officials began speaking about small and beautiful projects that could be completed quickly and generate immediate benefits for local populations. This recalibration reflected lessons learned from early BRI experiences. Large infrastructure projects, while impressive and strategically important, often took years to complete and generate benefits primarily for international trade rather than local development. Smaller projects, rural electrification, telecommunications networks, agricultural processing facilities, healthcare clinics, could be completed more quickly and create immediate improvements in local living standards. In Laos, Chinese companies shifted focus from the massive high-speed railway connecting China to Vientiane towards smaller projects that improved rural connectivity and agricultural productivity. Solar panels manufactured in China brought electricity to villages that had never been connected to power grids. Chinese agricultural advisors worked with Lao farmers to improve rice yields and develop new crop varieties suitable for changing climate conditions. In Africa, Chinese companies increasingly emphasized projects that could be managed and maintained by local personnel. Instead of building giant infrastructure projects that required Chinese technicians for ongoing operation, they focused on training African engineers and managers to run telecommunications networks, operate mining equipment, and maintain transportation systems. This approach created more sustainable partnerships while reducing Chinese operational costs and responsibilities. The adjustment reflected broader changes in China's global position and domestic priorities. China's economy, while still growing, no longer generated the massive capital surpluses that had funded early BRI expansion. Chinese companies faced increasing domestic infrastructure needs as the country's urban population continued to grow and age. Environmental concerns, largely ignored in the initiative's early years, became more prominent as climate change affected China's own development planning. Italy's departure from the BRI in 2023 symbolized both the initiative's maturation and the persistent challenges of managing international partnerships across different political systems. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's decision not to renew Italy's Memorandum of Understanding reflected her government's emphasis on strengthening Atlantic relationships and addressing European concerns about Chinese influence. The Italian withdrawal, while diplomatically awkward for China, had minimal practical impact on bilateral trade and investment. Chinese companies continued operating Italian facilities they had acquired before 2019. Italian exports to China, while not reaching the dramatic increases that BRI supporters had predicted, maintained steady growth. The relationship demonstrated that economic cooperation could continue without formal political frameworks, though perhaps with less symbolic significance and fewer grand strategic ambitions. By the initiative's 10th anniversary in 2023, a more mature and realistic assessment had emerged of what the Belt and Road could and could not achieve. The grand vision of seamlessly connecting 3 continents through Chinese-financed infrastructure had given way to a more modest but sustainable approach, focused on practical cooperation in areas where Chinese capabilities matched partner country needs. Continuing legacies. As the Belt and Road Initiative entered its 2nd decade, the questions facing its architects proved remarkably similar to those that had confronted the merchants and empires of the ancient Silk Road. How do you sustain cooperation across cultures? How do you balance local interests with global ambitions? How do you maintain trust in an interconnected world where economic relationships inevitably carry political implications? The modern answers, like their historical predecessors, emerged through practical experience rather than theoretical planning. In Pakistan, where the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor had become the BRI's most substantial single investment, the relationship evolved into something more complex than either partner had initially envisioned. Chinese companies discovered that successful operation in Pakistan required understanding local customs, religious practices, and political sensitivities. Pakistani officials learned that Chinese efficiency could coexist with local traditions if both sides approached cooperation with mutual respect rather than rigid adherence to predetermined plans. The Orange Line Metro in Lahore provided a tangible example of how ancient principles of cultural exchange could operate in modern contexts. Pakistani women who had rarely ventured far from their neighborhoods now traveled daily to jobs in distant parts of the city, wearing traditional shalwar kameez while reading Chinese-language signs that announced stations in Urdu, English, and Mandarin. Chinese engineers learned to schedule maintenance around Islamic prayer times, while Pakistani workers taught their Chinese colleagues to appreciate the subtle flavors of Lahori tea and the complex social protocols that govern interactions in Punjab society. The cultural exchanges generated by these practical collaborations often proved more lasting than the infrastructure projects themselves. Pakistani students who learned Mandarin to work on BRI projects continued their Chinese studies long after construction ended, creating a generation of Pakistan-China cultural bridges. Chinese workers who mastered Urdu phrases and developed tastes for Pakistani cuisine maintained friendships with local colleagues that transcended their official assignments. These personal connections, multiplied across dozens of countries and hundreds of projects, created informal networks that paralleled the formal diplomatic and commercial relationships. In Central Asia, where the ancient Silk Road had facilitated the greatest cultural exchanges in human history, modern BRI projects revived traditions of adaptation and synthesis that had lain dormant during decades of Soviet isolation. Uzbek craftsmen who learned Chinese metalworking techniques adapted them to traditional Islamic geometric patterns, creating hybrid artistic styles that honored both traditions. Chinese telecommunications engineers working in Kazakhstan discovered that nomadic herders had developed sophisticated informal communication networks that could inform modern mobile technology deployment. Kyrgyz musicians incorporated Chinese melodic elements into traditional epic songs, creating new forms that preserved ancient narratives while embracing contemporary influences. The academic and cultural programs that accompanied BRI infrastructure investments often generated the most profound long-term impacts. The Confucius Institutes established in partner countries introduced millions of students to Chinese language and culture, but they also created platforms for dialogue about educational methods, philosophical traditions, and approaches to social development. Chinese students studying in Belt and Road countries returned home with expanded perspectives on Islam, Christianity, African traditional religions, and indigenous knowledge systems that enriched Chinese understanding of global diversity. The Silk Road International Library Alliance, launched as a complement to physical infrastructure development, connected over 400 libraries across BRI countries, enabling sharing of digital resources and collaborative preservation of cultural heritage. Librarians in Tashkent could access Chinese historical documents, while researchers in Beijing gained access to Persian manuscripts preserved in Iranian collections. The program embodied the ancient Silk Road principle that knowledge, like silk and spices, becomes more valuable when shared across cultural boundaries. Perhaps most significantly, the Belt and Road Initiative demonstrated that globalization in the 21st century could take forms different from the Western-dominated models that had prevailed since the Industrial Revolution. Where previous waves of global integration had typically involved dominant powers imposing their economic and political systems on weaker societies, the BRI offered a template for cooperation that emphasized infrastructure development over institutional reform, practical collaboration over ideological alignment. This approach reflected distinctly Chinese philosophical traditions that prioritized harmony and mutual benefit over competition and dominance. The concept of win-win cooperation that Chinese officials constantly invoked might have sounded like diplomatic boilerplate to Western ears, but it reflected genuine Chinese beliefs about sustainable international relationships. Chinese leaders, shaped by their country's historical experiences of foreign domination and exploitation, sought to create international partnerships that avoided the zero-sum calculations that had characterized colonial and Cold War relationships. The results, while imperfect, offered hope for more equitable forms of global development. African countries that had been largely ignored by Western investors, except as sources of raw materials, found Chinese partners willing to invest in value-added processing and manufacturing. Central Asian nations that had been treated as peripheral to European and American strategic calculations discovered that their geographic position made them central to Chinese development plans. Southeast Asian countries that had been pressured to choose between American and Chinese spheres of influence found opportunities to benefit from both relationships without sacrificing their sovereignty to either. The environmental dimensions of BRI development, initially overlooked in the enthusiasm for rapid construction, gradually received greater attention as climate change concerns intensified and partner countries demanded more sustainable approaches. Chinese companies that had built coal-fired power plants in Southeast Asia began shifting toward solar and wind projects as renewable energy costs declined and environmental awareness increased. The Green Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2019, committed Chinese investors to environmental impact assessments and local consultation processes that had been absent from earlier projects. These adjustments reflected the initiative's essential pragmatism, its willingness to adapt to changing circumstances rather than rigidly adhering to initial plans. Like the ancient Silk Road, which had survived for centuries by constantly evolving in response to political changes, technological innovations, and shifting economic conditions, the modern Belt and Road demonstrated resilience through flexibility. As 2024 began, the initiative faced challenges that its founders could not have anticipated when Xi Jinping delivered his visionary speech in Kazakhstan over a decade earlier. Geopolitical tensions between China and the United States had intensified, forcing partner countries to navigate increasingly complex choices about technology adoption, supply chain management, and security cooperation. Climate change had made some BRI routes less reliable. drought affecting Central Asian rivers that powered hydroelectric plants, rising sea levels threatening coastal infrastructure in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, extreme weather events disrupting transportation networks from Pakistan to Poland. Yet the fundamental appeal of the Belt and Road, its promise of improved connectivity, enhanced prosperity, and respectful cooperation among diverse societies, continued to resonate with developing countries that lacked alternative sources of infrastructure investment. The ancient Silk Road had endured similar challenges across its 500-year history, adapting to the rise and fall of empires, the spread of new religions, the devastation of pandemics, and the discovery of alternative trade routes. Its modern successor showed similar adaptability, suggesting that the human desire for connection and mutual benefit remained as powerful in the 21st century as it had been in the time of Zhang Qian and Marco Polo. The story of the Belt and Road Initiative thus represents more than contemporary geopolitics or economic development. It embodies humanity's persistent efforts to bridge differences, share knowledge, and create prosperity through cooperation rather than conquest. Like the ancient Silk Road merchants who learned to navigate cultural differences while pursuing mutual benefit, modern BRI participants discover that successful cooperation requires patience, adaptability, and genuine respect for local traditions and concerns. The initiative's legacy will ultimately be measured not by the number of kilometers of railway constructed or the volume of trade facilitated, but by its contribution to a more connected and cooperative world. In an era when nationalism and isolationism threaten international cooperation, the Belt and Road Initiative offers evidence that countries with different political systems, religious traditions, and economic structures can work together on shared challenges. The fiber optic cables stretching across Central Asia, the container ships calling at upgraded African ports, and the high-speed trains crossing Indonesian mountains, all serve as physical manifestations of humanity's capacity for collaboration. Threads across time. In the bustling ports of Piraeus and Colombo, in the quiet mountain valleys where new railways pierce ancient landscapes, in the offices of Nairobi and Almaty, where young professionals speak fluent Mandarin while preserving their own cultural identities, the spirit of the ancient Silk Road lives on. The caravanserai have been replaced by logistics centers, the merchant guilds by international corporations, the camel trains by container ships and freight railways. Yet the essential human impulse remains unchanged, the desire to connect, to trade, to learn from distant neighbors, and to build prosperity through peaceful exchange. The merchants who once gathered in Samarkand's Registan, speaking dozens of languages and practicing multiple faiths while conducting business with remarkable efficiency, would recognize much about the modern Belt and Road Initiative. They would understand the complex negotiations required to move goods across multiple jurisdictions, the need to adapt to local customs and regulations, the importance of building trust through repeated interactions, and the mutual benefits that arise when different societies pool their knowledge and resources. They would also recognize the challenges, the difficulty of maintaining cooperation across vast distances and diverse cultures, the temptation for powerful actors to dominate rather than collaborate, the need to balance local interests with global opportunities, and the constant requirement to adapt to changing political and economic circumstances. The ancient Silk Road succeeded for over a millennium, because its participants learned to navigate these challenges through practical experience, patient negotiation, and mutual respect. The modern Belt and Road Initiative faces the same requirements for success. As the sun sets over Gwadar Port, where Pakistani and Chinese workers share evening prayers before returning to their families, As morning light illuminates the Kenyan savannah where a new railway carries passengers who once could only dream of such speed and comfort. As students in Astana practice calligraphy that writes both Kazakh and Chinese characters with equal beauty, the ancient and modern Silk Roads converge in moments of quiet human connection. The great caravans no longer cross the Central Asian steppes, their bells ringing across the grasslands as merchants carry silk and dreams between distant civilizations. But their spirit endures in every container that crosses 3 continents by rail, every fiber-optic cable that carries voices and data across the Eurasian landmass, every partnership between peoples who discover that their differences can be sources of strength rather than division. The Belt and Road Initiative, like the ancient Silk Road before it, ultimately represents humanity's refusal to accept the limitations imposed by geography, politics, or cultural differences. It embodies the persistent human conviction that cooperation serves us better than conflict, that prosperity shared is prosperity multiplied, and that the path to the future, like the path to distant markets, is best traveled together. In this way, the modern initiative honors the deepest traditions of the ancient Silk Road, while adapting them to contemporary needs and possibilities. Whether carried by camel or container ship, transmitted by messenger or fiber-optic cable, preserved in memory or digital database, the essential message remains the same: that humanity flourishes when peoples connect, learn from each other, and work together toward shared prosperity and understanding. The road continues, as it always has, toward distant horizons, where new partnerships await, and ancient dreams of connection find fresh expression in each generation's efforts to build a more cooperative and prosperous world. Like silk threads woven into magnificent tapestries, the individual strands of human cooperation create patterns of beauty and strength that endure across centuries, connecting past and future in an endless journey toward greater understanding and shared abundance. Chapter 12. Enduring Stories and Imagination, the Silk Road and World Heritage. In the hushed stillness of a summer dawn in 1900, the only sound breaking the silence at the Mogao Caves was the gentle scraping of Taoist monk Wang Yuanlu's worn broom against ancient stone. The cliffs rose like golden towers from the desert floor, their faces pierced by hundreds of cave entrances that had housed Buddhist devotion for over a millennium. Wang, middle-aged and weathered by years of tending these forgotten sanctuaries, moved with the slow deliberation of one who understood that time itself was his greatest enemy and ally. The morning light caught the faded pigments on cave walls as Wang worked his way through Cave 16, a modest shrine chamber that had drawn his attention for weeks. Something about the proportions seemed wrong. The space felt smaller than it should, given the architectural logic of the other caves. As his broom struck the wall behind the main altar, the sound that echoed back carried a hollowness that made Wang pause mid-sweep. He ran his weathered fingers across the painted plaster, following hairline cracks that seemed too regular, too purposeful to be mere age. The wall decoration here was different too, less sophisticated than the magnificent frescoes in the larger caves, almost as if someone had hurriedly sealed something behind a makeshift surface. Wang's heartbeat quickened as he realized what centuries of pilgrims and monks had missed. This was not a wall at all, but a carefully concealed doorway. When Wang carefully picked away the brittle plaster that had hardened like stone over the centuries, the opening revealed darkness deeper than night. The chamber beyond was barely large enough for a man to stand upright, yet as his candle flame pushed back the shadows, it illuminated something that defied comprehension. The narrow space was packed floor to ceiling with bundles wrapped in silk cloth, scrolls secured with ribbons that still glowed with color, wooden boxes sealed with wax that had hardened but not cracked in the desert's perfect preservation. The first scroll Wang lifted seemed to whisper as silk brushed against silk. When he carefully unrolled it, golden characters gleamed on indigo paper, a Buddhist sutra copied in precious metal ink, a treasure beyond the dreams of emperors. The candlelight revealed Chinese text flowing in perfect calligraphy alongside Sanskrit verses, their meaning flowing across linguistic boundaries as smoothly as silk itself had once crossed continental divides. But this was only the beginning. As Wang explored deeper into the hidden chamber, his trembling candle illuminated wonders that chronicled 1,000 years of Silk Road civilization. Here was a silk banner depicting the Buddhas surrounded by bodhisattvas, their faces painted with such delicacy that they seemed to breathe in the flickering light. There, a letter written in Sogdian script on paper that felt supple as skin, describing trade negotiations between Samarkand and Chang'an. Nearby lay musical scores with notation systems that would revolutionize understanding of medieval Chinese court music, alongside Tibetan manuscripts that preserved teachings thought lost forever. The air in the chamber carried scents of sandalwood and aged silk, of paper made from mulberry bark and inks ground from minerals that had traveled the same routes as the merchants who commissioned these works. Every item spoke of journeys undertaken and cultures encountered, of Buddhist monks copying sutras by lamplight, of Confucian scholars preserving classical texts, of traders recording contracts in multiple languages because business transcended the boundaries that divided kingdoms. Among the most remarkable discoveries were documents that revealed the daily reality of Silk Road life with unprecedented intimacy. A letter from a Sogdian merchant to his business partner described the delayed arrival of a silk caravan due to political tensions between local rulers. A Buddhist pilgrim's travel diary recorded the difficulties of crossing mountain passes while carrying precious manuscripts. A Chinese official's report detailed the customs procedures for foreign merchants entering Tang Dynasty territory, complete with tax rates for different categories of goods. Wang realized he had stumbled upon something far greater than individual treasures. He had discovered the collective memory of Silk Road civilization, preserved in a time capsule that transformed Cave 16 into a medieval internet of cultural exchange. Here was proof that the ancient world had been connected by networks of trade and learning far more sophisticated than modern scholars had imagined. The chamber contained over 40,000 items, spanning nearly a millennium, making it the largest repository of medieval manuscripts ever discovered. The monk understood intuitively that these materials belonged not just to China, but to the world. The languages represented included Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, Turkic, Hebrew, and others he could not identify. The artistic styles blended Buddhist iconography with Central Asian motifs, Chinese techniques with Persian sensibilities, creating visual languages that transcended any single cultural tradition. This was heritage that demanded preservation and study by scholars from every nation whose ancestors had participated in the Great Continental Exchange. When British archaeologist Aurel Stein arrived at Dunhuang 7 years later, following rumors of Wang's discovery that had spread through scholarly networks from Beijing to Oxford, he found the monk conflicted between desire to preserve the treasures and uncertainty about how best to serve their legacy. The negotiations between Stein and Wang, conducted through interpreters in the shadow of the cave cliffs, represented a microcosm of the complex cultural negotiations that had always characterized Silk Road encounters. Stein's eventual acquisition of thousands of manuscripts and artifacts for the British Museum sparked controversies that continue to this day about cultural patrimony and museum ethics. Yet it also ensured that Silk Road heritage became truly global, inspiring scholars across continents to piece together the intricate story of how ancient civilizations had created the world's first intercultural network. The medieval foundation of memory. The transformation of lived experience into lasting cultural memory began long before Wang Yanlu's discovery, rooted in the medieval tradition of travel literature that gave voice to the Silk Road's human dimensions. In a stone cell in Genoa during the winter of 1298, two men from very different worlds collaborated to create one of history's most influential books, never suspecting that their prison memoir would inspire exploration for centuries to come. Marco Polo, the Venetian merchant who had spent 24 years traversing Asia, sat across from Rustichello de Pisa, a professional writer of Arthurian romances who possessed the literary skills to transform raw experience into compelling narrative. The contrast between them was stark. Marco carried memories of silk-draped palaces and desert caravanserais, while Rustichello specialized in tales of knights and courtly love. Yet their collaboration would prove that the reality of Silk Road experiences surpassed any fictional adventure. The process of creating the travels of Marco Polo revealed the medieval understanding that memory required structure to become heritage. Rustichello, experienced in organizing complex narratives for aristocratic audiences, helped Marco arrange his vast collection of experiences into a coherent journey that readers could follow from Venice to Beijing and back. They worked by candlelight through the cold Mediterranean winter, with Marco describing the scent of Javanese spices, the sounds of Hangzhou's busy waterways, the textures of Mongol felt tents, while Rustichello captured these sensory details in prose that made distant lands tangible to European imaginations. The book's immediate popularity revealed medieval Europe's hunger for knowledge about the wider world. Manuscript copies spread rapidly through networks of merchants, nobles, and scholars who recognized that Marco's account offered practical information alongside exotic entertainment. Venetian traders consulted the book for details about Asian markets and currencies. French nobles marveled at descriptions of Kublai Khan's court ceremonies. University scholars in Paris and Oxford analyzed Marco's observations about Chinese technology and administrative systems. Yet the travels represented only one cultural perspective on Silk Road heritage. While Marco Polo was composing his European bestseller, scholars in the Islamic world were preserving their own rich tradition of travel literature that offered different insights into the same geographical and cultural networks. The tradition of rihla, or journey literature, had deep roots in Islamic culture, emphasizing spiritual as well as physical travel and viewing exploration as a form of religious education. The most extraordinary example of Islamic travel literature emerged just 30 years after Marco's imprisonment, when another remarkable individual began an even more extensive journey across the Silk Road world. In 1325, a young Moroccan scholar named Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Battuta set out from Tangier on what he planned as a simple pilgrimage to Mecca. Instead, his travels expanded into a 30-year odyssey that covered over 117,000 kilometers and touched every corner of the medieval Islamic world, from Andalusia to China, from the Volga steppes to the Maldive Islands. Ibn Battuta's motivations differed fundamentally from Marco Polo's commercial interests. As a qadi, or Islamic judge, Ibn Battuta traveled to deepen his understanding of Islamic law and culture across diverse societies. His perspective emphasized the unity of Islamic civilization, while documenting the rich variety of local customs and traditions that characterized different regions along the Silk Road. Where Marco Polo marveled at exotic differences, Ibn Battuta often found familiar patterns of Islamic scholarship, legal practice, and religious devotion that connected communities across vast distances. The composition of Ibn Battuta's Rihla mirrored the cross-cultural collaboration that had created Marco Polo's travels. After returning to Morocco in 1354, Ibn Battuta was commanded by the Marinid Sultan Abu Inan to dictate his experiences to the scholar Ibn Juzay al-Kalbi. Like Rustichello's work with Marco Polo, Ibn Juzay's collaboration with Ibn Battuta involved transforming oral memories into literary form, organizing decades of experiences into a narrative structure that would serve both as entertainment and education for readers. The Rihla provided perspectives on Silk Road heritage that complemented and sometimes contradicted Marco Polo's observations. Where Marco emphasized the wealth and power of Chinese civilization, Ibn Battuta focused on the scholarly traditions and religious practices he encountered in Islamic communities throughout Asia. His descriptions of Delhi's madrasas, Samarkand's libraries, and Damascus's mosques revealed networks of learning that paralleled the commercial networks described by European travelers. Both Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta understood that their travel accounts served larger purposes than personal memoir. They were creating literary monuments to the cultural exchanges that had shaped their world, preserving knowledge that might otherwise vanish as political circumstances changed and trade routes shifted. Their books became foundational texts for understanding how medieval people conceptualized cultural difference and similarity, how they navigated between local loyalties and cosmopolitan experiences. The influence of these medieval travel accounts extended far beyond their immediate historical periods. Christopher Columbus carried an annotated copy of Marco Polo's travels on his westward voyage, believing he might encounter the Asian civilizations that Marco had described. Islamic scholars continue to consult Ibn Battuta's Rihla for information about trade routes and cultural practices across the Dar al-Islam. Both books inspired subsequent generations of travelers, merchants, and explorers who sought to retrace their routes and verify their observations. Medieval readers understood these travel accounts as more than entertainment or practical guidebooks. They represented a new form of cultural memory that transcended local traditions and national boundaries. Through Marco Polo's Venetian perspective and Ibn Battuta's Moroccan viewpoint, readers could imagine themselves as participants in a larger world of cultural exchange that connected continents and civilizations. The books democratized travel experience, allowing sedentary readers to participate vicariously in the adventures and discoveries that characterized Silk Road journeys. The collaborative nature of both texts also established patterns that would influence subsequent travel literature for centuries. The combination of experienced traveler and skilled writer became a standard model for producing accounts that balanced accuracy with readability. The emphasis on sensory details, cultural observations, and practical information created templates that later explorers and anthropologists would follow when documenting their own encounters with unfamiliar societies. The archaeological Renaissance. The scientific study of Silk Road heritage began in earnest during the 19th century, when European colonial expansion brought Western scholars into direct contact with ancient sites and artifacts that had been preserved in Central Asian deserts for over a millennium. What emerged was a new form of cultural archaeology that combined scholarly investigation with imperial ambition, creating museum collections that made Silk Road heritage accessible to global audiences, while raising complex questions about cultural ownership and preservation. The transformation began with Ferdinand von Richthofen, a German geographer whose travels through China during the 1860s and 1870s revealed the historical significance of ancient trade routes connecting East and West. When Richthofen coined the term Seidenstrasse, Silk Road, in 1877, he was attempting to capture the romantic appeal of ancient commerce, while providing a scientific framework for understanding how goods, ideas, and cultures had moved across Eurasia. His scholarly maps and publications introduced European audiences to the geographical logic of continental trade networks, sparking academic and popular interest in exploring these ancient routes. The archaeological potential of Central Asian sites became apparent through the discoveries of local residents who found ancient artifacts eroding from desert dunes and cliff faces. In Khotan, Turkestan, and Dunhuang, local people had long collected ancient coins, manuscripts, and textiles that appeared after sandstorms, understanding their value primarily as curiosities or sources of precious materials. When rumors of these discoveries reached scholarly networks in Europe, they triggered what historians would later call the Great Game of Central Asian archaeology. Aurel Stein emerged as the most systematic and successful of the archaeological expeditions that converged on Central Asia during the early 20th century. A Hungarian-born British citizen with training in classical archaeology and Oriental studies, Stein understood that the dry climate of the Taklamakan Desert offered unprecedented opportunities for preserving organic materials that would have deteriorated in more humid environments. His three major expeditions between 1900 and 1916 transformed understanding of Silk Road civilization by recovering thousands of manuscripts, textiles, and artifacts that documented cultural exchange across nearly 2 millennia. Stein's most dramatic discovery occurred during his second expedition when he reached the Mogao Caves at Dunhuang in 1907. The negotiations with Wang Yuanlu, the Taoist monk who guarded the library cave, required delicate cultural diplomacy that revealed the complex nature of archaeological work in politically sensitive regions. Stein's journals describe the careful process of examining manuscripts by candlelight in Wang's presence, gradually building trust that allowed him to acquire representative samples of the collection for scholarly study. The manuscripts and artifacts that Stein transported to London revolutionized European understanding of medieval Asian history. The British Museum's Stein collection included Buddhist sutras copied on palm leaves from India, Manichaean texts written in Middle Persian, Christian Gospels translated into Sogdian, and Confucian classics annotated in Chinese. The diversity of languages and religious traditions represented in the collection demonstrated that Dunhuang had served as a cosmopolitan center, where multiple civilizations encountered and influenced each other. French archaeologist Paul Pelliot arrived at Dunhuang shortly after Stein's departure, bringing linguistic skills that allowed him to identify the most significant manuscripts in Wang's remaining collection. Pelliot's photographs of the library cave, taken before the manuscripts were removed, provided crucial documentation of how the materials had been stored and preserved. His selections for the Bibliothèque Nationale included some of the earliest printed books ever discovered, establishing the importance of Chinese technological innovations for world history. German expeditions led by Albert von Lecoq and Albert Grunwedel focused on sites in the Turfan Basin, where they discovered wall paintings and sculptures from Buddhist monasteries that revealed the artistic synthesis characteristic of Silk Road culture. The frescoes they removed to Berlin museums depicted Buddhist narratives rendered in artistic styles that combined Indian iconography, Persian decorative motifs, and Chinese painting techniques, creating visual languages that transcended any single cultural tradition. Russian expeditions under Sergei Oldenburg and Pyotr Kozlov explored sites in Chinese Turkestan and Mongolia, collecting materials that complemented the discoveries made by their European colleagues. The international nature of these archaeological expeditions reflected the global significance of Silk Road heritage, while also revealing the competitive dynamics of early 20th century scholarship and diplomacy. The transportation of thousands of artifacts to European and American museums sparked immediate scholarly excitement and long-term cultural controversies. The British Museum's Stein Galleries opened to enormous public interest, with visitors marveling at silk banners that retain brilliant colors after 1,000 years in desert caves, and manuscripts written in languages that required new scholarly specializations to decipher, and at Buddhist sculptures that revealed the international character of ancient religious art. Scholarly institutions responded to these discoveries by establishing new academic disciplines that combined historical, linguistic, and archaeological approaches to understanding Silk Road civilization. The School of Oriental and African Studies in London, Harvard's Department of Far Eastern Languages, and the Sorbonne's Institute of Oriental Studies developed programs that trained generations of scholars to work with the multilingual and multicultural materials recovered from Central Asian sites. The preservation techniques developed for Silk Road artifacts also advanced museum science more generally. The challenge of conserving silk textiles that were over 1,000 years old required new approaches to environmental control, chemical analysis, and restoration that influenced how museums worldwide cared for organic materials. The International Dunhuang Project, launched in the 1990s, created digital archives that made high-resolution images of manuscripts available to scholars globally, while preserving the originals from damage caused by repeated handling. Chinese scholars initially had limited access to materials collected by foreign expeditions, but they developed their own approaches to Silk Road archaeology that emphasized continuity with contemporary Chinese culture rather than exotic difference. The work of scholars like Chen Yingke and Xiang Da demonstrated how Silk Road studies could illuminate the international dimensions of Chinese civilization, while affirming China's central role in maintaining cultural traditions across political upheavals. The archaeological renaissance of Silk Road studies fundamentally changed how the modern world understood ancient globalization. The materials recovered from Central Asian sites provided concrete evidence that sophisticated networks of cultural exchange had connected continents long before the European age of exploration. The discovery of Chinese silk in Roman graves, Indian spices in Central Asian tombs, and Persian glass in Chinese temples demonstrated that ancient civilizations had been far more interconnected than previously imagined. UNESCO and World Heritage. The transformation of Silk Road heritage from archaeological curiosity to global patrimony began with UNESCO's recognition that some sites and traditions transcended national boundaries, requiring international cooperation for their preservation and interpretation. The 1972 World Heritage Convention established the principle that certain cultural and natural sites possessed outstanding universal value that made them the heritage of all humanity, not just the nations within whose borders they happen to be located. UNESCO's initial approach to Silk Road heritage reflected the organization's commitment to using cultural cooperation as a foundation for international peace and understanding. In 1988, UNESCO launched its Integral Study of the Silk Road's Roads of Dialogue project, recognizing that these ancient trade routes represented more than commercial networks. They embodied humanity's capacity for cross-cultural communication and mutual enrichment. The project brought together scholars from over 30 countries to document how ideas, technologies, artistic traditions, and religious beliefs had moved along Silk Road routes, creating shared heritage that connected diverse civilizations. The scholarly research commissioned by UNESCO revealed the complexity of nominating Silk Road sites for World Heritage status. Unlike conventional heritage sites that could be defined by clear geographical boundaries, the Silk Road represented a dynamic network that had evolved over more than a millennium, with routes shifting according to political circumstances, technological innovations, and economic opportunities. Traditional approaches to heritage designation that focused on individual monuments or archaeological sites seemed inadequate for capturing the interconnected nature of Silk Road civilization. UNESCO's solution was to develop the concept of heritage corridors, linear cultural landscapes that encompassed not just individual sites but entire routes with their associated infrastructure, settlement patterns, and cultural traditions. This approach recognized that Silk Road heritage included caravanserais, fortifications, urban centers, religious complexes, and transportation systems that had functioned as integrated networks, supporting long-distance trade and cultural exchange. The first successful application of this corridor approach resulted in the inscription of the Silk Roads, the routes network of Chang'an-Tian Shan Corridor, as a World Heritage Site in 2014. This 5,000-kilometer section of the Silk Road network, spanning China, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, included 33 component sites that collectively illustrated the development and functioning of Silk Road trade from the 2nd century BCE to the 16th century CE. The nomination required unprecedented cooperation among 3 countries, with different political systems, heritage management approaches, and conservation priorities. The preparation process for the Chang'an-Tian Shan nomination demonstrated both the possibilities and challenges of international heritage cooperation. Chinese archaeological teams worked with Kazakhstani and Kyrgyz colleagues to develop shared management plans for sites that crossed national borders. They established common conservation standards that could be applied across different legal and administrative systems, created joint research programs that pooled expertise from multiple institutions, and developed tourism strategies that would benefit local communities while protecting archaeological remains. The World Heritage Committee's decision to inscribe the Chang'an-Tian Shan corridor was celebrated at a ceremony in Doha, Qatar, where delegates from over 190 countries recognized the universal significance of Silk Road heritage. The inscription represented more than academic achievement. It symbolized the international community's commitment to preserving evidence of humanity's earliest experiments in globalization and cultural exchange. The success of the Chang'an-Tian Shan nomination encouraged other countries to pursue similar corridor-based approaches to Silk Road heritage. In 2023, UNESCO inscribed the Zarafshan-Karakum corridor, encompassing sites in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan that illustrated the southern routes of the Silk Road network. Additional nominations remain under consideration for corridors passing through Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and other countries that participated in Silk Road trade. The management of World Heritage Silk Road sites has required innovative approaches that address the challenges of protecting heritage across multiple jurisdictions, while supporting sustainable development for local communities. The Chang'an-Tian Shan Corridor Management Plan established joint committees that coordinate conservation activities among Chinese, Kazakhstani, and Kyrgyz authorities, ensuring that decisions about site maintenance, visitor access, and development projects consider the corridor as an integrated heritage landscape rather than disconnected national sites. Heritage tourism has emerged as both an opportunity and a challenge for Silk Road World Heritage Sites. The designation has increased international awareness and visitor interest, generating economic benefits for remote communities that previously had limited involvement in global tourism networks. However, the fragility of archaeological sites and the remoteness of many locations require careful management to prevent damage from increased visitation, while ensuring that tourism benefits reach local populations. The UNESCO World Heritage Journeys program has developed sustainable tourism strategies specifically for Silk Road sites, emphasizing small group travel, community-based accommodations, and interpretive programs that connect visitors with local heritage traditions. These approaches recognize that Silk Road heritage includes not just ancient monuments, but living cultural practices that continue to evolve in contemporary communities. Digital preservation initiatives have become increasingly important for Silk Road heritage management, particularly given the remoteness and vulnerability of many sites. The International Dunhuang Project represents a pioneering effort to create comprehensive digital archives that make Silk Road artifacts accessible to global audiences while protecting originals from damage. High-resolution photography, 3D modeling, and virtual reality technologies allow scholars and the public to study heritage materials with unprecedented detail and immediacy. The development of virtual exhibitions and online educational resources has democratized access to Silk Road heritage, enabling students and researchers worldwide to engage with materials that were previously available only to specialists who could visit major museums. Google Arts and Culture's Common Heritage of the Silk Roads exhibition, developed in collaboration with UNESCO, presents artifacts from museums across Central Asia and beyond, creating virtual reunions of materials that have been geographically dispersed for over a century. Climate change poses emerging challenges for Silk Road heritage preservation that require international cooperation and innovative conservation approaches. Rising temperatures and changing precipitation patterns affect the stability of archaeological sites in desert regions, while extreme weather events threaten structures that have survived for centuries. UNESCO's climate change adaptation strategies for heritage sites include monitoring systems that track environmental conditions at vulnerable locations, and emergency response protocols for protecting sites during natural disasters. The inscription of Silk Road heritage as World Heritage Sites has also raised important questions about ownership, interpretation, and representation that reflect broader debates about decolonizing museums and heritage practice. Some scholars and community representatives have criticized the removal of artifacts from their original contexts during early 20th century expeditions, arguing that Silk Road heritage should be repatriated to the countries and communities where it originated. Modern cultural renaissance. The 21st century has witnessed an extraordinary revival of interest in Silk Road heritage that extends far beyond academic scholarship into popular culture, digital media, and contemporary artistic expression. This modern renaissance reflects both nostalgia for an age of cultural exchange and contemporary anxieties about globalization, creating new forms of cultural memory that blend historical accuracy with creative imagination. The 2014 Netflix series Marco Polo marked a watershed moment in the popular representation of Silk Road heritage, demonstrating both the global appetite for historical drama and the challenges of adapting medieval sources for contemporary audiences. The series, creator John Fusco undertook extensive research that included traveling the actual Silk Road routes by horseback and camel, studying Marco Polo's last will and testament in Venetian archives, and consulting with historians from multiple countries to ensure cultural authenticity. The production faced the complex challenge of representing 13th-century Mongol civilization for 21st-century global audiences. The series featured Mongolian throat singers, employed Mongolian cultural consultants, and filmed in locations across Kazakhstan and Malaysia that could represent the vast landscapes traversed by historical travelers. Yet the series also adapted historical materials to contemporary narrative expectations, emphasizing personal drama and political intrigue over the commercial and cultural exchange that had motivated the historical Marco Polo. Critical reception of the series revealed the continuing tensions surrounding cultural representation and historical accuracy in popular media. Mongolian viewers and cultural experts praised the series for presenting Mongol civilization as sophisticated and complex rather than barbaric, while historians noted significant departures from documented facts about Marco Polo's experiences. The series' cancellation after 2 seasons demonstrated the commercial challenges of producing historically based content that must satisfy both scholarly standards and entertainment industry demands. The influence of the Netflix series extended beyond television into broader cultural discussions about East-West relations, cultural exchange, and the legacy of historical globalization. The series appeared during a period of increased tension between China and Western nations, making its themes of cross-cultural cooperation and mutual learning particularly resonant for contemporary audiences concerned about growing nationalism and isolationism. Contemporary literature has produced a rich body of fiction and non-fiction works that reimagine Silk Road heritage for modern readers. Authors like Amitav Ghosh, whose novel In an Antique Land traces connections between medieval and contemporary trading networks, have demonstrated how Silk Road themes can illuminate present-day issues of migration, cultural identity, and economic inequality. These works often blend historical research with personal travel narratives, creating hybrid forms that mirror the cultural synthesis characteristic of historical Silk Road literature. The development of heritage tourism along reconstructed Silk Road routes has created new opportunities for experiencing historical landscapes while raising questions about authenticity and commercialization. Countries across Central Asia have invested heavily in tourism infrastructure that allows contemporary travelers to retrace portions of ancient routes, stay in recreated caravanserais, and participate in cultural performances that present traditional arts and crafts. China's Belt and Road Initiative has explicitly invoked Silk Road heritage as justification for contemporary infrastructure development, creating both opportunities and challenges for heritage preservation. The initiative's emphasis on connectivity and cultural exchange echoes historical Silk Road themes while pursuing distinctly modern economic and political objectives. Heritage sites along proposed Belt and Road routes have received increased attention and investment, but also face pressure from development projects that may threaten archaeological remains. Digital technologies have revolutionized how Silk Road heritage is preserved, interpreted, and experienced by global audiences. Virtual reality applications allow users to explore Buddhist cave temples, walk through recreated medieval cities, and handle ancient manuscripts without risking damage to original artifacts. These technologies democratize access to heritage that was previously available only to specialized researchers or visitors who could afford to travel to remote locations. The International Dunhuang Project represents the most comprehensive digital heritage initiative focused on Silk Road materials, providing free online access to thousands of manuscripts, paintings, and artifacts from major museum collections worldwide. The project's digitization efforts have revealed new details about historical texts and artworks that were invisible to earlier scholars, enabling discoveries that advance understanding of Silk Road civilization while making heritage materials available to global audiences. Social media platforms have created new communities of Silk Road enthusiasts who share travel experiences, historical discoveries, and cultural interpretations across national and linguistic boundaries. Instagram accounts dedicated to Silk Road heritage attract hundreds of thousands of followers who engage with historical content through visual storytelling, while YouTube channels provide educational content that reaches audiences far beyond traditional academic institutions. The emergence of Silk Road diplomacy as a framework for contemporary international relations reflects the continuing appeal of historical trade routes as metaphors for peaceful cooperation and mutual benefit. Cultural festivals, academic conferences, and artistic exchanges that invoke Silk Road themes provide opportunities for countries to emphasize shared heritage rather than political differences, creating forms of cultural diplomacy that echo the historical role of trade routes in facilitating communication between diverse civilizations. Contemporary artists across Asia and beyond have drawn inspiration from Silk Road heritage to create works that address modern themes of migration, cultural identity, and global connection. Multimedia installations, dance performances, and musical collaborations that blend traditional forms from different Silk Road cultures create new artistic languages that reflect both historical exchange and contemporary cultural synthesis. The COVID-19 pandemic has intensified interest in digital forms of cultural engagement while highlighting the fragility of heritage tourism dependent on international travel. Virtual museum tours, online cultural festivals, and digital educational programs developed during pandemic restrictions have created new models for heritage engagement that may persist as permanent alternatives to physical travel. Gaming and interactive media have created immersive experiences that allow users to participate in simulated Silk Road journeys, making economic decisions about trade routes, cultural choices about religious practices, and diplomatic negotiations between different civilizations. These applications often blend historical accuracy with creative storytelling, creating educational entertainment that introduces young audiences to Silk Road heritage through familiar digital interfaces. The proliferation of Silk Road-themed restaurants, hotels, and cultural centers in major cities worldwide reflects the commercial appeal of heritage brands that evoke exotic travel and cultural sophistication. These establishments often blend architectural elements, decorative motifs, and culinary traditions from multiple Silk Road cultures, creating eclectic environments that mirror the cultural synthesis characteristic of historical trading centers. Academic institutions have developed new programs and research initiatives that apply contemporary methodological approaches to Silk Road heritage, including digital humanities projects that analyze large data sets of historical texts, archaeological investigations that employ remote sensing and scientific analysis techniques, and interdisciplinary collaborations that combine historical research with environmental science, economics, and cultural studies. Threads across time. In the quiet halls of the British Museum, where climate-controlled galleries preserve silk banners that once fluttered in Central Asian winds over a millennium ago, visitors from every continent gather to witness humanity's earliest experiments in global connection. The Stein Galleries house treasures that Wang Yuanlu discovered in his desert cave, now illuminated by LED lights that reveal colors more vivid than any medieval pilgrim could have imagined by candlelight. Children from London schools study Chinese characters painted on Buddhist scrolls, while elderly Chinese tourists recognize familiar calligraphy in scripts they learned decades ago, creating moments of recognition that bridge centuries and cultures. The museum experience itself embodies the continuing evolution of Silk Road heritage, how ancient objects acquire new meanings through contemporary encounters, how global audiences discover personal connections to distant histories, how heritage institutions balance preservation with access in an interconnected world. The gallery labels translate Sanskrit terms into English, explain Sogdian trading practices to European visitors, and contextualize Buddhist iconography for secular audiences, creating new forms of cultural interpretation that serve educational purposes Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta could never have anticipated. Yet the museum galleries represent only one dimension of how Silk Road heritage continues to evolve in contemporary life. In Samarkand's restored Registan, where tourists photographed the same architectural monuments that amazed medieval travelers, local artisans demonstrate traditional crafts that connect them to centuries of specialized knowledge. The silk weavers, metalworkers, and ceramic artists who sell their products to international visitors practice techniques that have been refined through generations of cultural exchange, embodying living heritage that connects past innovation with present creativity. The challenges facing contemporary heritage preservation mirror many of the obstacles that confronted historical Silk Road travelers. Climate change threatens archaeological sites just as natural disasters once disrupted trade routes. Political tensions between nations complicate international cooperation just as territorial conflicts once forced merchants to find alternative paths. Economic pressures on local communities create dilemmas about development versus preservation that echo historical tensions between immediate needs and long-term cultural value. Yet the solutions emerging from contemporary heritage practice also reflect the adaptive strategies that enabled Silk Road civilization to flourish across centuries of political change and technological innovation. Digital preservation techniques allow heritage materials to be shared globally while protecting originals from damage, creating virtual networks that parallel the physical networks that connected historical trading centers. International partnerships between museums, universities, and cultural institutions enable collaborative research and conservation projects that transcend national boundaries, fostering the same spirit of cooperation that enabled historical merchants to conduct business across cultural divides. The development of sustainable heritage tourism demonstrates how contemporary communities can benefit economically from their historical legacy, while preserving cultural authenticity for future generations. Community-based tourism initiatives in Kyrgyzstan allow visitors to stay with nomadic families who practice traditional pastoralism, creating cultural exchanges that provide income for remote communities, while preserving ways of life that connect to historical Silk Road traditions. These programs recognize that heritage includes not just monuments and artifacts, but living practices that continue to evolve through contemporary application. Educational initiatives that teach Silk Road history in schools worldwide reflect growing recognition that cultural exchange and international cooperation are skills that must be cultivated through historical understanding. Students who learn about Marco Polo's adaptability to Chinese court culture, Ibn Battuta's openness to diverse Islamic traditions, and Sogdian merchants' multilingual business practices develop perspectives on cultural difference and similarity that serve them in an increasingly connected world. The digital humanities projects that analyze thousands of Silk Road manuscripts using artificial intelligence demonstrate how contemporary technology can reveal patterns and connections that were invisible to earlier generations of scholars. Machine learning algorithms that can identify linguistic borrowings across Central Asian languages, analyze trade networks through archaeological distributions, and map cultural influences through artistic motifs create new forms of knowledge that enhance understanding of how historical globalization functioned. Contemporary artistic collaborations that bring together musicians, dancers, and visual artists from different Silk Road countries create new cultural syntheses that honor historical traditions while addressing present-day themes. These projects often receive support from international cultural organizations and government cultural diplomacy programs, reflecting official recognition that cultural cooperation can build understanding between nations, just as it did between historical kingdoms and empires. The Belt and Road Initiative's explicit invocation of Silk Road heritage demonstrates how historical memory continues to influence contemporary policymaking, though not without controversy. Critics argue that modern infrastructure development threatens archaeological sites and disrupts traditional communities, while supporters contend that economic development can provide resources for heritage preservation and cultural education. These debates reflect enduring tensions about how heritage should be used to justify contemporary projects, and whose voices should be heard in making decisions about cultural legacy. Environmental challenges increasingly affect Silk Road heritage sites as climate change alters the conditions that have preserved archaeological materials for centuries. Rising temperatures and changing precipitation patterns threaten the stability of mud brick structures that have survived in desert environments, while extreme weather events pose immediate risks to fragile monuments. International conservation efforts are developing new techniques for protecting heritage sites from environmental damage, while adapting management strategies to address changing conditions. The emergence of heritage studies as an academic discipline reflects growing recognition that cultural preservation requires interdisciplinary approaches that combine historical research with conservation science, community engagement, and policy analysis. Universities worldwide now offer programs that train heritage professionals to work with diverse stakeholders, apply new technologies, and address contemporary challenges while maintaining scholarly rigor and cultural sensitivity. As the world becomes increasingly connected through digital networks, the Silk Road serves as a historical precedent that demonstrates both the benefits and challenges of cultural exchange. The same networks that enable global communication and commerce today also facilitate the spread of misinformation, cultural conflict, and economic inequality, echoing historical patterns where Silk Road routes carried diseases and military technologies, alongside beneficial innovations in cultural enrichment. The enduring appeal of Silk Road heritage reflects humanity's persistent desire to understand how different peoples can live together peacefully while maintaining their distinct cultural identities. In an era of rising nationalism and cultural polarization, the historical example of Silk Road civilization offers evidence that diversity can be a source of strength rather than division, that economic cooperation can transcend political differences, and that cultural exchange enriches rather than threatens local traditions. The story of Wang Yuanlu's discovery connects directly to contemporary debates about cultural ownership and global heritage. When the monk opened his hidden chamber in 1900, he could not have anticipated that the manuscripts and artifacts he found would become central to discussions about museum ethics, digital repatriation, and community involvement in heritage management. The ongoing International Dunhuang Project represents an attempt to address these concerns by making materials freely available online to scholars and communities worldwide, regardless of where the physical objects are currently housed. The preservation challenges facing Silk Road heritage sites today mirror the obstacles that confronted historical travelers and traders. Just as ancient merchants had to navigate political instabilities, natural disasters, and technological limitations, contemporary heritage professionals must address climate change, limited funding, and competing development pressures while maintaining the integrity of sites that have survived for centuries. The solutions require the same qualities of adaptability, cooperation, and long-term thinking that enabled Silk Road civilization to flourish across political and cultural boundaries. The digital renaissance of Silk Road heritage demonstrates how contemporary technology can serve historical understanding while creating new forms of cultural connection. Virtual reality experiences that allow users to walk through reconstructed Buddhist temples, artificial intelligence programs that decode previously untranslatable manuscripts, and social media platforms that connect heritage enthusiasts across continents create opportunities for engagement that transcend the limitations of physical travel and geographic distance. Yet technology alone cannot preserve heritage without human commitment to the values that make cultural preservation meaningful. The volunteers who digitize manuscripts, the local guides who share traditional knowledge with visitors, the scholars who spend decades learning obscure languages, and the community members who maintain traditional crafts, all embody the same spirit of cultural stewardship that motivated medieval monks to copy precious texts and merchants to carry delicate artifacts across dangerous routes. The influence of Silk Road heritage on contemporary culture extends beyond museums and academic institutions into everyday life. The fusion cuisines that blend Asian and European traditions, the architectural styles that combine Eastern and Western elements, the artistic movements that draw inspiration from cross-cultural exchange, and the philosophical approaches that synthesize different wisdom traditions, all reflect the continuing influence of Silk Road patterns of cultural interaction. Educational programs that teach Silk Road history help students develop skills for navigating cultural difference in an interconnected world. When children learn about Sogdian merchants who spoke multiple languages to conduct business across cultural boundaries, they develop appreciation for multilingualism as a practical skill, rather than an academic requirement. When students study the religious tolerance that characterized many Silk Road cities, they gain historical perspective on contemporary debates about diversity and inclusion. The heritage tourism industry that has developed around Silk Road sites creates economic opportunities for communities that might otherwise have limited connection to global markets, while also preserving traditional knowledge and practices that connect to historical traditions. The nomadic families in Kyrgyzstan who offer homestays to travelers share skills in horsemanship, traditional crafts and environmental knowledge that have been refined through generations of adaptation to Central Asian landscapes. International collaboration in Silk Road heritage preservation demonstrates how contemporary institutions can embody the cooperative spirit that characterized historical trade networks. When Chinese, Kazakhstani, and Kyrgyz archaeologists work together to manage World Heritage sites that cross national boundaries, they create practical examples of how different political systems can cooperate to serve shared cultural values. The ongoing discoveries of new archaeological sites along Silk Road routes remind us that heritage is not a fixed collection of known monuments but a continuing process of discovery and interpretation. The 2024 discoveries of the medieval cities Tugunbulak and Tashbulak in the Pamir Mountains demonstrate that significant aspects of Silk Road civilization remain unknown, waiting for future scholars and local communities to uncover and interpret. Climate change poses unprecedented challenges for heritage preservation that require innovative solutions combining traditional knowledge with contemporary technology. The communities that have lived along Silk Road routes for generations possess environmental knowledge that can inform adaptation strategies, while new conservation techniques can help protect vulnerable sites from changing conditions. The debates surrounding the Belt and Road Initiative's relationship to historical Silk Road heritage reflect broader questions about how the past should inform present policy. While the initiative's emphasis on connectivity and cooperation echoes historical themes, Critics argue that contemporary economic development can threaten the archaeological sites and traditional communities that embody Silk Road heritage. These discussions demonstrate the continuing relevance of historical precedents for contemporary decision-making. Cultural diplomacy programs that invoke Silk Road heritage provide alternatives to purely political or economic approaches to international relations. When countries collaborate on heritage preservation, academic exchanges, and cultural festivals that celebrate shared traditions, they create opportunities for building understanding that transcends temporary political disagreements. The emergence of heritage studies as an academic discipline reflects growing recognition that cultural preservation requires specialized knowledge and professional training. Universities worldwide now offer programs that combine historical research, conservation science, community engagement, and policy analysis, preparing graduates to address the complex challenges facing heritage sites in an era of rapid global change. As the world confronts challenges of cultural polarization, environmental degradation, and economic inequality, Silk Road heritage offers historical examples of how different communities have successfully addressed similar problems through cooperation, adaptation, and mutual respect. The merchants who learned multiple languages to conduct business across cultural boundaries, the rulers who welcomed foreign scholars and artists to enrich their courts, and the communities that developed sustainable practices for managing scarce resources, all provide models for contemporary problem-solving. The continuing evolution of Silk Road heritage in contemporary culture demonstrates that historical memory is not passive preservation of the past, but active engagement with traditions that can inform present choices and future possibilities. Whether expressed through museum exhibitions, digital archives, educational programs, artistic collaborations, or community-based tourism, Silk Road heritage continues to inspire new forms of cultural connection that honor historical achievements while addressing contemporary needs. In the end, the true legacy of the Silk Road lies not in any single artifact or archaeological site, but in the enduring human capacity for building bridges across differences, creating prosperity through cooperation, and enriching local traditions through openness to external influences. The stories preserved in Wang Yuanlu's cave, the experiences recorded by Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta, and the artifacts displayed in museums worldwide, all testify to this fundamental aspect of human nature. Our ability to find common ground with strangers, to learn from foreign experiences, and to create something beautiful from the meeting of different worlds. As contemporary travelers follow reconstructed Silk Road routes, as scholars decode newly discovered manuscripts, as artists create works inspired by cross-cultural traditions, and as communities develop sustainable approaches to heritage preservation, they participate in the same essential human project that motivated ancient merchants to load their camels with silk and spices, Buddhist monks to copy sacred texts, and local guides to share their knowledge with foreign visitors. The road continues, as it always has, toward distant horizons, where new partnerships await and ancient dreams of connection find fresh expression in each generation's efforts to build a more cooperative and understanding world. The silk threads that once connected distant markets have been replaced by fiber optic cables that carry information at the speed of light, yet the fundamental human desire for connection, learning, and mutual enrichment remains unchanged. In every act of cultural preservation, every moment of cross-cultural understanding, every effort to build bridges rather than walls, the spirit of the Silk Road lives on, not as nostalgia for a vanished past, but as inspiration for creating a future worthy of humanity's highest aspirations for peaceful cooperation and shared prosperity.